I'm assuming that you want to start from scratch as well, so that you can see every installation process. We are going to open our Chrome window and search for python.org. We are just going to open the website and install Python fresh. So currently the latest version is Python 3.8.5 for Windows, and we are just going to quickly go through this list, and we are going to install this Windows executable file. That's x86 for 32-bit, and it also includes the 64-bit as well. If you just want the 32-bit version, then you can install this x86 only. I'm going to do this one, and it's only 26 MB, so it's going to be done in a while. Alright, so as you can see, it is done. Now let's open show in folder, and it will be downloaded in your downloads folder. So let's click on it. And now remember that you need to add Python 3.8 to path so that we can access Python from command shell as well. Now just click install now. It comes with IDLE and pip installation so that we can install other libraries with the help of pip install command. Now while this is happening, we are going to install and download VSCode as well. So type VSCode, click on download Visual Studio Code. Alright, so now we are going to click the user installer of 64-bit. Again, you can install the 32-bit, but for systems with 4 GB and plus RAM, you should install the 64-bit version. And as you can see, it has grabbed the VSCode setup. It's happening right now. Let's take a look at our Python setup process, and it's just going to be installed in few minutes. Alright, so its setup was successful, and while VS Code is happening, we are just going to check if we have Python in our system or not. So let's open command prompt. Then you can simply type Python _version. Alright, so we do have Python 3.8.5 now. You can also access Python shell from this. Type Python and then enter. So this is Python shell, and you can do some simple calculations here. You can also make programs here, but we actually need a complete IDLE or even code editor to make our programs. So let's print our Hello Universe program. Just print Hello Universe. So as you can see, it has printed Hello Universe. So our Python setup is complete. You can exit out of it. And as you can see, it doesn't take simple exit. You need to type exit and then parenthesis. Alright, now you can exit the command prompt. I also want to show you what happens when it is added to path. So let's click on Windows button, then environment variables, then click on environment variables, and here in user variables for your particular username, click on path. You can either double click it like so, or you can click on it and hit edit here. So this is what Python did. It has added these two folders in your environment variable. If for some reason you don't see it here, you need to add this particular path of Python scripts from your Windows Explorer. The easiest way to do is like this. By following this video, you can click on C and then users, and then your username. In our case, it is CodeJana. After that, you need to go to app data, and as you can see, we do not see app data here. For that, you need to open the view and then click on hidden items. Now you will see app data as a hidden folder. Click on it and then hit local. After that, you can hit program, then Python 38. Then you can copy this entire path by clicking here. See, it's already selected. It's the same format with your username. So you can just copy it, and if you don't see both of these locations in your environment variable, then you can click new and then paste it to path. After that, you can hit OK. You will see that it has also been added. I'm going to delete it because we don't need it twice to be added. After that, you need to click on scripts and then copy this path as well. Click on new and then paste this path. Hit OK. and now we are going to see it again. So it will look something like this. Python 38 has also been added along with scripts. So I'm just going to delete this from my environment variable because it's already added here. Alright, so that will make Python work seamlessly with command prompt. This setup is also in our downloads folder. So let's click on it. Here it is. Double click on it. Alright, it's open. Now let's accept the agreement. You don't need to change this path. Click next and then next again. Now here you need to add VSCode to your path as well, because VSCode supports a terminal and Python shell. If you don't add it to path, then pip installation and even Python shell is not going to work inside of VSCode. So we are going to keep it checked. You can also click on register code as an editor. VSCode is called as code, so just click on it because we want all Python files and coding files associated with VS Code. If you don't want that, if you want PyCharm or any other IDLE to be associated with the programming files, you can leave it unchecked. Also, if you want your files to be open from open with code action, like when we right click on any file and all of these options open, like we can compress and other things, it will also add open with code. So if you want that, you can keep this checked. I'm not going to do that. Hit next and install. Alright, so both of our setups are done and we have installed them as well. So let's launch Visual Code because we need to check if Python is working from inside VS Code or not. As the tradition says, we are going to create our Hello Universe app. Click on New File, and now it's showing you select editor for untitled one. See, there are two ways to create a new file. You can either click on this new file and it will prompt you as a text editor, or see at the left hand corner you can click on this Explorer button and you can open a folder in it. It makes it way easier to create new files. So let's click Open Folder and we are going to create a folder on our desktop. Let's name it codejana_flask. So let's open this folder. Now we are going to work inside this folder and we are going to keep every file in this folder. So as you can see, now we have these options with us. This one is for creating new file and it makes it very easier to create new files inside this folder. So let's click on it. And now it's not going to ask us which code editor. It's just going to open the file with VS Code. So let's name it myapp.py. Alright, and as I type myapp.py, it's going to recognize that it's a Python file. So at the right corner you can see Python extension is recommended for this file type. Alright, so while we are at this extension, let's download other extensions as well. It's not going to take a while and these extensions will help you a lot in making this Flask app. So let's get to that one by one. I'm just going to close it because we are going to install extensions from here. Click on this extensions button. Now first of all we are going to need this Python and it's already highlighted. Let's click on it and click install. Alright, so as you can see it's installed. Now at the right corner you can also see that it has detected that now after installing Python and it has already selected the Python 3.8 package. It's saying that linter pylint is not installed. So pylint is used to detect errors in your code and it's very essential for us. So let's click install from here because it's not going to search pylint from your VS Code extensions. You need to install it via pip install. So it's currently happening. Alright, it's done. So after this we need to use some Flask related extensions. First one is Flask snippets. We are going to install this cstrap one. Click install. And personally I'm not going to use this snippet in this particular series because I want to show you how to create these codes from scratch. However, if you want to create multiple Flask related projects, then you are going to need a really quick building of these codes. So Flask snippets is going to help you a lot in that. Now, as you already know that Flask uses Jinja template, so we are going to use this Jinja 2 snippet kit. It's going to help you create HTML codes much faster with this snippet. Now this one we are going to use together because these codes are quite simple and there is not a lot of confusion on how you create them. So I'm going to use Jinja 2 snippets a lot. Let's click install. It's done in few seconds. After this, we need Git lens. I hope you already know that Git is a versioning tool to track your changes in the code. We are going to use Git when we deploy our application. You can deploy it on any personal server. I'm going to show you how to deploy your app for free on Heroku and for a very little fee on Linode, and after that again free on Amazon AWS server and then on Google Cloud. So we are going to cover all the basics of app deployment, because definitely at some point you're going to need either of these options. So you must know all of them. We're going to use Git to push our changes and pull our changes in the code. So after this, we are going to need trailing spaces. See, trailing spaces extension removes any unnecessary spaces from your code. It helps a lot because, as you already know, that Python takes indentation very seriously. Indentation allows Python to understand which code belongs to which block. You will understand when we create the code. So let's install this one as well. So it's done. Alright, so now everything is done, and finally after all of this setup, we are going to install a final extension that is going to help you throughout your journey of programming, and that is Kite plugin. Alright, so let's install Kite as well. This one, Kite autocomplete for Python. Let's click on it and hit install. Currently I have installed Kite only for VSCode. Alright, so after installing all of these softwares and extensions, let's begin creating our environment to create this application. To work with Flask, you need Flask library, and you need to install it with pip install Flask. So before doing that, I'm going to create Flask in a virtual environment so that we can keep our libraries separate. Let's open our terminal from Control backtick. That's the key before your number 1. Alright, so let's clear our terminal with CLS. Now in code Jana_Flask, we need to create a virtual environment. So we can do this by simply virtual env and then type the name of the environment. venv. It can be anything actually. We're just going to type venv. Now it's saying that virtual env is not recognized as the name of the commandlet. See, when you learn programming, you are going to come across all of these errors, and you need to learn how you can search for these errors and then fix them. Right now, we are going to check if we have virtual env installed in our system or not. So let's do virtual env and version. Again, it has not recognized virtual env as a command. So let's type pip install virtual env. Alright, so now it's collecting virtual env package, and now it's done. So how about we check it now? Virtual env and version. See, so now we have it. If I didn't show you that error, then you might have come across it by yourself. So this is how you fix it. You need to check if you have virtual env in your system or not. Now let's type virtual env and then venv. Again, it can be anything. Let's just wait a while. It's going to copy all the libraries that we require in this venv folder. Alright, so as you can see, we now have this venv folder in code Jana Flask. Let's click on it and see, we have this scripts folder in our venv folder. Click on it and you will see this python.exe in this folder. So now we have an environment separate from our global setup of Python. So if for some reason you need to switch machines, or you need to show your code, or you need to transfer this code, you can click on desktop or wherever you have created this particular code Jana_Flask folder, and you can just copy it or cut it and transfer it to wherever you like, and every dependency will be transferred along with this folder. Alright, so what do we need now? As you can see on the right panel, there are the list of dependencies that you need right now. So we'll start with installing them one by one. Let's install the Flask dependency, pip install and then Flask. Alright, so it's done, and I'm not going to install all the dependencies right now. We are going to install them as and when we need. Alright, so now let's check whether we can create a really simple Flask app or not. Alright, so let's begin creating our really simple Flask app, and after that we'll keep on adding new functionality and create that wonderful Flask app that you saw in the introduction video. So we'll start with importing the Flask class from Flask library. So from Flask, import Flask class. Alright. Now our next step is to assign a variable to it. By convention we are going to use app because that's what the server recognizes. So let's create an instance of the Flask class like so. Now we are going to pass a parameter as well, which is going to be the name of this particular file, that is my app. So how do we do that? We don't type myapp.py. We are going to type a magic method which is going to be _name and _. So as you can see, it has highlighted it in blue. Now let's create a decorator function, and we are going to assign a simple route of our home page. A decorator function starts with @. So let's create a decorator function of app variable. Let's type app, and then let's access its method, and now we are going to write the route method because we want to create a home route. So let's type route here, and you don't need to type anything for now. Let's just type / for home route in inverted commas. Now double or single, it's up to you. I'm just going to do a single inverted comma. Now you cannot leave a decorator function alone. You need to define a function here. So let's define a home function. Again, you can name it anything, but when you are creating an application, it's best if your function name is as descriptive and as direct as possible. Since this particular route is going to point towards our home page, a home function makes much more sense. You can also make it home page to make it more direct. Alright, so let's just create a home page function, and you don't need to provide any argument there. How about we return a message? Because this is the simplest of Flask message that you can return. Let's just type hello universe. Alright, so now our decorator function is ready. We have created a route as well. Now we need to run this particular app. There are two ways to do it. You can either run it from terminal, or you can run it from VSCode, which will eventually open in your default browser. I prefer the browser method. So let's create a little conditional statement that will start the server, and then we can view our home page. So let's create the conditional if name, which is the name of our file, alright, is equal to main, which is saying that this file myapp.py is the one that we want to run. If we run this file, what should happen? Well, we want this app variable and then access the function. Then we want to use the run method, and in this run method we can specify some arguments. As you can see, kite has already told us that we can assign a host, a port, some debug option and other options as well. For now we are not going to complicate it further. We're going to type debug and then make it true, because we want to see any errors if they happen in our code, and we also want to restart the server when we make changes so that we can see those changes. Now everything is done, so how about we run this program? Alright, so it has successfully run our program now. Alright, so sometimes what happens is it doesn't recognize this Flask. I have installed Flask globally, so we did not encounter any issue. I'm going to just close this server and show you how we can install the same in our virtual environment. Let's close this server and clear our terminal. And now, as you remember that we had created this venv folder, we also transferred all of these files in our virtual environment. Alright, so now let's activate our virtual environment by venv/scripts and then activate. Alright, so as you can see, we have received another error. It's saying that running scripts is currently disabled on this system. Alright, don't worry about that, it's very easy fix. Now you can either fix it for just one file, but since we are going to use it for a lot of files and we cannot fix it every single time it breaks, so we are going to globally set to allow scripts to run on the system. Don't worry, it's not an insecure practice. You just need to be attentive as to what scripts are currently running in your system. So the fix is really easy. You just need to open your PowerShell, not command prompt. So let's click on it. Click search for PowerShell and now right click it to open it as an administrator. Alright, after this you need to add this command in your PowerShell. Alright, that's set execution policy and then remote signed. Press enter. Alright, so now it's going to ask you whether you want to make the change or not. Well, we do want to make the change, and since we are doing it only for just one statement, you can select just yes and not yes to all. Alright, now exit it. Now we are going to try activating our environment again. I press the up arrow to access the last command, and see this little venv has popped up on the left of our screen, so our environment is active. Alright, so let's check whether we have Flask in our system or not in this virtual environment. For that you need to type pip show and then name of the library. So package not found, Flask, because we have not installed it in this virtual environment. It's very easy and very quick. Let's type pip install Flask and it's done. So from now on, please pay attention towards this venv on the left corner. If for some reason, let's deactivate the environment. If for some reason you don't see it, that means you are not working inside your virtual environment. And from now on, we are going to install each library in that environment. So please do pay attention, because your code might fail if you have installed something globally and not in this virtual environment and you try to run it. So let's activate our environment once again. Let's type venv, which is the folder name, then slash and scripts folder, which I showed you earlier as well, then slash activate. Press enter. Now we are working in the virtual environment. So now let's try to run this file by ourselves. Let's type python and then type the file name, that's myapp.py. So as you can see, the server has started like before. Only this time we are working in the virtual environment of codejana_flask. So let's try to open this particular link in our default browser. You can control and then click on this URL, and you can clearly see, I'm going to make this a little bit larger. You can see that hello universe has successfully printed. How about we change this message? Hello universe to all my coding buddies. Alright, now we're just going to save this file. See, as soon as we made the change and we saved the file, it has restarted the server. Let's open the server again and see, hello universe to all my coding buddies. Alright, so now relax for this video, because we have successfully installed all the extensions and softwares, and we have also created a really simple Flask app. In the last video, we left our app in this state. We just printed a message, hello universe to all my coding buddies, and let's check if it's working still. So I'm going to run our myapp.py file. So python and then myapp.py file. You can press tab to complete the commands. It's much faster. Alright, so server is successfully running. Let's control click on this link. Alright, so it's displaying hello universe to all my coding buddies. Let's make it larger. Alright, so currently it's working in this state. So let's close our server by Control C. Alright. So in this video, we are going to take a look at the layout and website structure. Now, if you are creating a big application, a SaaS application, as I said in the introduction video, for a software as a service application, you need so many files and you need a lot of code. All right, and if you create all of that code in a single file and don't follow a structure, then it's going to get very messy and very difficult to manage. So we are going to split our code and split our files into multiple sections so that it's easier to maintain. Also, if you're creating everything in this particular myapp.py file, then Flask is not going to understand how to render your pages. Let me show you why that's important. So suppose we are going to create a home page. So in codejana_flask, let's create homepage.html, and in this page I'm just going to type homepage. Now I'm going to use Zen coding to complete the course and I'll be explaining how I'm doing it. So for starters, just type H1 and press tab. It will fill out rest of the code for you. I'm just going to type home page. Alright, and save that. If you don't want to manually save it every few seconds after you make the change, click on File and then turn on Autosave. Alright, so now you must tell Flask to render that page. How do you do that? With the help of render template function. First of all, we are going to import that render template function. As you can see, as I typed render, Kite has shown me the function itself. So let's click on the first one. And now we are going to make change in our first route. Just beneath the home route, we are going to create another decorator function and call it /home. What this is going to do is when we open localhost 45000 and then /home, it is going to render our homepage.html. So now we cannot return a message, we need to return a render template function. So render template, and then in parentheses you can include some argument that goes along with this function. So first one is the name of the template that you want to render, which is going to be the name of our file along with extension. So that would be homepage.html. Alright, so how about we try to run our code and see if it renders homepage.html or not. So that's Python myapp.py and server is running. So I'm going to just click on it and see it is saying Jinja2 exceptions, template not found. Even when the file is sitting right there, it could not find homepage.html. This is what happens when you don't follow a particular layout that Flask is expecting. Don't worry, it's an easy fix. We are just going to create a templates folder and move our homepage.html inside of that. So let's click on new folder, create a templates folder, and then move homepage.html inside templates. Alright, you don't need to restart your server again. You can just either open Firefox or Chrome as it is, type localhost port 5000 and either you can just load it up, and as you can see our home page has appeared. Or if you want to test the new route as well, use / and then home. So both of those routes are working, and it has also recognized that we want to render this homepage.template. Now that you've seen how important layout is, let's discuss website structure as well. After that, we are going to dive deeper into Jinja2 codes and how to create your first basic layout of this website. Alright, so how's the website structure should be? We want each route in a different file. We want all the forms and important information in their particular file as well. So now let's create sections for our application. I'm also going to include a flowchart that details all of this. Alright, so let's break this simple application apart because it's easier to break this apart right now and much harder to break it in different sections once we create all of those forms, all of those user logins and different routes and other things. So let's start creating it. First of all, we need a main file that is used to run this application. You can name it anything. I'm just going to call it run.py. Because it's easier to remember that this is the file that you should run in order to run your server and your application as a whole. Now in this file, you just need the function that runs this application. So that would be this one. So just copy it and paste it in run. After that, as you already know, that we had created this if conditional statement to check for the main file and then access the run method of app variable. So we need this one as well. So you can control X and control V here. So we cut and paste here because we don't need this in myapp.py. Alright, now let's create a separate file for our routes. Let's call it routes.py. As I've said earlier that being direct with the names of your files and functions, it is very important because other people may be working on your code as well. So they shouldn't have to guess which file does what and which function does what. Alright, so let's copy this entire route from app route and paste it in routes. Now we only have this in our myapp.py. We are actually going to make it an initialization file. So let's rename our file to _init_. Alright, so now it's an initialization file and we are going to initialize the Flask app and then our routes file from it. We don't need this render template because we are not using this function in this file. So let's delete it. So here's what we did. We imported the Flask class from Flask library. Alright, so we have instantiated the Flask class as well. Now let's create a new folder inside codejana_flask, and for simplicity we are going to name it codejana_flask. Alright, so we have created codejana_flask. Now, except for run file and our venv virtual environment folder, every file should be inside this new codejana_flask folder. So let's move them. Alright, confirm the move. After that, move the templates folder as well. Then finally the initialization file. Here's how it looks. We only have one file in codejana_flask, the main one. And inside our new codejana_flask folder, we have the templates folder, the initialization file, and the routes.py file. Right now, our app is in shambles. It's not going to work. So let's make it work. We are going to initialize this routes.py file by adding this statement from codejana_flask, which is this folder. We are going to initialize the routes file by telling Flask where it resides. So as you can see, it's going to be in codejana_flask folder, and then we can import the routes file. Let's check our run.file. Now here it is saying that app is not defined. Now where is our app variable? Our app variable is inside our init file. So in run.py, we're just going to type from codejana_flask, which is this folder, import app. What this is saying that go inside codejana_flask and then access any variable that's inside it. It's automatically going to go inside it and look for _init_file. Since we do have it, it's going to go inside it, then check if app variable is available or not. Since it is, it's going to assign this Flask class to it and then initialize our app. So now this one is fixed as well. Alright, so we only have one file left, that is routes.py. So there are all these squiggly lines because we don't have any import statement here. So let's import them one by one. First of all, we don't have an app variable imported, so how can we use the methods in it? So let's import that one first. From again codejana folder, import app. Same thing applies here as well. It's going to go inside codejana, look for this _init file, and then seek out the app variable. So now that error is gone as well. Now this render template, we don't have it imported. So let's import it as well. From Flask, import render template. Alright, so now every single dependency has been imported and our code looks much leaner and it's easier to maintain the code from here. So after doing all those changes, let's try to run our app from run.py file. So let's clear our terminal, cls, and then python run.py. And see, there are no errors in our server. Let's click on the link and our home page has appeared again, and that's a relief because sometimes when you make all these changes it doesn't work. And imagine how difficult it would be if you were to make all of these changes when you are finished with your application. It's really tough. Also, at this point I'm going to recommend you to plan your application before jumping into it, because proper layout and website structure is as important as the coding itself. As we have discussed in the earlier video, that Flask is just a backend. To make it look nicer, to make it look prettier, you need HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So first of all, let's install Bootstrap because we are going to use Bootstrap. And now the great thing is Bootstrap has come out with version 5.0. So search for Bootstrap 5. And you can click on this first link, but I'm going to go directly to v5.getbootstrap.com. Alright, so implementing Bootstrap in your Flask app is really easy. First of all, we are going to make few changes. Don't worry, it's going to take just few seconds. So just like templates folder, Flask looks for static folder, and inside that folder you can place your CSS files and JS files. So let's click on this new folder button, type static, and then inside this static we're just going to create a main.css and then main.js. Alright, after this, as you already know, we have discussed the layout of our website. So we know that several pages of our website are going to have same layout, same structure, same navigation bar, maybe same sidebar, maybe like this. We have a home page here. Let's create an about page as well. And let's create an account page as well. Now let's delete what we had before. Alright, so now as we discussed the Zen coding, let's type exclamation mark, and the first exclamation mark is for HTML5 documentation. The second one is just for this doc type HTML, and we do not need it. We need the simple one because it generates a complete HTML code for head section. Here it is, and then the body section. So we kind of need this one. Alright, so in title you can type homepage. Alright, so now we are going to generate the same for this. Then the account as well. Alright, so as you can see, it becomes a little tedious because imagine if you were to create 7 more pages or maybe 10 more pages, and what if you had to make changes inside every single one of these files? Suppose you have a navigation bar and you hard coded it in every single page. And if you were to add a new tab in it, then you would have to add it in every single one of these pages. And we don't want to do that. It's time consuming and it is bad coding. So we are going to use a layouts.html file that will have all the boilerplate, all the basic codes that you need, and all of these rest of the pages are going to inherit that template. So let's get to it. In our templates folder itself, let's create a file layouts.html. Alright, in layouts.html we can do the same thing. So this one is the boilerplate. We need this particular code in every single one of those pages. Alright, so we can delete this code and we can extend this particular layouts template inside homepage, about, and account page. And similarly in other pages as well as we create in future. So the format for it is like this. Extends. And now where does it extends from? In single quotes, type the name of the template from where the code extends from. Now this particular code is for Jinja 2 template engine. It recognizes this code and then looks at this file and takes all of this code and puts it inside our homepage. Now you might be asking that I have the document here and it's going to place this title in here as well. So every single page is going to have this document written in them. And we don't want that. We want this one to be called homepage dynamically, this one about dynamically, this one account. Alright, we can use variables to dynamically add anything inside these HTML pages. So let's change our layouts a little. Let's delete this document and place double curly braces and end with double curly braces. Inside that we will add title, simply that. Alright, and we don't need to make the same change here, but we are going to copy and paste this Jinja 2 code in every single one of our main page. Alright, now back in our routes file, this one, we are going to add title is equal to. Now this variable is the same one that we defined in these curly braces. So please pay close attention to this because we are going to be using this a lot. I'm going to use split to right. so that we can see both of those files together. Alright, so now we can see routes file and layouts file together. So this title that we are defining here for the first time is the same variable that we are going to use in these curly braces. So in this title, whatever we define is going to be placed inside here. I hope the concept is clear. So the title is home page. You can either write it with a space or without a space, it's up to you. So now let's run this server because it has crashed, and whenever you make changes in the Python file, not the HTML file, your code is going to break. Don't worry about this. After you make the changes, you can run your server again. That's Python run.py. Alright, so now let's open our file. And our home page is currently empty. Alright, so why is it happening? I hope you already know that we currently do not have anything inside the body of our file. But don't worry, we'll get to that later. Let's look at the title of our page. It's home page. And just to clarify, let's go to routes and let's delete page. And now it should say home. Refresh it. And now it's saying home. So our code is working perfectly. Similarly, let's add our about and account routes as well. So most of the time you are going to be copy pasting a lot of code. So let's select all of these lines and hold Alt and Shift together and press the downwards arrow to copy it. See, it saves a lot of time, and don't worry, several programmers are using it. So we do not need this particular route here because it's for the direct home route, and this one we are going to call about. Template is about as well, and the title is again about. Similarly, you can do the same with account, and don't worry, we are going to fill rest of the information as we go along. Same thing, Alt, Shift and down key. There we go. And now this would be the account route. Same thing, account.html, and then the title should be account. Alright, so I hope you have noticed that we have not changed this function, and please do note that you cannot have same function defined twice. So let's change it. This one should be called about page. You can type about page or just about, and this one should be account. So please pay close attention to everything that we are doing here because it's going to make or break your code. So after doing this basic structure and extending the layouts, let's include Bootstrap in our file. So let's open Bootstrap. And what do you need to do to include Bootstrap 5? Well, just scroll down. So here, Bootstrap CDN. Now for CSS only, you need this link. For JS and dependencies, you need this link. So first of all, we are going to add the CSS one. Copy it. And for CSS, you need to paste it before the closing head section. Please watch that we are doing it in layouts.html. Alright, so don't worry about the length. Press home. This one is for CSS only, and for more clarity in our code, we are going to type Bootstrap 5. And this JavaScript code, let's copy it. It should be before the closing body tag. So here, and same thing, we are going to just copy this Bootstrap 5 and then paste it here. So now Bootstrap 5 is included in our Flask app. Now if you want to add anything inside your home page, about or account, you need Jinja 2 codes. And Jinja 2 code for adding anything inside your pages is in the block form. So we will create empty blocks inside layouts.html and then add content inside homepage.html. Let's see it. So the code is like this: block content, and then the same goes with ending it. See, ending it is also important. So for end, you can type end block because we are going to make a lot of blocks like this if you want. So for clarity, where this particular block ends, you can write end block content. Now in here, in homepage.html, you need to do the same. The layouts one will be empty, but in homepage.html, you can write block content, and then whatever you write just after this block content will be showcased in your application. So for now, let's just type h1 and then home page is working. All right, now we need to end this block. So let's type end block and then content. All right, so as you can see, it has crashed again. Now let's run it. All right, so let's click on it. So home page is working. So let's check if our Bootstrap files has loaded or not. Just by looking at this particular font type, I can assume that Bootstrap is working, but still right click it, view page source, and see Bootstrap 5 files are included in it. Alright, so Bootstrap is working, our CSS is working as well. Now what if you want to include your main CSS file? Suppose you want to create your own colors, your own blocks and anything like that. You don't need to do that, but sometimes you want to make some personal changes, and those changes are going to be done from main.css. So how do you include it? Well, including it is really easy. Alright, so here we are going to just type a comment, and to type a comment quickly, just press Ctrl and then slash, and then type your comment. This one would be custom.css. Alright, that would be linked and relation, same thing, style sheet, and then the hyperlink reference. And our hyperlink is going to be inside this static folder. So I'm going to use URL for function, but you cannot simply write URL for. You need to use Jinja 2 templates to pass off any Python codes, because URL for function is related to Python. Just like we did this with this variable that we defined in routes.py file. Same thing. So double curly braces to start it and double curly braces to end it. Now type URL for, and then it accepts 2 arguments. First one is going to be about the directory to which the file resides, so that would be static, and after that comma, and now state the file name, and the file name is main.css. So it is this easy to include your main.css file. So let's make it larger. Don't forget to end it with the greater than sign, just like we started it with the less than sign. Now in homepage.html, just to check if our main.css is working, we are going to create a container. So again, with Zen coding, you don't need to type div and then class and things like that. You can just type dot to create a class, and you can type hash to create IDs. For this one, we are going to create class. So dot and then test. All right, press tab. And see, it has filled out all that, and when you keep using it, it becomes so much robust. So in this div, we're just going to type this is a test. Now you can wrap it in p tags as well. It has also fulfilled it, so I'm just going to cut it and paste it here. Open our file and refresh the page. So this is a test has appeared. Now let's open the main.css. Now we want to see the home page as well as the main.css. So I'm going to move the main.css besides layout. Alright, so click on homepage. Let's quickly give it some styling. So dot test. In curly braces, just give it a width of, let's say, 300 pixels, and then height of 300 pixels, and maybe a background of purple. And let's display it as a block. Save it. Alright, so let's see if our code is working. Since our server is already running, I'm going to open Firefox, and then same thing, proceed to localhost 5000, and it seems that our code is not working. It should have displayed a block of 300 by 300 with the color purple. It did not work, and why is that? Because I made a blunder. I created this static folder outside of codejana_flask folder. And this would be a good opportunity to tell you how the structure currently looks. Alright, so this is our desktop. We had created codejana_flask, and inside it we created the run file and then everything inside the codejana_flask. Here are the rest of the files. So whenever I created the folder static, I accidentally created it within the first codejana_flask folder. So now let's move it into our codejana_flask folder. So every single folder and file from now on, and I should have done it in the first place, should be inside this code_Flask folder. Alright, so now that is fixed. Let's now open our file again and reload the page. So it is appearing, and currently the text is black on purple. Alright, so let's make some change to make it look white. Now we have this p tag inside our div class. So here's what we can do. .test, and then inside of that change the styling of p. So let's change it to color white, and boom, it's working. So it seems that Bootstrap is working, our main.css is working. So let's test our main.js as well. So first of all, we are going to add that JS file in our home page. Alright, so now let's make some changes inside main.js. So inside code Java Flask static, for some reason main.js is deleted. So let's create main.js inside static. Alright, so here we have. Now if you want, you can use main.js inside layouts.html, and it will apply main.js throughout your website as long as you're using layouts.html extents. However, we just want to make sure that we can use main.js. So I'm going to include it inside just homepage. Adding the main.js file is really simple. You just need to add it before closing the end block content. So the code goes like this: script, and then the source of that script, and we are going to use the URL for function again. So curly braces and then URL for. Now same thing, we're going to need the directory, that's static, and then comma. Now the file name is main.js this time. Now after this you need to close this script and then make it larger, so it looks like this. Now let's see if our main.js is working or not. Now I'm going to use main.js to change the color of this block. So let's see this as well. We have this home page, and then let's move main.js to. Alright, so let's create a variable. Let's just name it change color. Let's grab that class, and you can use get element by class name, or if we had used an ID, for example, if we had done something like this, like ID test block, we could use get element by ID. But don't worry, we are not going to use get element. We're actually going to use query selector because it works well with both ID and class. So query selector, in its query selector you can then define which query you want to select. So class name goes with a dot. So dot test. After this, you can access the methods inside change color. So change color variable, then dot, and you can either add an event listener if we had some kind of button, but don't worry, we're going to make it something simple. We're just going to use the style method. So style. Alright, so in styling we can change this to like background color. So background color, let's change it to green. Okay, so that would be. Alright, so after making the changes, let's see if it works. Let's reload the page, and boom, it's now green. So our JavaScript is working as well. If you were to just comment it out and then change it. Alright, so as you can see, our home page is working. We have installed Bootstrap, checked main.css, checked main.js, and finally we can begin creating our home page. Alright, so in our last video we left our app like this. So let's quickly check if our app is still working. So I'm going to activate my virtual environment and then python run.py. Alright, so the server is running. Let's click on this link and it's working. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are going to create this home page that you have seen in checklisttool.com, like here. So we are going to use some Bootstrap components to make this web page. So let's get started. And first of all, let's delete everything that we do not need. So in homepage.html, delete all of this. Alright, now we are working with a blank slate. Let's refresh the page. And yes. Alright, so first of all, we are going to create this navigation bar. So let's open v5.getbootstrap.com, click on docs, and now you can either navigate to components and then this navbar, or you can search quickly in navbar here and click on this navbar/navbar. Alright, so now let us scroll down and pick the navbar that you are actually going to use. Now this particular here, some people use the search bar as well. We do not need that much functionality. This one looks fine actually. We need the website text here, like a brand name or something. Then we need some links to our home page, account page, and about page. And on the right corner that we do not see here, we are going to be needing a sign up button and a login button. Alright, so we are going to create that on the fly. So let's copy this particular code. Let's copy this. And since we already know that the navigation bar is going to appear on every single one of our page, so we are not going to make the change in just home page. We are going to make it in layouts.html. So just before this closing head tag, let's move it down, we're going to paste that complete code. Now without making any changes, let's just refresh our page. Alright, so we have our navigation bar in place. Now let's change few things so that it looks the way that the earlier one looks. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to increase the size. Alright, now, so it already has everything that we need. Now we want a darker tone towards the background. So bg-light will become bg-dark, and all of this CSS is already defined in Bootstrap CSS. So we don't need to make any changes, and down the road you will learn how to make these changes in classes to get the effect that you want. For example, with bg-dark it becomes darker, and this navbar.light, let's make it navbar-dark. Alright, so refresh that, and as you can see, it has quickly changed all the buttons to white color, which is much more visible now. Alright, so let's make some basic changes here. We don't need this navbar. We need, let's say, CJ Flask App. It looks more appropriate, maybe like this. Great. Now let's quickly change all of these functions here. We don't need it to go all of this. I'm just showing you how to make these changes, and you can select the pages that you want to show there. So for this particular example, I need a home link, and then I want it to go to our account, and then our about page. Now you already know that in our routes.py we had created this account route, this about route, and I have also created this register route. For now, let's delete this and we will create it together. Alright, so now we have home, about, and account. So since we already have that route defined, we can actually make these links work. For now, let's refresh it, and we have this home, account, about, and this disabled button, which we don't actually need. So it's right here, this from start of this link tag and up to the end of it. So let's delete that. Alright, now at the end of this page, I want the sign up and the login button. So let's go back to our Bootstrap, and this time click on this navs button. And we need some simple links, but we need them to be right defined. All of these are left defined. So this one is the center aligned, and this one is right defined. So let's copy this particular code, and now we're going to paste it. Now where should we paste it? Now this particular these items are actually inside this div tag. Alright, so this one. So whatever we place right after this unordered list will actually get stuck to this area. Alright, but we want it to be right defined, so we will paste it after all of these div elements. So let's, after this last closing div, let's paste this, and without making any changes, just refresh the page, and there we go, we have it. So now what's happening now? It has doubled that, and it is not showing in a proper way. So don't worry about that. We just need to make a small change. Let's make navbar class and then nav. So we need this class to make it inside of this particular tag, because so we don't need this disabled button here, and we also don't need this another link. So I'm going to delete both of them up to to this opening link tag, and we have this active button and this link. So the first one we need is sign up, and the other one we need as login. You can also name it register if you are not comfortable with sign up, but sign up looks good. So let's begin creating our routes. Alright, so we have this pound symbol here because these are all dummy links. Alright, so nothing is going to happen if we click on it. So let's quickly create the links right now. So in this home page, we are going to use Ginger templates, just like this one, this hyperlink reference that we created to our main.css. In this particular fashion, we are going to define these links as well. So we start off with this curly braces, and then we will type URL for function, and this time URL for function is going to simply take the function name. So that's why I've opened this in split mode. So we have defined the home page function for the home route. So this name will go inside the URL for function. So that's good. Now in account link, we wanted to send to this account function. All right. So it's quite simple, curly braces, and then inside URL for function, and inside that goes our function name. So that's account. Now I'm just going to quickly copy this because we want it to be done with this quickly. All right, now this one is about. See this about function. All right, so now let's save it just for security. Refresh it, and now let's try clicking on our link. So in account, good, it loads our account URL. If we had not created that account properly, for example, let's just delete this T because we do not have any function named account, so it will throw an error. Let's go to our home and see it has thrown an error that there is no endpoint named account. So let's fix that and refresh it, and great. Let's check about route. So the name is also updated on the left corner, as you can see. So all of our pages are working. Now this particular name, the brand name, it is not properly redirecting, so it is right here. So I'm just simply going to copy the hyperlink reference of home and then paste it just before this hyperlink reference. All right, so since both of them are going to go to home page, it's okay. Let's refresh it and click on it, and yes, now it's working. The same goes for sign up and login route as well. However, as you can see, we have not created any route for that. Even if we type something like this, like URL for, and then suppose we had named it register. All right, so it is not going to work. Let's refresh it, and it fails because we do not have an endpoint name register. So I hope by now you already know that we need a route for it. So let's create a route for it. Now start off with the decorator and decorator of app variable. All right, then access the methods, and then now state the endpoint, which is register. So first we need to create a route, and then we can use the URL function here. So we have created the register route as well. Now this name can be anything. This name does not equal to this name. All right, what we have written here is the function name, so we need to define a function with the same name. So register. All right, and now what this will return? It will return the register page from where the user can register, or the sign up page. So let's run the template, and we are going to create a template with the name register.html, and the title of that will be register or sign up, again as you prefer. So we have created this render template as well. Let's see, yes, it is properly finished. And now at this moment it is not going to work again, because when it will go to this URL, let's first of all refresh it, and our server has crashed. So let's just use the up arrow to bring down the last command that you have written, and just run the server. And now let's refresh the page. Good, so the page is refreshing properly. Now we have created this register route, right? So let's click on it, and boom, template not found. So as I said, we need a register.html that we have defined here. So where do we create it? Click on this Explorer, then hide this one. In templates, you need to create a register.html. So register.html. Alright, so now it is there. So same things are going to be applied here. We need to extend this layouts.html. Great. We also need this block content. And now let's close this block content. Now, as you notice that I have not copied and pasted this one because we don't need that one on the register page. If we do, we will manually create another JS just for this register page. For now, let's keep it simple. And in this, for now, let's write h1 tag and this. Let's say sign up. Alright, so let's say sign up. And this time our template is ready. So let's refresh the page and boom, it's working. So right now it looks very bland, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Our home page still needs work. So just last thing, we need to create a login file as well. So let's create this route as well. Now let's select all of this, Alt Shift and down arrow to copy it. And then the route name should be login. Define a function with the same name. Again, the render template name will be login.html. The title will be login. All right. And now let's make it smaller. Now in this last link, the login link, we can use the URL for function and then just type the function name, login. All right, so now all of our navigation links are working. Let's try clicking on it. So our server has failed. All right, now let's refresh it. It's working. So all of our links are now working. Sign up page is working. Login page is not working. Again, my bad. We will create a login page quickly. So login.html. All right, and since nearly everything is going to be same at this point, let's copy all of it from register.html inside this login.html and change this one to login. All right, let's refresh it and every single link is working. So now open our SEO checklist tool and now step by step, let's take a look. So our navigation bar is working. We have all the links set up. And now we need to work on this one. So I have used this card component of Bootstrap to display something at the center. After that we have a button and after that we have another message, and this can be configured in any way you want. So let's begin. All right, scroll quickly. All right, so this is that type that I have used. Now this is left aligned. I need something that is center aligned, which is this one. Now as you can see, it has this featured return, it has this 2 days ago return, but this center element is the same thing that I'm using here. All right, so don't worry, we are going to delete the elements that we do not need. So let's copy this code. And this code is especially for homepage. So we are not going to make this change in layouts.html. So click on homepage and simply after this opening block content code, let's paste it. And again, without changing anything, click on this home button and we have our code placed here. Now, since we want a full width card that spans from left to right, we have not put it inside a div. If we wanted, we could create a container div, for example, like this. Now, container div is predefined inside Bootstrap. Let me show you. So just above in layouts, you can click containers and see container class is already defined, and these are the width that you can expect from container. And this is what you can do with the small size, medium size, large size, and so on. So at the maximum width, I'm working with a Full HD monitor. So at the maximum width, it is going to span across 1400 pixels. So let's see what happens. This closing div will be at the very end after this closing div of this card. So right after there, let's refresh it and see it has created a block, a container with the width of 1400 pixels, and after this comes this card element. It would be better if I show you inspect element. Alright, so this is our navigation bar. Now this is our container. See, it spans across 1320 pixels. Now you can clearly see it. It spans across 1320 pixels. Now inside of there, let's expand it. Inside that we have this card element. So let's quickly just create something that resembles to this. Now we do not need this featured element. So I'm going to delete this featured element. And the same thing is to be done with this card footer. So from starting div to this closing div. Alright. Now this card title is actually our main line, something that grabs the user. So that's why I asked a question that if their keyword qualifies for the first page of Google. So since we are mocking up this page, let's just copy and paste it. And this H5 is going to be a little too small. See, this is already H5 and it looks too small. Let's refresh it and see, it looks too small. So I'm going to change it to H2. Alright, now this text is supposed to explain what they are going to get. Alright, so this one will become find out for free. And now p tag is again going to be a description tag, which is just too small. So I'm going to change it to H3. Sorry about that. Change it to H3 and let's close it. Alright, after this goes this button, which is our 7-day trial. So let's say 7 days trial period. So let's refresh the page. Alright, so we have everything set up. Now just after this we have this plans starting at $5 per month. So it is just a single line. Let's copy this find out for free and then paste it before this closing div. So let's paste it here and change the text to something that we want, that we have displayed here, like plans starting at $5 per month only. Alright, so we have created something that resembles like this. Now again, if you want a full width card, then you can delete this container from here and this closing div at the end. It will become full width. Let's refresh it. Alright, now this looks okay, but this one has a lot more room, a lot more padding, and it also has this yellow color. So everything that we are doing here comes with a CSS styling. Right now we are using the default style. So we will make some manual changes inside main.css to make it look the way we want it to be. Before this, we can either use these break tags to create some line breaks. So let's create 3 line breaks here. Let's refresh it. See, it goes down. After this, we are going to create 2 line breaks, and since this button looks a little too smushed between find out for free and here, we are going to place one line break between them. And just before here, let's create another BR tag. Great. So we have created again something that resembles like this. If you think that there's a little too much padding here, then you can trim that down. Alright, so now that we have created something like this, what do we actually need to do to create a background, a blue background here? It's very simple. You just need to find out the element that goes right here in this card and then change the background blue. Like this background color is this. So let's change anything and see it is changing. So if you change the dot card element, then it will change all dot card elements, which is not going to be good. So we are going to wrap all of our code that is inside of this, and that's why I have created individual content blocks so that we can apply custom CSS in every single one of them. So let's start with this one. Let's change the name to block content A and then end block content A. And now you need to remember that if you change the name here, you need to change it in layouts as well. So right here where we have opened this layouts.html, let's navigate to this block content and make it content block A, and then content block A. Alright, so let's hide it again. So in this we are going to wrap all of that code inside a div, and let's make it content A div. Alright, so with this we can actually manipulate every single code that we are using inside of it. It is going to be full widths. We are not going to have a problem with our widths. Let's refresh the page. See, no change there. And now let's open our main.css. So in our Explorer, click on static and then main.css. Inside we don't need these test codes. Let's delete them, and we are going to code for content A. So that's a class, so dot content A, curly braces, and let's make it a background of dark blue. Okay, so it is not applying. Why? Because the card element already has a background of white applicable there. So for this to work, we need to make one more change. So let's type content A, and in that dot card class, and let's make it background none. Alright, so let's now refresh it and see, it's working. So we want this particular color, so let's right click on it, inspect element, and we want this section A color, so that's background. So we have this background in card body, so let's just copy it, and you can also make it like dot content A dot card body, that is card dash body. It's card dash body. In that we can place a background color of the one that we copied. So this, let's refresh it and see, now it's working. So everything is currently white. So let's say the color will be, let's refresh it, and boom. So now it looks much better. And this is how you create blocks by blocks and then create a page like this. Now after this we have this another section, then this section, and then this section. So I created multiple blocks inside layouts.html. So just like we have created this block content A and end block content A, let's copy them, or just press Alt Shift and then down arrow one time, 2, 3. So we have these 4 blocks here with us. Let's quickly rename them content block B and then end content block B. Alright, so all of these blocks are empty, and unless you use them in your homepage.html, unless you use them, they are going to be empty. They are not going to mess with the rest of your code. So it's up to you whether you want to use them or not. Alright, so let's begin creating the next element, which is just after this end block content A. Alright, in here we need a form element. So we will cover forms in the next video, so make sure to watch the next video, because we are going to cover how to create forms and then make user login page. Alright, so this is our form area, and after this we have this content block C. Now this content block C is right here, something that you want to display to your readers. This is what is all entitled. You can display anything. You can also display testimonials. You can also display a carousel of images, something that you have done, a portfolio. Alright, so this is content block C, and right after this we are going to paste content block D. Alright, so I'm going to leave this area empty. See, this is form area, and right after this we have this what is all in title, which is, as you can see, which is as same as this one. So we can clearly use this card body layout. So from this div up to this div, you can paste it in content block C here, and let's refresh it. See, so it is same as the first one. I just changed few things. All right, so let's change it quickly. What is all in title, and a simple explanation of what it is. So let's copy this one, and we don't need an h3 class there. We need only a paragraph class there. So that's p tag, and delete this find out for free. We need this button to say sign up for free, not 7 days trial period, because we want to keep the sign up for free at multiple locations so that the user does not need to scroll back up to sign up to an account. We need that right in their face. All right, now let's refresh this page, and boom. So this one looks exactly, because I did not use any styling there. Sometimes simple looks better. All right, so after this we have created this purple block with 2 images comparing all in title results of types of health insurance plans. You can do the same if you want to compare some things, or as I said, you can create a slider there. For this example, I am going to create a slider. So in containers, you need to click on components, and after that carousel. Now you have multiple options to create a carousel, like this first slide, or you can create this type of slider, again this button slider, and then this slide label. See, but we are going to try something simple. So this one we are going to use this. Let's copy this code. And I know that you might be thinking that I'm just copying and pasting codes, but that's how most of the programming works. You don't always need to figure out some algorithm to some problem. Most of the time the code is already there. You just need to use your imagination, your creativity to make something out of that already predefined code. So let's paste it in content D, and simply let's refresh it. And right now I know you cannot see anything except for these 3 little dots in the left corner. We need images to showcase there, and we also need it to be at the center because we do not want it to completely span across left and right. So for this one we absolutely do need a container div. So let's create a container class, and the last closing div will go at the very last, just before this end block. Let's refresh the page, and see, our 3 little dots came at the near center of it. So now we need 3 images. If you think that this still looks way too big, you can create grid system using grid from Bootstrap. So let's click on grid, and you have multiple options here, like this one of 3 columns, and then these half columns. So we can create anything with this. It does look very large to me as well. It is actually going to span from here to here. It's really too large. What I'm looking for is 2/3 of this place and 1/3 of this place. So I need this one to be large and this one to be just 1/3 of it. So do we have something like this? Let's see. So this is properly organized. Now this is column 8 and this is column 4. Maybe this would be better, the 12 column system with column small 8 here and then column small 4 here. So let's copy this particular code from div class row to just this closing div, because we need only 2 elements. Let's copy this, and just after this container paste this, and let's delete this column small 8 text, and within this we are going to place our carousel code. I have made it small so that it is easier to copy. So let's cut it. So let's paste it inside the text area that we had deleted before. Now let's go back to our home page, let's refresh it, and boom. So now this width This looks much better, and on this side we have this column small 4, and we might be using it to display some information about the images on the left hand side. So now we need 3 images. Now how do we do that? We already have every code set up. We even have this image source code here. So we just need to define a URL of the images. Alright, to make it work, we need images. Alright, so I have saved few images in my downloads folder. Now let's move them, cut it, and inside our desktop code Java Flask, inside our static folder, we are going to create a new folder. Let's say theme_pics. Alright, and inside we are going to paste these backgrounds. Now if this was a production website, I would have saved images with same width and same height. Alright, so let's see, in this Explorer we have this theme pics folder now created, and inside we have these backgrounds. So these are there. Now we will create, let's click on home page. Now we will create the URL for function for these images. So let's create that. Start off with curly braces, then URL for, and then the first argument will be the folder name, that's static, and after that comma, second argument will be file name is equal to, and then these are in my theme_pics slash, and then the name of the file. So first file name is background1.jpg. let's cross check it. Yes, so JPEG that is. Now after that we are going to make sure that we have closed it. Let's make it larger. Alright, so let's paste them in this source. The second one, I've renamed them to these background 1, 2, 3 so that they are easier to edit. And that's the third one. Now after placing all of these, let's refresh the page. Alright, so our images are here, and this is why you need proper aspect ratio and equal width and height of these images. Okay, so just one of those images is working correctly. Alright, so this one, second one. So this image is not working correctly. So let's see what is the problem here, because we have copied and pasted it correctly, but still. So this one is JPG. See how much difference that is makes. So let's delete that, and now let's refresh the page. So that's first image, that's second image, and that's third image. Alright, so we have created this slider, and you can mix and match by going to Bootstrap, then components, and then carousel, and then create your own taste of carousel. And in the right column you can display some information. So this column small 4, let's display that nature is, let's refresh it. So nature is blessed, and indeed it is. Now you might be seeing that it is stuck at the very bottom of it, because we have not defined any padding or margin around our container. So let's define some. Let's make it the margin bottom of 4 rem. Let's refresh it. And see, now it is properly showing. Alright, so let's begin creating our register page and login page. So currently our sign up page looks like this. It's pretty bland and empty. So we are going to create forms, and it starts in 3 steps. First of all, we are going to create a forms.py file and create all our models for the form. Secondly, we are going to edit our template files for register, this one, and login page. Alright, and finally the third part is editing the routes file to add that form, so that we can instantiate that form class and display the form in our register and login templates. Alright, so let's get started. So we are going to do this with the help of WT forms. So without further ado, let's just close our server and let's pip install flask-wtf. That's all you need to do. So I currently already have it installed, but still, so requirements are satisfied. So with it you will get all the dependencies Alright, so let's begin creating the forms. I'm going to create forms.py. So click on code jana_flask so that we are in the right directory, and then forms.py. Alright, so let's begin importing our classes. First of all, we are going to import Flask form from Flask_WTF import Flask form. Alright, so we are going to inherit our forms from Flask form. So let's begin creating our forms. We need two classes, one for register form and one for login form. So class registration form, and I'm using the camel casing here, and it is going to inherit from Flask form. So that would be the argument here. After that, you need to decide what fields you want to show in your registration form. So I'm going to show these fields: username, after that email, then password, and then confirm password. Notice that I have used underscore between confirm password. After that, you simply need a submit button. Now we have assigned variables for the fields that we want to use. Now after this, you are going to create fields regarding these variables. So username and email are going to be a string field, password and confirm password are going to be password field, and submit button is going to come from a submit field. So all of these are predefined in WT forms. So let's begin importing them first. From WT forms, import first of all string field, then password field, and finally the submit field. Alright, so first we'll instantiate the string field, and it will take few arguments. First of all, it's going to take a label, as you can see here. It would be a keyword argument, but you don't need to type label is equal to. You can simply write like this as well, username, but I like to use keyword arguments. So I'm going to do label is equal to and then username. Now this username, this text appears on the front end, so you want to showcase what you want the visitor to see on your website. After the label, as you can see, we can define some validators. Validators are what makes a form useful. Suppose you want to check for a username length. Alright, maybe you don't want a name that's like 20 or 30 characters long. You only want 15 characters long, and you don't want a name that's only 3 characters long. So you can define all of these in validators. Same goes for this password and confirm password field. You want WT forms to actually compare both of them before submitting the form. So all of this functionality is already predefined, and we just have to put some arguments here. However, before using validators, you need to import the validators from WT forms. So let's do that now. From WT forms .validators. So as you can see, we have all of these validators right before us. So we are going to use the data required field, we are going to use the length field, and then we are going to use the equal to field in their respective places. So data required validator will not accept the form until a data is input by the user. Now validators are used within a list. So let's create that. Within this list, we are going to put our validators and separate them by comma. So first of all, we are going to use a data required and make sure to use parentheses there. After that, we are going to use the length, and the minimum length will be 3 characters. Separate that by comma, and the max length, let's say it's 20 characters. So it will check for minimum 3 characters in username and maximum of 20 characters. Let's begin creating the email. It's also a string field. The label would be email. After that, we are going to pass some validators, and the validators, again, we are going to use a list, data required, and I forgot to import the email validator because we want to validate this field as an email. So we're going to use that. So now we have validators in place for email. So password field, it will be a password field. The label would be password. Now this field will have validator of data required as always, because we don't want to have an empty password field input by the user. All right, after that I'm going to pass the length field so that the length of the password is calculated just like the username, and the minimum I want it to be at least 6 characters long. The maximum I'd like it to be 16 characters long. Alright, so after this, confirm password field is nearly the same as password. So let's do that. This label is going to be confirm password. Alright, and then it's going to have validators of again the data required. This equal to validator will already verify whether confirm password field is the same as password field, so we don't need anything else there. Now this equal to validator will take one argument, the variable to which you want to compare it to. In our example, we want it to compare to this password variable, so let's do that. Alright, now let's create our submit field. Now the submit field is not going to take a whole lot, so let's just do a sign up here. You can enter register or anything else, and I forgot about the label. There we go. Alright, so our registration form is ready and our login form is going to be a little similar. So after selecting all the fields, press Alt, Shift and then down arrow to copy it, and then we are going to shift it one line below. So we don't need this confirm password field in our login form, and this sign up button will say login. All right, so let's just change this one, and we need this to be called login form, so it will have a username, email, password. Now you can delete either username or email depending on your preference. So I'm going to use the email there, so I'm going to delete username. We only want these fields to appear, and we have our forms ready. So our first step is ready. So our second step is regarding our register template and our login template. So let's go there now, templates, and then register. So currently we don't have anything fancy here. To make it look a little better, I'm just going to create some blocks. So let's say container, and the container of width, let's say 50% of the total width. All right, so let's begin creating our form. So let's type form, and currently we don't need an action, but we do need a method. Since this form is going to be posting our data, the method used here is post. So this one right here. After that, move this a little below. Now after starting the form, you need to use a CSRF token from WTF Flask, and it is really easy to include that via these Jinja codes. So it derives from form that we are going to define in our routes file. So bear with me here. Form.hidden underscore tag. So this will ensure that we are safe from some CSRF attacks, which is cross-site reference forgery. Alright, so let's begin creating our field sets. And in this, we are going to have some field groups regarding our fields. Okay, so we are going to have some field forms here regarding our username, email, password, confirm password, and submit button. So let's begin creating them. First of all, if you want to show some heading before your form, you can use the legend. Right, let's type join today, or maybe sign up now for an account, whatever you like. And let's give it a class of border bottom and a margin bottom of 4. All right, so after this we are going to create form groups. So that's dot form dash group. All right, so now we are going to create the first field regarding form.username label, and all of this is going to come from the form that we are going to instantiate in routes.py. So after this, after the label, let's give it a class of form-control-lib. All right, and let's copy this, same thing, select it, Alt Shift and then down arrow, and delete this dot label, because now we are going to show the field itself. So that's form.username. And let's delete this dash label from the class as well. And we are also going to use the form control dash large class from Bootstrap. So that's it. That's all you need to do to create a field. All right. Now let me stop right here because now it's going to get a little complicated, and let's see how it looks right now. So now we are going to instantiate that form that we created in forms.py. This right here. So in routes.py, we are going to import those classes. So again, from code Jana Flask, this folder right here, dot, and then forms. We want to access this file, import, first of all, registration form, and then the login form. Now we're going to instantiate the registration form in our register function. So that's form is equal to and then registration form. Now add this form in our render template arguments. So form is equal to form. Now this variable here is the same one that we are using in our register HTML. All right, so this, and that's why we could access the methods inside of it. All of these methods are predefined when we instantiate our form. So I think we are done here. All right, now Python run.py. All right, so it is giving us an error, install email validate, and you may encounter this error. See, what happens is WT Forms already has this email validator support in it, but if for some reason it doesn't download and install it when we pip install WT Forms, then you need to do it manually. So I'm going to do it manually. Pip install email_validator. Alright, so now let's try to run our code, and the server has started successfully. So let's open it, and now we are going to click on sign up button. Alright, so it is saying a secret key is required to use CSRF, the token that I told you you need to avoid some attacks. So we use that token in here, form.hidden tag. And we need a secret key in order to verify that the token is valid. So that's done in our init file because we are initializing app configuration from this file. So let's do that. We are going to access the config method of this app variable. So it's right here. And after that, we are going to provide it a secret key, and please do mind that it's going to be in all caps. All right. So for now, I'm going to keep the secret key as plain as this is first Flask app. That's it. However, it's not the safest and best practice. So let's try to run our server again. All right, it's running. And now we are going to refresh it. And there we go. So our form has loaded, and I only created this username field because there are some things that you need to take care of. Now I need a submit button as well to showcase you why I created just one field. So in register, I'm just going to create the submit button as well. All right. So after this closing field set, after this, I'm going to create a field group. So that's field-group. And in this field group, I'm going to create that submit button. So we are going to access the form variable, and inside that we have this submit field created. Now we are going to assign some classes in it, and I'm going to give it the btn class of Bootstrap. And there we go. So our button is created. Again, I'm just going to simply refresh it. So we have this sign up button. Now this is what I want to show you. Let's submit a blank field. See, it is clearly saying us, please fill out this field, but it is not showing us what's the problem with it. Now, since we have a username character limit between 3 to 20 characters, let's try to submit just A there. And so currently the method is not allowed because we have not displayed appropriate methods here. So let's click on routes, and this app route register will take methods list. So methods is equal to, we are going to define the post method here and get method here. So after making this change, and our server has crashed, so let's turn it on. And now we are going to just submit this form again. Alright, so nothing has happened, and it has also not enforced any error. It should have said that you have not defined a character, then you need a username between 3 to 20 characters, a limit that we enforced in our forms. See, the length should be between 3 to 20. But it did not say us because we have not displayed any errors. And same thing is going to happen with email, password, confirm password fields. So if I were to create all of these fields in my register template, it's going to complicate things further. So I'm going to take care of them right now, and then we are going to replicate the code with each field as we go along. Alright, so first of all, we are going to display the errors. So just after this label, I'm going to handle the errors. So let's just start a conditional for when the errors occur. So if form.username.errors, and it's saying that if it does have error, then do this. And we are going to close that if statement as well, and if, so that we don't forget to close this if statement properly. After that, we are going to display that form, and we can just copy this and just paste it in this place. All right, now since this particular field has errors, we need a Bootstrap class there. After form control -lg, we need isInvalid class, so that it will render it with a red underline. And right after that, we are going to display that particular error. So if there are multiple errors, we are just going to loop through them. So for error in form.username.errors, so that's for multiple errors, and we are going to display each error individually. So we are just going to use a span and just display that error one by one if there are multiple errors. Alright, so now it will display the errors in this span. So now we are going to close this for loop. Alright, so end for. So after this, we want to display the field if there are no errors. So now we need the else statement. Else display this field, and it goes just after this else statement. Alright, so now that we have handled the errors and displayed them correctly after the field, let's just check it out. Our next step is to display these errors when we submit the form. Alright, so now in our routes.py file, we are going to validate our form on submit. For that, we need to use a conditional statement. If form.validate on submit. Alright, this is what we are going to do. So now if our form is valid, let's just redirect them to our home page. Alright, and this URL for function will take the name of the home page function. Alright, let me just show you. So this right here, we need to type the function name and not the route name. Okay, now to use this redirect function, we are going to import it from Flask. So after this URL for function, let's just import redirect. Alright, so let's restart the server now. Let's click on it. Okay, so our page is loaded. Click on sign up button, and now let's submit just an empty field. Alright, so it has correctly displayed it, and now let's check whether it verifies the character length. So I'm just going to type AB, and remember that we have set the character limit from 3 characters to 20 characters, so it should not submit the form. Alright, so we do have an error. So we have handled the error successfully, and now we are going to do the same thing with the email, the password, the confirm password. Alright, so it's really easy, very simple. Just copy all of this Actually, let's just copy from this div to this form group and press Alt Shift and then 1, 2, 3. So now let's come to the top, and this one is for username, this one is for email. So just double click it to select it, then press Alt and then select the second one and third, fourth, fifth. So by this way you have selected all usernames that are coming in this particular area, and then you can simply type email, and this is known as multi-line editing. So after that you will just scroll a little, and this is for password. So press Alt, double click, keep clicking. All right, and now we're going to type password, and finally this area is for confirm password. So let's confirm the password with an underscore. Great. Now let's just move towards our app and refresh it, and great. So we do have our username, email, password, confirm password fields, and this sign up button is actually very small to the top. So I'm just going to give it this form group margin top of 4 with this. There we go. So after this, let's just submit this empty form, and yes, all of them are now red. And let's just type some fake data, 2 characters in here, and this gibberish here, and unmatched password here. So all of them are showing error, but they're not showing which error. So I accidentally made a blunder that this error is supposed to be in the Ginger template. So let's do that. I'll just copy this and see, small things matter a lot. And here, so now this particular variable is going to come from this for loop, and now I'm really sure that our code should work fine. So let's just click on sign up button again, one here, and then a gibberish here, unmatched password here. All right, so now it is clearly saying that the field must be between 3 to 20 invalid email address, and the field must be 6 to 16 characters long. And remember that we have also used the length validator in password field, and it is also saying that these two fields must be equal. This field must be equal to the password field. So our form validation is working perfectly. So now let's type something that actually makes sense. So that's email address, and then the email and password, let's say 123456, and then confirm password 123456, and again very bad password, but still let's click on sign up, and boom, it has successfully redirected us to the home page, which we have set the redirection to. All right, so our form is working really fine. I'm really glad with it. Now let's click on the login button, and our login page is empty, very barren. But don't worry, nearly all of these fields with their validation are required in the login page as well. Let's click on the login page. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy the register template completely. Click on login and just delete all of this and just paste it. So what we don't need in this, well, first of all, since we are going to be using the email and password fields only, we can remove this username field. All right, so from this div to this opening div, let's delete that. After that, we don't need this confirm password field. So from this closing to this opening, let's delete that as well. And our legend is currently saying join today. So let's change it to login. All right, so let's just check our login page. Let's refresh it. A form is currently undefined. Okay, so I hope by now you already know that after making changes in our HTML file, we are going to click on routes and then click on this login. And first thing first, we need to add the list of methods that it's going to accept. So first one will be post and second will be get. All right, after that we are going to instantiate that form. So that form is actually the login form. So we have instantiated that, and again form is equal to form, and same thing, this if form validation. So let's just copy it. All right, now here I'm going to change something, that in our register page I'm redirecting the user to our home page, but that doesn't make sense a lot. We want the user to be redirected to our login page. So let's just select home page and then type login here. So this particular login account, this should go to our account page. So let's do account there, and everything else is great. So let's just refresh the page. And our server might have crashed, and yes it did. So let's just run it again. All right, let's refresh the page. Great, so our login page is there as well. Now since we do not have any user to validate this change, I'm going to create a dummy user. For now, let's just check whether the validation is working properly or not. So let's log in, and yes, both of them have highlighted properly. Now we are going to set up a fake validation. So to properly validate this, how would it validate? Now beneath this we are going to create another conditional. So form.email.data equals, let's just say, krishna@codejana.com. all right, and since both email and password must match, we are going to use AND. So end form.password.data must match with 1 2 3 4 5 6. So if this condition does match, then we can redirect the user to this page, account page. All right, so let's just put it here. Otherwise, let's just return them to our home page. This account page is only going to be accessible if the user types this email and this password. Now ideally we would like to display a flash message that the user has successfully logged in, and we are going to do that in just a moment. So let's check this first. Alright, server is running. So let's refresh this. Let's just click login, and let's just say this one, that john@gmail.com, password, let's say password, login. So we have redirected back to home. So the login was not accepted. Let's click on login again, and this time I'm going to type krishna@codejana.com, and password will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's log in, and yes, we have successfully redirected to account page. Great. So our redirection is working perfectly, our forms are working perfectly. So now we are going to do that flash message thing so that the user can get some actual input on whether the login and registration was successful or not, and we call that a flash message. Let's start adding it right here. So first of all, from Flask we are going to import the flash function, and in registration, after successful registration, after this form.validate on submit, let's just display this message. Let's take care of this indent first, and we are going to do an formatted string. So account created successfully for, and this time I'm going to use the placeholder for the variable here. So form.username.data. Now form.username will pull out an object, and inside that object, this .data will pull out the name of the user from the form. Okay, so after this flash function takes two arguments. First one is the message and the second one is a category. See there? So let's type a category of success for a successful account creation. And this is a Bootstrap category, so that when we render this flash message, it's going to show us in a really great green color. And please don't mind this noise. Someone is actually washing the clothes. So sorry about that. Now, after this, we can do the same in our login page. So let's just copy this entire line. And after a successful validation, let's just print a message here. So this was successfully created and we want to redirect them to account. However, in our else statement, we don't want them to redirect to our home page. We want them to stay in our login page so that they can try again. But this time, if it fails, if it matches perfectly, great, the category will be success. But if it fails, then the category will be danger, which becomes a bright red color. And account, and this one, let's change it. Let's change it to login unsuccessful. Let's just pull that information. All right, and this one, let's just say login successful. All right, so both of those messages look great. Now that we have created this message, now we need to display this message. And to be able to display this message throughout our website, we need to make the change in layouts.html. Okay, so let's begin displaying our message. So just after this opening body section, and please do mind that we don't need to make this change inside our blocks, just after this opening body section. So now I want this to be at the center of it. So I'm going to create a container div with a width of 50%. All right, so inside it, I'm going to just display this message. So let's do that. And please bear with me here. So with messages, and we are going to assign a messages variable, and it's going to get the messages from get flashed messages function. And here we are going to just enable the categories by stating it to true. All right, so with messages and categories true, we are going to get two values. But before we do that, I'm going to just close this with message, because sometimes we do forget to close this and then the code breaks. So it's going to give us two values. So what we are going to do is we are going to check whether there are messages or not. So we need a conditional statement. So if there are messages, so if messages, then again we are going to first close this if block. So if there are messages, now we can run a for loop and display those messages one by one. So for category and message in messages, and as I told you that this particular statement is going to deliver us two values. So now let's close this for again. So and for, and now we are going to just display an alert class. So dot alert, and then alert, and then the category. So the category will be either success or danger, the category that we have passed in our routes.py. So this category will be pulled in this area. So in case of a successful message, it's going to deliver us the category of success. In case of invalidation, it's going to deliver us a danger category. So I think we are set up. So let's display the category here. And just within this, we are going to display the message. All right, so that is it. And let's check whether we have closed everything or not. So after this, and for, and if, and with. Great. So now our server has crashed. So let's restart our server. And we have not closed something perfectly. So return redirect in the login page. So routes, actually here. So now it is fixed. Okay. So our server is running. Let's check. Let's refresh it. Now with categories. Okay, so it has failed because we made a spelling error. So let's just go to layouts and then fix it. And let's refresh the page, and great, it's working. So now let's go to our sign up page and just type a valid information. So that's John and email john@gmail. Let's do a similar password here as well. Let's sign up. Okay, so the name success is not defined. Things break a lot when you kind of don't pay enough attention, and for some reason I'm having trouble today in keeping the attention on going. So this success in danger, I can't believe I actually made that error. All of this are supposed to be in string form, so there we go, just above as well, and we did. I'm sure you must have noticed it. So start login form has no username. So form dot email dot data, form dot email dot data. Okay, so now that we have made necessary changes, we have created this alert message. So let's see if we can see it properly or not. So let's click on our server and sign up. And this time we are going to put some valid information. So a valid password there, sign up, and great. So account created successfully for John. Great. And now let's log in. So john@gmail, we have successfully redirected as well to this login page. So john@gmail.com, and password will be anything, but right now we cannot log in via this email. Now you already know that we don't have a database set up to store this sign up information. So we are going to just test our krishna@codejana.com, so to see whether our message displays perfectly or not. So let's do the password there. Great, so login successful for this particular email. Great. Now what if we had entered this email and an incorrect password? So let's do anything here. Let's log in, and boom, so login unsuccessful for john@gmail.com, and it has redirected us back to login page so that we can try again. Alright, so in this video I'm going to tell you how to create a database. We are going to use Flask SQLAlchemy to create our database, and for this video we are going to focus on SQLite. Now if this was a production environment, I would highly suggest you to go with Postgres SQL. In my next video, I'm going to cover Postgres SQL with Flask, so make sure to watch it as well. Alright, so let's get to it. Alright, so first of all, let's verify that our app is currently working or not. So let's activate our environment first. So env scripts and then activate. So our environment is active. Now python run.py. Alright, so now open the page, and there we go. So our website is running. So this is the sign up page, and now let's create krishna@codejana.com, password 123456. So currently the message is being displayed perfectly, no problems there. But how about we try to log in from that user? So krishna@codejana.com, password 123456, and login. So login is working as well. Now we have currently hard-coded the registration and login. As you can see, if the form email data, which means that the email entered by the user matches krishna@codejana.com and the password matches 123456, then this message will be displayed. However, currently no data is being saved in our database because we currently don't have it. So for example, if I had created another user, for example joe@gmail.com, password, let's say password, confirm password of password. So let's sign up. Alright, so I did a mistake there. Let's sign up. Okay, so the message is currently fine, account successfully created, but is it though? So let's say joe@gmail.com, the password was password. Let's log in, and see, login unsuccessful, because currently there is no database to check all of this information. So let's begin creating our database. So first of all, I'm going to close this server, Control C to close it, and then we are going to install the Flask SQLAlchemy library. So it is just as simple: pip install flask-SQLAlchemy. Alright, so I already have it installed, but in your case it is going to go online and then install it. Alright, so it's done. Let's just clear our screen. Alright, so creating a database takes 3 steps. First of all, we are going to initialize the database from init.py. After that, we are going to create a models.py file, and then we are going to edit routes.py to actually save the information in our database. So let's begin initializing our database. Alright, from the top, from Flask_SQLAlchemy, import SQLAlchemy. So we are going to import this class. After that, we need to configure this app. So app.config, and in here we are going to assign a database URI, which is the resource identifier for this file that we are going to save. So that's SQLAlchemy_database_URI. Alright, and that equals to SQLite, and then colon, and then // and now if you want to create a separate folder for keeping your database files separate, then you can create them right now. So click on codejana_flask just to be safe, and then click on this new folder and type database. Alright, so now we have created the database folder, and we can name it right here. So database, and then / and the name of the database file that we are going to create. So for this one, I'm just going to type cjflask.db. Alright, so now we have configured the app as well. And finally, we are going to initialize the SQLAlchemy class with this variable. So db is equal to SQLAlchemy, and then we are going to pass app as the argument. So this will initialize the database files inside of SQLAlchemy. Alright, so that's all we need to do. Now after this, as I said, that we are going to create a models.py file so that we can create models of each field that we are going to use. So let's create them. Now click on codejana_flask again just to be safe, click on new file, and then models.py. Now inside of it, first of all, we are going to import that DB that we have initialized here. So how do we do that? Click on models, and then from codejana_flask, which is again this folder right here, inside of it, import db. That's it. See, it is going to look for init file by default, and in that init file, then it is going to look for this db variable, and if it is there, then it is going to import it. Alright, so now let's create our class for user, because for this video we are just going to focus on the user information. Alright, so let's begin creating it. So that's class and then user, and this user is going to inherit from db.model. So db.model, and this is how we are going to be creating a table user, and inside of that we are going to have all of these columns. Alright, so let's begin creating it. First of all, we are going to need an ID, and it is a unique ID, the primary key by which each and every row is configured. After that, we are going to have a username entered by the user, then an email. After that, now if you want the user to be able to, add the profile picture later at some point, you can assign a column right here, and later you can configure the account page to accept or upload a profile picture. So that's image_file, and don't worry, we are going to be creating account page as well in later video. After that, we are going to need a password, and finally, this is for the sake of taking a note of when a user has created their account. So that's why we are going to use a date created variable. Now from the top, id is equal to db.column. So all of these variables are going to instantiate each class inside our database models. All right. So in db.column, this ID is supposed to be integer. So there we go. And as I told you that this is the primary key, a unique key that is assigned. So that's true. Now the username is going to be a string. So first of all, it's going to inherit from column, and then it is going to be a string. Now, according to your choice, you can either create a 20 characters limit or 30 characters limit, but for me 20 characters is good enough. Now we want the usernames to be unique. We don't want duplicate usernames. So let's do the unique is equal to true. And then we do not want empty fields here. So nullable will be false. Now email. So kind of in similar fashion, we can just copy and paste email here as well. Now only change that we are going to make is this string length, because emails tend to become larger. So we are going to have 120 characters in email. Now emails are also supposed to be unique, so that's true as well. And we do not want empty email field, so nullable is false. All right, so image file, it is going to inherit from the same DB column, and then again it is going to be a string. Now this is not how you display the image. This is just for storing the name of the image, so that later we are going to append the path of the image with the name of the image, and by combining both of those things we are going to be displaying the image. It will be more clear when we are creating our account page. So just bear with me here and create this field. So the name we are going to be using is going to be around 20 characters long, and let's say we don't want an empty field here, so nullable will be false. And currently we are going to have a default image name. So that's default.jpg, and that's going to be in string form. There we go. So we don't have to provide an image file name right on the spot, because as you can see, I'm just going to start my server. So that's python run.py. Let's click on it. And as you can see, we do not have a field for accepting an image. That's why we are going to provide a default name for this image, so that later at some point we can add the image. All right, but we need to create this column as we are creating this user model. Now password, in similar fashion, the password is going to inherit from db.column and then db.string. Now currently for this video, I'm going to have text-based password. We are not going to encrypt it in this video because that will complicate things a little. We are just going to have a text-based password, but in my next video I'm going to show you how to encrypt password before saving it in the database. All right, so for this one we are just going to have a string of 20 characters. Now the passwords can be duplicates, so we don't need the unique to be true, but we do need this nullable is equal to false, because we do not want empty password field. All right, now finally date created field. Now this is not going to be a string. This is going to be a date time function from DB model. Now we want to add the date dynamically at the time of sign up. All right, so we are going to use the date time function. So the default value will be date time and then UTC now. Now as you might have already seen, that UTC now is a function that you need to call in order to have the current date appear. But if we do this, then at the time of creation of this table, it is going to be fixed at 5 October 2020. But we don't want that. We want this to be dynamically added when the user creates their account. So we won't call this function, we just need to reference to that function. I hope that's clear. Now datetime function is not a property of SQLAlchemy. So we need to import it from datetime. So from datetime, import datetime. And that's it. So our user model is complete. Now currently if we query for this user, we are not going to have any result because we are not displaying any result. For that we are going to use repr dunder function. So let's create that. It will take self as the argument, and self refers to this user class. All right. After that, what we want to return, so we want to return this message. So I'm going to make it a formatted string. Now what we are going to return? Now we are going to return the username, email and date created. We don't need to see any other information when we call that user model. Alright, so let's use these braces and then self.username. In similar fashion, we are going to have self.email and then finally we are going to have self.date_created, and that's it. Our REPR function is finished. So now when we call this particular user model, we are going to have username, email and date created of that user. Now you will understand this in this next step because we are very close to creating our database. So let's do that right now. I'm going to close this server and let's start our Python terminal. Alright. So now from codejana_flask import db, which is again saying that go inside this codejana flask, look for db variable which is inside our init file. It happens automatically, you don't need to do anything else, so don't worry about this warning. Alright, so now from codejana_flask dot models import user. See right here, this is what we have set. From codejana_flask import db. It will load up the database. Alright, after that we are going to tell it that go inside this models module and bring out the user class or user model that we have created. So let's press enter. Alright, so I have made a blunder there. True is not supposed to be in a small form. I'm truly sorry here. And there we go. So now let's do that again. And there we go. So currently we don't see anything. And why is that? Because still our database tables are not created. So after importing the DB, we need to create our tables. For that we have a command db.create_all. Alright, so as you can see in our database folder, we have cjflask.db. And now let's import our user model. So from codejana_flask models import user, and now you must learn all of these queries that I'm going to show you further, because you're going to be using these queries to query all the information inside a database. So first of all, the most important one is the query all, and it is showing us an empty list because we do not have any information saved in our database. So how about we do that now? For that we need to change our routes.py file. And as always, we are going to import our database from codejana_flask. So just like we have imported this app variable, we are going to import db as well. Now after importing the database, we are going to import the user class from this models.py. So let's do that. From codejana_flask dot models import that user class that we have created. Alright, so now after validating our form, we are going to add a user. So that becomes user is equal to user, and this refers to the user class. Alright, so in parentheses it is going to accept some arguments, and what those arguments are going to be, all of these fields that we have created here. Now we do not need to send an ID or all of these values that we have set a default of. So we only need to enter the username and then the email and then the password. Only this information is going to be needed. So let's do that. So username is equal to form.username.data. Since we have already instantiated our form here, it is going to accept form.username, so the username field, and then the data of it, which is the value of that field. Alright, so for email, we are going to accept form.email.data, and in similar fashion, it is going to accept the password. So form.password.data. Now, so our user has been created. However, it will not be saved inside the database. So how about we do that? Now we are going to add that user in our database. For that, we need to do db.session.add, and now in arguments we are going to pass this user variable that has instantiated this user class with all of this information. After that, we are going to commit these changes. So db.session.commit, and no argument is going to be required there. So how about we just run our app and see if the information is currently being added to the database or not. So I'm going to exit out of this Python terminal, and then we are going to start our server. There we go. So let's open it. Click on sign up, and now we are going to add a different user. All right, CJ user. All right, then cjuser@gmail.com. The password will be, for simplicity, let's say 987654. All right, 987654. Sign up. So no errors there. Account created successfully for CJ user. However, we cannot log in from that user because our login function still has these values. Don't worry, we are going to do that just next. For now, let's query our database for the latest values. So let's close this server, access the Python terminal, and this time, and the same thing, from codejana_flask import db. It is very important to import the database first. After that, from codejana_flask.models, so models module, import the user class. There we go. Now we're going to query our database. So user.query.all, and yes, we have that user in our list. Now let's say we want to find out rest of the values. For example, we had the ID, the password, the image file. Where are they? Well, this information was displayed using our REPR function. We can add more information in here and it will be displayed when we query our database. But currently we don't need to do that. If we want to find out the password or ID of this user, we first need to filter our results. So let's say user is equal to user.query.first. All right, and now ask for user. There we go. So we have the same information. All right, but this time we can do user.id, and yes, we have the ID of 1 there. After that, we can do user.password, and yep, in plain text we have 987654, and that's why it is not safe to just use your password in text format. Always remember to encrypt your password before saving it in the database, because if somehow someone accesses your database file, they will have all of this information and they can use it however they want. So in my next video, I'm going to tell you how to encrypt it. All right, so now we have successfully added the information from our form. Now I cannot access the form, so that's why I have opened it in this tab, because our server is currently closed, and if I refresh it, the page is going to crash. So from this form, we have successfully added the information in our database, as you can see right here. So now we are going to change our login function so that we can log in via that information. All right, so currently we are just verifying form.email.data, which is obviously the information that is input by the user at the time of login. So this one. So we are verifying the email entered in this field with a default or a direct krishna@codejana.com. We are not querying for that user. After that, we are comparing the password filled inside this password field with a direct or default 123456. So we are not going to do that. We are going to compare the password and email entered by the user with the information saved inside our database. All right, so let's do that. After validating on submit, we are going to query for that email. So user is equal to user, access that class, and then query dot filter by. So filter by is a method inside query. Now we are going to filter by email. All right, so filter by which email? The email entered by the user. So that's form.email.data. All right, and then pick out the first result. So dot first. Now this query is going to return the first email. Now before I do this, I want to show you if I had not added this dot first, what would happen. So again, our Python terminal is on and we have already imported the database and then imported the user class right here. So how about we run this query in Python terminal first. So user is equal to user class query dot filter by, and then email. So email is equal to now form.email.data, right? Now since this Python terminal is not going to read our form, I'm going to just display the email that we have entered there. So we did enter cjuser@gmail.com. all right, so now if we do not add the dot first parenthesis there, this is what we are going to have. So let's print out the user variable, and we have received an object. Let's see if we can access other values from it. So user.id, and see, we have received an error because that object does not have an attribute named id. And same is true with user.password, user.email. So that's why we need that dot first to access the first value from this object. I hope I'm not confusing you. If I am, then please access the comment section and then drop your comment there. All right, so again, I'm going to access this function, and this time I'm going to add the first method here. So let's enter it, and now let's print out that user and see all the information without the list format. And now if you do user.id, you get the id, user.email, you get the email. So now you can actually verify against that information. All right, so now let's get back to our routes.py file. We have displayed if form.email.data equals krishna@codejano.com. So we'll start from the beginning. I'm going to delete this conditional, and now what we want to do, so now we are going to compare the email entered by the user with the email that we have accessed from this user. All right, so let's do that. Form.email.data is equals to user, and don't leave it there. As you have seen in this Python terminal, we need to use user.email to access that value, and since we are here, I'm going to access the password value as well so that you understand it better. All right, so we need to use user.email, and then since both of these values need to be compared simultaneously, we are going to use end statement there. So now form.password.data is going to be compared with user.password, and see if both of those conditions match, then we are going to see a login successful. So how about we check it out? We're going to close this Python terminal. Let's exit out of it, and now python run.py. Great, proceed to this Firefox, and now in register, let's refresh this page. So now let's create a new user. All right, for this one, let's say Tim Burton. All right, so email will be timburton@gmail.com. Password will be password for simplicity. All right, let's click on sign up, and so we have successfully created the account. Let's try to log in from that user. So that's timburton@gmail.com. Password was password. Enter it, and there we go. We have successfully been redirected to account page, and the message displays as well, login successful for timburton@gmail.com. All right, so we have successfully added Flask SQLAlchemy as our database, and if this was a production environment, then we would have used Postgres SQL, which is the topic of the next video. In this video, I'm going to tell you how to configure Postgres SQL for Flask. In our last video, we created database using Flask SQLAlchemy. Now, to keep things simple, we used, let me just open the init file. So we used SQLite. It's a beginner database. It doesn't hold that many tables, and it is not that versatile, but it is great for beginners because it is really simple. However, if you want to create a website that is scalable and has a good database, then you must switch to Postgres. All right, so in this video, we are going to configure Postgres for Flask. So let's do this. So I'm going to stop my server. All right, and then first of all, we need to just install Postgres if we don't have. So pip install and then Postgres. All right, so that's all we need to do. Now make sure that you are inside your virtual environment. If you're not, then you need to do venv scripts and then activate. Since I'm already there, I'm just going to do pip install and then Postgres. So it will install this package. So we don't need to change much here. Now let me show you how the structure of Postgres database looks. I'm just going to copy this line. Alright, so press Alt Shift and then down arrow to copy it. Now the above one is for SQLite. Now for Postgres, it is going to be like this. So Postgres SQL and colon, and then just double slashes, and after that we need a username, colon, and then the password, and after that we need the host name. So host name, in our case it is going to be localhost, and after that we need the port number. So port for Postgres is 5432. Now after this we are going to need the database name. So here database name. Now we do not need .db as you can see in the SQLite version. So I'm just going to comment out line 6 for SQLite. Alright, also we do not need this cjflask.db, so I'm going to delete this. Great, so we currently do not have any databases in our app as of now. So since we are starting fresh with PostgreSQL, you need to understand few things. So first of all, if you are installing PostgreSQL and you do not have that installed in Windows machine, then you need to install it first. So you can do that from Postgres website, and for simplicity you just need to install pgadmin, and it will install Postgres and also the GUI or graphical user interface tool for managing Postgres database and server. Alright, so now click on this download button, and then we need to install the pgadmin 4 software for Windows. And you need to click on this latest version, pgadmin 4 version 4.26. Now I already have it installed, so I'm going to open it. So press Windows E to access the Windows Explorer, and then click on downloads, and there you will have your pgadmin 4 setup. Now again, I already have this installed in my system, so press Windows and then pgadmin 4. As you can see, I also have it in my recently added software, so click on it and it will start. As you can see here, it will start the pgadmin 4 server. So let's wait for it. Okay, so it has started. Now it is saying please enter your master password. Now when you are starting pgadmin 4 for the first time, it is going to ask you for the master password, and I have set mine to just 123456. Again, not a very safe password. Alright, so now you can access all of your servers from this panel, and I was working with my SEO checklist tool. That's why I have this all entitled DB as well. Now I'm going to delete this cjflask.db, so let's delete it. And now you want to drop the database, which basically means drop all the tables inside of it. And now we are going to delete the flask.db as well, so let's delete that. Alright, so currently we have no servers other than the default ones, and this one that I had created for my other project. Now we can create a new server, we can create new user, a password, a database, everything from that GUI. However, I want to show you the command line way to do it. So when you install pgadmin 4, you will also get a separate PSQL shell with it, so that you can access Postgres from command line, because it is not accessible via default command line of Windows. So let's click on it, and first of all it is going to ask you for a server. Now if you have created a server, you can type a name for it, but mine is just the local host, so let's do that. Press enter simply, you don't need to type anything. Now by default you can access the Postgres database. The password for Postgres database is the default one that is set up when you first install pgadmin 4. So for now, let's type, just enter. The port is, as I said, default one is 5432. Let's press enter there. Now this username, if you do not have a user created, then you can use the Postgres default user. Now the password for this user is just 123456. Now press enter, and there we go. We have successfully logged in as the Postgres user. Now what we need to do first? So first of all, we are going to create a new user with a new password. So let's create that. It is very simple, just few lines of command. Alright, so let's create it. So that's create user and then the username. For this one, we are going to create CJ Postgres, and then with password, and now the password in quotes. All right, so let's say the password to be CJ Flask. All right, now you need to end it with a semicolon to complete the command. Now you can press enter. Now it is saying that a role has been created. So we are going to use a command /du, and that's /du, to list out all the users that are currently inside that Postgres. So I had already created CJ Flask, and now we have the CJ Postgres as well. Now currently it does not have any attributes, so let's assign it so that we can create a database with it. So now let's alter that user. So alter user and then the username. So CJ Postgres. Now first of all, we are going to make it a super user. So with super user and then semicolon. So the role has been altered. Now after that, we are going to allow it to create a database. So alter user and then CJ Postgres with now create DB without any space. After that, semicolon, press enter. So again, the role has been altered. And now if you want this user to be able to create new users, you can also give it an attribute of create role. All right, if you don't want that, don't worry. So now access the /du again. And now as you can see, it is a super user and it can create database. So we are going to leave it at that. Now after this, we are going to create a database with this new user. So we want to switch to this user. Now how do we do that? The command to switch the user and connect to that database is again /c, and then the database name, which is Postgres, and then the username, which is CJ Postgres. Press enter. It is going to ask us the password of CJ Postgres, which is in our case CJ Flask. Press enter. And you are now connected to the database Postgres as user CJ Postgres. Now if you create a database, then it will be inside CJ Postgres user. So let's do that now. Alright, so now let's access all the database that we currently have, which is as simple as /l and C. So I already have Postgres database and all in title DB. So how about we create a database named CJ Flask app. Alright. Create a database and then the database name, so CJ Flask app, and now semicolon and press enter. Sorry about that, I tried to clear the screen and that's why it is saying syntax error. Let's run the command again, and this time it has successfully created a database. So now we are going to connect to that database. So now /c and then the database name, which is CJ Flask app, and then the username, which is CJ Postgres, and then semicolon. So now we are connected to our CJ Flask app database with CJ Postgres user. So we have all the information that we currently need. So let's change our template here. So Postgres SQL, and then the username we typed was CJ Postgres. The password was CJ Flask. All right. The host name is localhost. The port is 5432, and the database name is CJ Flask app. All right. So now if our information is correct, if our configuration is correct, then when we run db.createAll, it will create the database tables for us. So let's try that now. In our terminal, we are going to access the Python terminal from codejana_flask, import db, and then we are going to create the table. So db.create_all. And since we do not have any error, and then just to see whether it is currently working, let's also bring out that user class from codejana_flask.models, import that user class, and then query for all information. And see, we have that empty list. So now let's type a user, and we are going to assign few values in it. So I'm going to open my routes.py file so that you can see how we are doing this. All right, so in the similar fashion, we are going to enter this information. So we are instantiating our user class, and then we are providing these values as arguments. So first of all, we need a username. So let's say username is mythical. All right, and then we need an email. Let's say myth@gmail.com, and then we need a password. So let's say the password is, again for simplicity, is password. Now parenthesis, and now let's press enter, and we do not have any error. So a user has been created. Now we need to add this user to our database. So db.session.add and add that user in the arguments. Press enter. Now db.session.commit to commit those changes. And now if our information is correct, then that user must be displayed. So user.query.all. And there we go. So we have that user. Now let's say user is equal to user.query. Let's say bring out the first information. So the first user is mythical because it is the only user that we currently have. So user.id, yes, it is working. User.password, it is working. User.email, again it is working. So if we have that information in our database, then by logic, shouldn't we be able to log into that account? Well, let's see if we can. I'm going to close this Python terminal, and now I'm going to run our Python file. Great. Now let's open the page. Click on login. Now let's enter the information that we currently have. So the email was myth@gmail.com and the password was password. So myth@gmail.com and the password was password. So let's log in. And there we go. We have successfully logged in as myth@gmail.com and have also been redirected to account page. Now suppose if we had incorrect password but correct email. So myth@gmail.com, but the password is, let's say, Medusa. Let's click login and see the password did not match. So we did not log in and we are still on the login screen. So this is how you configure PostgreSQL with Flask. Now there are just so many things that you need to know regarding PostgreSQL and those commands. So make sure to check the description section of this video because I have included the commands that you are going to be needing. But for now, our app is working. Hi friends, welcome to CodeJana, and in this video we are going to encrypt our password before saving it in the database. I would like to show you a mistake in our application as of now. Now currently in our routes.py file, we are comparing the email sent by the user. Okay, so in this line, in this conditional, in our login function, we are comparing email and password at the same time. Now this conditional has a problem. So how about I show you before beginning. So let's run our server python run.py. Let's open the page. And now let's try to log in from a user that currently does not exist. So that would be krishna@codejana.com. Password. Now let's log in. Now I wanted to show you this page. This is an error page, alright? It happens when you turn on the debug mode. So let's click on run.py. In this, we have run our app with argument of debug is equal to true, so that we can debug our issue, our problems in our code. Now what happened here is we tried to compare it with the email that is currently not in our database, and we did not try to catch that error. So let's fix that issue. Let's switch over to routes.py, and we don't need to do anything fancy here. We just need to see if this user exists without this conditional. See, if we try to compare the email provided by the user with an email that does not exist, this particular query is going to return none value, and that's why the app crashes. So we don't need to compare email to email. We just need to see if this user exists or not, and we can do that by simply typing user there. And if that user exists, then we can proceed to this step, that is comparing the password. So that's it. That's all we need to do to fix this error. So our server is currently running, and I'm just going to refresh this page and resend this information. And yes, as you can see, we have successfully not logged in, but we have got a message that we are currently displaying in this else statement. Our page is not crashing. So now let's move on to our next step of encrypting our password before saving it to the database. So let's do this. As you already know that we have created models for our user. Now we have also created the password field in plain text form. Let's see how it looks. So here in models.py we have created this password model and we have created this password field and we have assigned it as a string of 20 characters. Now this string is going to be just a plain text. So let me show you. First of all, we are going to navigate to our virtual environment. So let's activate that. Now open Python terminal and then from code Jana_flask import db. As always, we are going to import this database so that we can access the user model. All right. So from code Jana_flask.models, and now we are going to access this models file. Inside of that, we are going to import this user class. All right, so now I'm going to query all the information that is inside this user class. So user.query.all. So we had created this user with username mythical, email myth@gmail.com and the date created. So how are we getting this information? We are getting this information from this REPR function. We are printing out the username, the email and date created. Now I also want to format this date in this video. So it's very simple. You only have to use the strf time function to display the name as you want it to be. So right after this .date created, let's access the strf time method here, strf time, and then in parentheses, so that would be %d slash %m slash and then %Y for the year, so comma, then %h and %m for minute, and then %S for seconds. Now as you can see that our string started with this single quote. So I'm going to replace these single quotes with double quotes inside our strf time function so that we don't face any trouble there. All right, so now we are going to close this Python terminal and then we are going to access this model again. So let's do that. Flask import db and then from code Jana_flask.models import this user, then user.query.all, and see, now our date looks much better. Now my next step is to actually show you the plain text password that we currently have saved. So let's create a variable. User is equal to user.query.filterby, and in our routes.py file we had used the same filtering method to filter out that user. For this one, however, I'm going to filter it by ID. Now I know that this user was the first one that I created, so ID will be 1, and then we are going to bring out the first result that it gets. So let's print out the username for now, and yes, it is printing out successfully. So now when we type user.password, it is going to give us the plain text password, and that is not saved. So how about we encrypt this password so that the hacker cannot see this password in this format? So we're going to do that by using Flask Bcrypt. I'm going to close this Python terminal. All right, let's clear our screen a little. Now you need to install Flask Bcrypt library if you don't have it. So you do that by pip install flask-bcrypt, and there we go. Now please note that I am currently inside my virtual environment. So if you are not in your virtual environment, then make sure to activate it first. All right, so after installing Flask Bcrypt, we are going to instantiate it from our init.py file. From flask_bcrypt, there we go, import Bcrypt. So after that, we are going to instantiate this Bcrypt class. And by now you already know that we are going to create a variable, and then we are going to create an instance of that class and pass this Flask app as the argument. All right, so now we have successfully instantiated this Bcrypt class. Now we are going to implement it inside our code. So click on this routes.py, and here's what we're going to do. Right now in this register function, we are actually saving the password directly from form.password.data. This particular value is coming directly from our form that the user is submitting via submit button. Alright, so we are going to hash this password before saving it in this place. Alright, so just after validating the password, we are going to hash it. So let's say encrypted password. Now we are going to access that Bcrypt variable. However, just like we imported this app and db variable, in the same fashion we are going to import Bcrypt. Alright, so now that we have imported Bcrypt, we are going to use it in our register function. So after encrypted password variable, let's say Bcrypt, and now we are going to access the generate password hash method, which Kite has successfully suggested us right at the top. Alright, so generate password hash, and now we are going to send it a password. Now it is going to be the password entered by the user. Alright, so by now you are already proficient with accessing the data sent by the user from the form, and that is as simple as saying form.password.data. Alright, so we have sent that password and we don't need to do anything else here. Now second thing is that now this particular function is going to generate us a password in 60 characters. However, in our models.py, we had set the password of a string with only 20 characters. So we are going to change it to 60 characters, and now we are safe here. Now this function is going to generate us the password in bytes form. Now if you want to save the password in string format, then all you need to do is access another method inside of it and then say decode. See, it's already there, and decode it in UTF-8 format. So let's say this one. So this is going to generate an encrypted password in string format that we can save in our database. So when we are saving this user and this password, we are going to delete this form.password.data from here, and we are going to pass this encrypted password variable, this one. Alright, so now when this password is saved, it is going to be encrypted, and I'm going to show you that right now. So let's start our server. That's python run.py, and thankfully we do not have any error right now. Let's open our file. Let's click on sign up, and now we are going to create another user. So that's Krishna, and then email krishna@codejana. Let's say this time password will be codejana. All right, so I hope the passwords were equal. Let's sign up. Okay, so it is saying value too long for type character varying. Now you might have already noticed that I had changed this character limit inside of this password model, but it did not see it that way. It is because the change was not reflected in the table in our database. That is still the old one. So now what we are going to do is we are going to drop our current table and create our database anew. So let's do that. And this time I'm going to open a new terminal, and then we are going to access our Python terminal from codejana_flask import db, and that's it. From here we are going to drop the table, so db.drop_all, and please do mind that this particular command will drop all tables inside of your database. So make sure to use correct commands or you might end up deleting your whole database. So currently we are going to use this one. And now if we try to access our user model, we won't be able to do that. codejana_flask.models import user, and do a user.query all, and see we have an error because that particular user does not exist, because we have not created the tables inside their database. So let's do that. So db.create_all, that's all we need to do. And now that we have that in our database, how about we try to create the user that we had tried before. So I'm going to switch to my other terminal here, and the server is currently running, so no problem there. And now we are just going to go back here and type CodeJana as password and register again. So this time account successfully created for Krishna. Okay, so we are going to exit out of our Python terminal and then log back in. So from CodeJana_Flask import db CodeJana_Flask.models, import that user model, then query it as always. And as you can see, the query was successful this time. So you need to exit out of your Python terminal, then log back in. Now let's try to access the password of this user. So let's assign it. By now you're already familiar with filter by. So I'm going to filter by ID and then grab the first result. So user.password. And see, this time we are not getting CodeJana as the password that I saved while I was registering this user. We have got this encrypted password. Now to crack this password, it is really difficult. By no means it is the safest method, but in comparison to plain text, it is much safer. Alright, so now what we are going to do, currently we cannot log in from this password, so let's try that. So let's say krishna@codejana.com, the password was CodeJana, and it could not log us in because it could not verify that the password the user entered at the time of login was the same one as saved inside our database, so this one. So we are going to change our login function as well to check for that password, match it, and then log us in. So in our login function, right after we had compared this form.password.data, means password entered by the user, and user.password means password saved in the database. So that's no longer true. So that's just a simple change, don't worry about that. I'm going to delete this second conditional here, and we are going to access Bcrypt methods to check both of those passwords. So let's start doing that. Bcrypt dot, and this time we want to check for the password. So generate password is not what we want. Let's scroll up a little, and check password hash is the method that we want. So let's do that. Check password hash. At this time, the first argument is going to be password hash, means encrypted password. And then the second argument is going to be the password entered by the user. So let's do that. The hashed password is saved inside the user.password table, right? And the second is entered by the user. All right. So that's form.password.data. Now we don't need to do anything else. So how about we check it out if it is working now. Let's check whether our server is running. So let's switch our server, and yes, it is crashed. So python run.py. Great, it's working. And now let's try to log again. So Krishna@CodeJana, the password was CodeJana. Let's try to enter, and yes, we are successfully redirected to account page with this successful login message, and we are done here. Now this video was especially for encrypting our password. However, there's just so much left to do. Now in our next video, we are going to take a look at Flask login library. It is used to manage sessions inside our Flask app. So user will be able to log in and log out based on their sessions, not by this hard-coded data. After that, we can restrict some pages to be accessed by logged in users and others by non-logged in users. So this account page, it must be accessed by only the logged in users, right? But we are still seeing this sign up page, this login page, and nobody is stopping us from clicking on this account button to access this account page. So we are going to implement that functionality by using Flask login in the next video. And in this video, we are going to implement Flask login library to handle user sessions in our Flask app. Okay, so let's get to it. Now in our last video, we had encrypted our plain text password. So I really hope that you have watched the earlier video. So let's begin adding our Flask login library. All right, so I'm going to close this server from Control-C. All right, and now we are going to install Flask login library. So that's just pip install flask-login. All right, so after doing this, it happens in 3 steps. First of all, we are going to initialize Flask login from our init.py file, as we have done with Bcrypt and our SQLAlchemy. After that, we are going to make some changes in our models.py file, and finally we are going to edit our routes.py file to reflect those changes. Alright, so let's begin doing them. Alright, so first we are going to import login manager from Flask login. So that's from Flask_login import login manager, this class. Alright, and then we are going to instantiate that class. So let's say login_manager equals login manager class, and again we are going to pass this app as the argument here, this one, the Flask app. Alright, so next we are going to change our models.py file to ensure that login manager logs in the user and logs out the user. To implement Flask login in our app, it is really simple, and for this one I'm going to open the documentation of Flask login to show you how these documentations look and how you can configure your app according to the examples given in these documentations. So let's type Flask login and this first result. And now as you can see here, we have configuring your application link. So we have already instantiated login manager. After that, we are going to implement this particular function with a decorator login manager so that login manager can handle the user sessions in our app. So I'm just going to copy this whole function from here and just paste it before creating our class. And remember, we do not have a login manager variable here. So just like we imported this DB, we are going to import the login manager variable that we have instantiated in init.py. So this one. Alright, so let's get back to models.py. Alright, so currently it is going to work. We don't need to do anything else. However, I have seen that sometimes this query return user_id does not work sometimes. Yes, for that you need the complete query to get the user ID. So we are going to change this to the proper SQLAlchemy user query. So user.query.get user_id. So that's done. Our login manager function is complete. Now let's get back to the documentation. So the user loader method is going to have these 4 classes already embedded in it. However, to activate it, we need to add user mixin class. As you can see here, to implement this class, you need to inherit it from user mixin. And which class is inheriting the user information? This class. So it is inheriting from db.model so that it can create all of these models in our table. This one will also inherit from user mixin, as the documentation says, to make implementing a user class easier. So user class, I'm pointing it out especially because this is the user class that we have created. So you can inherit from user mixin, and that's exactly what we did. However, we need to import it from Flask_login. So let's do that. From Flask_login, import user mixin. So it was this easy to create a login method that can handle user sessions. And now we can implement the things that we have discussed in the earlier video, that we want the user to be logged in, logged out, and based on that status, we can restrict the pages so that the logged in user can see some things and the logged in user cannot access some pages. I'm going to run my server. So python run.py. So currently if we click on account page, it is accessible, which is absurd because we want this page to be restricted. We want it to be there but only accessible after someone is logged in. So I hope the concept is clear, and now let's implement that thing. So first of all, we are going to implement the login and log out functionality. So click on routes.py file, and then in our login function, we are going to log in the user after verifying this information. So this conditional. So right after this, we are going to log that user in. Now, to access that functionality, we are going to import login user so that we can log the user in. All right. So from Flask_login, we are going to import login_user. And just as that, we want to use logout user as well. So let's also import, because we are going to be using it just after implementing login. So logout_user, and also we are going to implement some things which are accessible by the current user. So the user which is actually logged in. So we are also going to import current user function here. So current_user. All right. So let's hop over to our login function. And now after we have verified that the user exists and the passwords match, we're going to access the login user. So login_user. All right. So now in the arguments, we are going to specify the user which is generated from this query. So the email that the user entered. All right. And by default, this will fall only after the user is available and the password have matched. So we don't need the password argument. We just need the information presented by this user query. So if you have any doubt about this, then please do comment in the section below. All right. So with that, a user session has been created. All right. So now that the user is logged in, how about we log out the user? So it's really simple. We are going to access the app decorator again, access the route again, and we are going to implement a logout route. Since this is not going to be a form, it is not going to accept any methods here. So we are just going to drop into this function, the logout function, and then implement the logout method from Flask login. So we have already imported that logout_user. So let's just say logout_user, and we have called that function as well. Now since we have passed the user information in login user function, we don't need to specify that in this argument because it already knows what user is currently logged in. And now after the user has successfully logged out, we want them to be redirected back to the login screen so that if for some reason they have logged out, they can log back in. All right, so let's do that. Let's return the user with a redirect of URL for the login function. All right, that's all we need to do. So our login and logout routes are created and they are working flawlessly. Now how about we test it? So I'm going to run our server again. Great. And now we're going to click on this login button, and we have a user krishna@codejana.com with password of codejana. So login successful for krishna@codejana.com. Now let's click on login again. Okay, so it is redirecting us to this login page again, even when we are already logged in. So let's implement that functionality that if we are logged in, then it should not show us this page. So in our login URL, this right here, even before instantiating the form, we are going to check whether the user is currently logged in or not. So it is very simple. We have already imported current user function. All right. So let's drop down. Now let's start the conditional if the current user is authenticated. So is_authenticated. Then we are going to return the user to their account page. So return and then redirect function and then URL function, URL for this account function. All right, so let's take a look here. So this function right here. So how about we test it? Let's start our server. Great, let's open the page. Now since we are not currently logged in, we are going to log in. So that's krishna@codejana. Okay, so login successful. All right, so let's try clicking on this login button. All right, so we are not seeing that login form. We are successfully being redirected to account page. And just so it's more clear, let's click on home, and now let's click on login. So yes, our conditional is working. The sessions are working as well, because that session is checking whether current user is authenticated or not. So we are going to implement the same thing in the sign up page as well, because after being logged in, why do we need to see this page again? So we are going to implement the same functionality in our register function as well. So it is just a simple, just copy this one and just paste it right before this form instantiation. All right, so let's paste it. Now if someone clicks on that sign up button after they are logged in, then they should also be redirected to their account page. So both of our links are working. Now let's refresh this page to reflect the changes, and now we'll click on the sign up button, and again we are being redirected to account. Since we don't have a logout button ready, we are just going to move to logout URL. So I'm going to show you this /logout. So after our port number and / we are going to write logout. All right, so we have been redirected to this login page as we have redirected the user with this statement. Now let's try clicking on the sign up button. Great. Now the login button. Great. So our functionality is working. Now that's just one step. Now we are going to move ahead. We are going to hide these links after someone has logged in, and the functionality is now clear to you. Check whether the user is authenticated and then hide or show the things that you want. So I'm going to just start the session. So great, we are currently logged in and we are still seeing these links. All right, so now as you can see, this is the navigation bar and these links are appearing there. So we are going to open our layouts.html. In our layouts.html, we have the navigation bar right here. So this is our left side of navigation bar, home, about, and account. And then this is the right side of navigation bar. So we are going to implement that functionality here. So right after this unordered list, we are going to start some conditionals, check whether the user is authenticated, and then hide or show links according to it. So first of all, let's start the conditional. All right, so let's start the if statement. And as you already know that it will start with curly braces and then %sign. So if current _ user is authenticated, just that. And if he or she is authenticated, then we do not need to show them the sign up button and login button. So for now, bear with me here. I'm going to close this conditional because sometimes we forget this. So end if, and right after this, we are going to show the buttons that we want. So to speed this up, I'm just going to copy this link here and paste it here. And now we're going to change it up a little. This URL for function should be our logout route. So this logout function, because we want this link to appear when the user is authenticated, and this text should say logout. Great. Now after this, just after this closing link tag, we are going to start our else statement. Else. So what happens if the user is not authenticated? So now we are going to cut both of these statements here and paste it in the else statement block. There we go. So now this particular statement is going to show when the user is not authenticated, and this one when the user is authenticated. I hope that's clear. Now all we need to do is refresh the page. So let's do that. We are currently logged in. All right, let's refresh it. All right, so I have made an error. We are going to fix that error, and there we go. So it seems that we have logged out. Let's log back in. Great. Well, as you can see, that sign up button and login button are gone. Now if we click on this log out button, so now the logout button is gone and sign up button and login button are there. So that's great. So just like that, it is very simple. Now you understand the concept here, how to show something and hide something from the user based on their login activity. Now right now you can see this account button as well, right? Even after we are not logged in, but now you know how to hide it. So in our first half right here, we can implement the same thing. So after this closing link tag, we can start the conditional, this if statement, and then current underscore user dot is authenticated. And then after this, if they are authenticated, then show this link. Now we do not need an else statement for this one. We can simply close off our if statement. So let's do that. And if. Alright, so let's try it out. Okay. Let's log back in, or maybe just refresh the page. Great. So it is hidden and it has not touched the home and about button. In this case, where we wanted the user to see these buttons and not this one, we actually had to do this else statement, because based on this activity, based on this status, we wanted to hide logout or show logout. All right, that's why we needed this else statement. But in our account link, we don't have anything else. See, it makes perfect sense, I hope. All right, so now let's log back in. So that's Krishna at CodeJana. Log back in, and I have typed incorrect password. Great, so now this account page is visible. Okay, now let's access the page via this URL. Let's see if it is accessible. Okay, so it is accessible. Why is that? Because if you do remember, then in our routes.py file, we have implemented this user authentication. Now we need a decorator there to check whether the user is authenticated or not. So let's do that. Just below this route, we need to implement a decorator, which is login required. So let's do that. Login underscore required. Now that login required, it's not something that we have created. It is a property of Flask underscore login. So we are going to import that as well. So let's import login required function. So as you can see, now we have successfully created a page that will only be accessible if a user is logged in. So let's see what happens now. We are going to run our server, and now we are going to refresh this page, and boom, unauthorized. Now this page looks a little ugly. We want a proper error message to what happened, or maybe we want to redirect the user if they are not authenticated. So let's try to log in. And yes, we are logged in. Let's try clicking on it. Let's try homepage and then typing the URL of it. And yes, we are being logged in. So we can do the same thing with other pages as well. For example, you want to hide some pages from the users that only the logged in users can access. And as you know, that private areas in certain websites implement this thing. So you can definitely scale your application further with only Flask login library. Alright, so we have implemented Flask login successfully. Okay, now before ending this video, I want to show you something. That currently we are getting this page, this unauthorized page with this ugly looking message. What if we want to customize this message, or maybe show them a link to redirect to so that they can register to our website? All right, to use this functionality, we are going to take a look at Flask login documentation again. All right, so just as with login manager user loader function, we also have this unauthorized handler function, where we can define a function unauthorized and then we can return a response. Okay, so let's see how it looks. In our models.py, just after defining this load user function, we are just going to copy this unauthorized handler completely and paste it and fix these indents. All right, so what we need to change? Well, first of all, let's delete this comment and now return a response. So how about we return a message? So let's return a formatted string. And let's say unauthorized access, please register to access this page. So for now, let's see if it has worked. We're just going to refresh this page and our code is broken. So let's try to run it again. Great, now let's refresh this page. Alright, so as you can see, the old message is gone and this new one has appeared. Okay, so if we can do this, then we can actually redirect the user to our register function as well. By that I mean register page. Alright, so let's do that. Return redirect and then URL underscore for and then register function. Great. Now as you can see, we do not have URL for and redirect imported from Flask. So let's do that. Let's click on routes.py. From the top, we are going to import both redirect and URL for function. So I wanted to show you that in models.py. From Flask, import both redirect and URL for function. Now it must work as we intend it to work. Alright, let's see that in action. So let's run our server again. And now let's refresh this page. Alright, so we have successfully redirected back to join today. Alright, so if someone tries to access our account page, they will be redirected to this one. Okay, so that's one other thing that you can do with this unauthorized handler. And you can customize it to your liking. You can also make a separate page with the information that you want to showcase the user who is not currently registered. There's just so much you can do. Let's change it to a new password. So the first one was 123456. Let's make it password. All right. So let's change password, and yes, so successfully changed. All right, video, we are going to set up an option so that the user can reset their password. So without further ado, let's right click this folder and open with code. Now in our terminal, let's activate our virtual environment. So venv scripts and then activate and then run our Python file. So Python run.py. We are running this file. All right, this one. So let's open this. All right, now let's try to log in. So currently I have this myth@gmail.com, the user that we created in our earlier video. So let's try to log in. All right, so it was 123456. So I have successfully logged in. So let me type anything here. So we get this warning. Now, if for some reason the user forgets their password, and does happen a lot, we should have a system to, reset their password. So we are going to take it step by step. First of all, we are going to display a link here from where the user can actually type their email address, and then when they click on reset password button, they should receive a token on their email, and after verifying that token and the user, we should be able to redirect them to a page where they can reset their password with new password. All right, so it may seem complicated, but it is really simple. So let's take it step by step. First of all, I want to display a forgot password link there. So this particular page is being displayed by login.html. So let's just click on there, this login.html, and right at the bottom here, where this submit button is, rendering, I'm just going to create an anchor tag with href of just £, and we are going to display here forgot password. Just this text. And now, right, so let's reload this page. Wonderful. So we got this forgot password link. Now you can make it pretty by adding some CSS style there, but I just want to show you the concept here on how to set this up. So right now, if you click on it, nothing is going to happen because we have used a £, there. But the system is like this. When a user clicks here, they should be able to get to a reset password request page. So let's create that one first. So let's click on this templates, all right, to be sure that the file is made inside of this folder. Let's click here, and this one we call it reset and then request.html. Wonderful. So on this page, we just want to capture their email address and a submit button. So this login template looks very similar to that. So let's just copy it and then paste it. Wonderful. And we don't need this password field. So let's copy it from this form group div to this ending div and delete that. All right. So we also don't need this anchor tag of forgot password. Let's delete that. And yes, that's all we need to do. So now when someone clicks here, they should be able to see this page. So what happens when you click on a URL? Well, we need to create a route for that, otherwise it is going to show an error. So after all of this, let's just hide these so we have some room. All right, so we are going to create a route to that page. So at app.route, and these are the methods of app variable, and you must be familiar with this because we have used it a lot of times now. So slash, and then this name can be anything, but we want to keep it simple. So reset underscore, let's say password. All right, because this URL is not going to change. So let's just do this and create a function for it. So currently this is our reset request function. We are just capturing the email address and then rendering a submit button. That's it. That's all we are going to do now. So let's do a return and then render template, and render the template of this page. All right, so this reset request page. So let's type that reset underscore request .html, and I have typed it in smaller case. Don't worry about that, it is still going to work. So title, let's say the title is again request, and this should be in string. Wonderful. And now let me take you to reset request again. So we are using this form.email.label. Now I want to take your attention to this form variable here. Now we have used this form variable from our login HTML, right? Because, and now let me take you to this login. All right, so we have instantiated this form variable in login. That's why we could use it, and we have also passed that in here. All right, let me highlight this. So when we render the template, we do pass that variable, so make sure you got that. All right, so we do not have a form ready to capture that email and a submit button, so we are going to create it in just a moment. So where do we create our forms? Right here in forms.py. So we are going to create a form, and seriously it is going to be really just a copy of it with small changes. So press Alt Shift and down arrow to copy it completely. And now let's just change a few things. So this is going to be called reset and then request form, and again it is going to instantiate from Flask form. The email field is going to be there, but the password field is not going to be there. All right, so let's delete that. And the submit button is not going to say login, it is going to say reset password. That's it. So now that we have created this form here, we can actually import it at the top where we have imported other forms. So that's our reset request form. And now that we have imported that form, we can use that form. So form is equal to that reset request. So we have instantiated that form here, and now we can use form is equal to this form variable. So this form variable has been used here, and this form variable is instantiating this request form. All right, so I hope everything is clear. And now our server has crashed, so let's try to run it again. And now let's see if it gives us an error or not. So let's open this one, click on login again, and now we have not currently added anything inside that pound sign. Let me just go back there and click on this login, and see we still have this pound sign here, but we have successfully created a route, so we can actually delete that and use Jinja2 placeholder there, and then just use a URL underscore for function. And then what is the function name? The function name is reset underscore request. All right, let's cross check. So routes.py, and yes, the function name is reset underscore request. So wonderful, no changes needed. And now click on login again. So click on now password, and wonderful. So we have got this page, and I'm afraid the legend says login. So I'm going to make a small change also. I'm going to pass this legend variable here, and type the legend as a reset password. And now instead of just manually adding login there, or the legend name, I'm just going to pass that legend variable here. So this is good practice actually, because now you don't have to change it every single time. You can just change everything in routes.py and it will be displayed in your HTML pages. All right, so if you want to do that with other pages as well, you can do so. So wonderful, everything is working correctly. Refresh this page. Great. So reset password. Now let's type myth@gmail.com and pretend that we have forgotten our password. So let's reset password and see the method not allowed. So don't worry about that, you already know how to take care of it. So now we have created that page that someone can use to at least click through. The second thing we need to do is actually grab that user. Let me just go back here. So the second thing we need to do is grab this user, verify that this user is valid, and then create a token, and furthermore send an email to this mail. All right, so I know again complicated, but still let's keep going. So let's take care of this methods first. So as you already know that if your URL has particular form, then it will have a get request and post request. So based on the methods you are going to use, you need to pass a list here. So we have used this multiple times, square brackets, and then get, and then post. Wonderful. So now that error is going to go away. So now no error there, and we can actually check if the form is valid, and if it is valid, then we can actually flash a message. So if form.validate on submit, this one, if the form is valid, then just flash a message. So the message requires reset request sent. All right, check your mail. Now we are going to implement this functionality in just a bit, and the second argument is a CSS vector. So let's pass a success tag there. Let's continue, and yes, so reset request sent, check your mail. Now currently it did not send any mail, but right now our form is successfully verifying all the fields and then just displaying this message. So our next step is to grab a user and then create a token. So this is very simple. Now we're going to grab that user. So user is equal to user.query.filter by. You are already familiar with it. What are we going to filter it by? We are grabbing email. All right, so email is equal to, now where that email is coming from, it is coming from form.email.data. How so? Well, this field is actually the email field. So form instantiated via this request form, and then grabbing the email field, which is right this one, and then .data, which means the data inside of it. Wonderful. So now this is going to give us an SQLAlchemy object. We don't need that. We need that particular user, because then we can do user.id, which is all of these things are inside our models.py. All right, so we can grab user.id, user.username, user.email, and anything that we want. So let's do that in our routes.py. We have grabbed that user. Now if that user exists, if user, simply that, if that user exists, then we are going to send them a mail. As simple as that. So right now we have not created this send mail function. We are going to do that just now. And now this flash message makes more sense that yes, that user exists. And now since the user exists, you can check your mail. A reset request has been sent to you. So this is going to give us an error because this function does not exist. So right now, just to keep things simple, we are going to define a function send_mail. And we are just going to do a pass statement so it doesn't give us an error. Wonderful. So now let's check whether everything works. And now just click on this reset password again. And yes, no errors, no worries. All right. So after flashing this message, we can actually redirect our user to the login page again. So it is very simple. Return redirect with URL for function, and then the function name. So the function name is login. Alright, so we can check for it, but it's okay. We know that it's gonna work. Anyways, our second step is to create that token, and we are going to use its dangerous library for it. We are going to use timed JSON web signature serializer to create a serializer object and then save our information there. Let's see that in action. First of all, I'm going to open this its dangerous library. So it's dangerous. And then the second link, this one is the pypy.org and this one is the documentation. So this is it. Now by default you might already have it's dangerous because it comes with Flask. So let's check for it. Let's close our server. Pip show it's dangerous. Wonderful. So we do have it. We have this version 1.1.0. If you don't have it, all you need to do is pip install and then it's dangerous. That's it. And well, press enter. All right, so since I do have it, I can simply use it. So now let's just scroll down, and here we are going to use JSON web signature. Let's click on it. And so this particular use case is when you don't need a timed JSON web signature, which means you don't need your token to be expired, but we do actually. If you want your token to be expired in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour or 24 hours, you can do so. And that's why I have scrolled down to this place. It is going to expect a secret key like before. See, like before. The second argument is going to be expires_in and then some keyword arguments if you need it, but basically you only need these two arguments. So how about I show you with a simple example. So let's open our Python shell here, and from its dangerous library, so it's dangerous, import timed JSON and make sure the capitalization is correct. And actually a better way would be this. So just copy this and then just delete this one. Yes, now paste it. Wonderful. So import timed JSON web signature serializer. Now I don't want to type it or paste it every single time like this, so import it as serializer. Wonderful. Press enter, and we have imported serializer in this particular example. Now the first argument is a secret key. Now we can obviously add any secret key for this example, but I want to show you what we are actually going to do. We are going to import this secret key that we have created in here. So once more, very simple, we are going to just import this app variable in our routes.py. So in this example, let's import that as well. So from codejana_flask import app. That's it. Now we can use this particular command here. So we can use app.config and then secret key, which will give us the value of this secret key. So let's create a variable serial and create a serializer object. So it is going to expect a secret key, and our secret key is going to come from app.config, and then in all caps in a string format type secret underscore key, which will give us the value of this is first Flask app. All right, now after that the second argument is expires in value. So you can type a keyword argument there. So expires_in is equal to, and then in seconds you can type 60 and then just put a parenthesis there. And now let's press enter. So I typed secret key instead of secret key. Wonderful. Anyways, let's press enter. So we have created this serializer object and saved it in a serial variable. So now we can actually save some information in that object. How do we do that? We use the dump method. So serial.dump and then s for string. So we can save a dictionary here. That dictionary is going to have, well, user_id, and this is not related to user. We are just creating it. We are creating this key to hold this value. Now in this example, I'm going to actually place 1, 2, 3, 4, anything I want. But when we are going to use it, we are going to actually pass this. So user.id, this is what we are going to pass. But since it is not going to work here, I'm going to pass 2 for this example. So that's it. So this is our token. So let's save it in token variable. All right, let's press enter, and now we have 60 seconds to actually cross-check that information. All right, okay, so make sure the expires in time is somewhat practical. So 60 seconds is not practical. Make sure it is 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or maybe 15 minutes, and make sure to tell the user that the token will expire in 30 minutes or 60 minutes based on your use case. So I hope it has not been 60 seconds since I kept on explaining that. So I'm going to verify this token. If it is expired, we are going to generate this new. Now this token is going to give us a token in byte form. Let's print this out. So token, and yes, this little b here means byte. So we want a string format there because we are going to be saving this information, then comparing this information. So it's very simple to do. Just press up arrow 2 times to bring that back. And now we are going to decode that byte information into string information, which is decode method UTF-8. All right, that's it. So this time, if we print our token, yes, so no b there, and in just a string format we have this value. So that's what we need. Now since we have generated this token again, we have 60 seconds. So let's do that. So serial, we are accessing the serial variable, which is a serializer object. So serial dot and then load string. All right, so load s, and what to load? Load this token to verify it. So serial dot loads token. Wonderful. So the information that you saved in the token is being displayed. Now with the dictionary, you already know that you can access the value via key. So our key is user_id, and now we should get 2 there. Wonderful. So now what good is this do for us? Well, you already know that we can do user.query.get and then pass this 2, 1, 3, anything there, and grab that user by ID. After that, well, this is not going to work, but still pretend that it is going to work. Don't worry about that error. Let's say if it worked, you could actually do user.id, user.username, user.email, and so on. So I hope the concept is clear to you. So I'm going to just exit out of it, and now we are going to use this technique to create a token. So where do we need to do this? Well, all of this information is actually related to the user. So in models.py, we have created this user model, and now we are going to create tokens in it as well, so that we can use user.get token and user.verify token. Well, they are not there, so let's create them. So first of all, we are going to create a function to get that token. So define get_token, and the first argument is self itself. Well, strange wording there, but this self represents the user class. After that, you already know that it requires an expires sec header. So last time I did a 60 second, so this time I'm going to give it a 5 minutes window. 5 minutes window is 300 seconds. So that's it. Now we are going to create the serializer object again. So serial is equal to serializer. Now make sure you have imported that at the top. So right after this code genre Flask, well, we are going to import that. So from its dangerous library, import timed web JSON. So the first one right there as serializer. Wonderful. We're also going to import app, because so we have also used this secret key, right? So we need to import this app variable. So right just at the top from code genre_Flask, we have imported db and login manager. We are also going to import app. Now we can use it. So let's just start creating it. So serial is equal to serializer. The first one is the secret key, right? So app.config and then secret key. All right, so make sure this time I don't type secret key. All right, so secret key. Wonderful. The second argument is of course the expires in header, which is already defined here. So expires in is equal to expires sec, which comes from this default value. All right, so wonderful, that's done, and we don't need anything else. We are just going to return the information from here. So the information will be in this format that we had created here, we had created this token, right? So when we run this function, this user.getToken, it will return this value. So serial.dump_s, and then the dictionary, so user_id. And now we cannot give it a manual ID. We are going to dynamically grab the ID from user.id. So this user class and then this ID. Let's do that. So user.id. Wonderful. Now when you see this in action, it is going to be more clear. Also, it is going to give us a byte value. We don't need that. We need a string value. So again, we are going to use this decode method. So do a decode and then in UTF-8. Wonderful. So this is the information that is going to be returned when we call that function. All right, I hope it is clear. All right, so now we have created that token. We have saved this information in that token. Now we are going to write a new function to verify this token. All right, so define and then verify_token. This is going to take just the token as argument. If you wanted to not access all the properties of this user class, then you can create a static decorator here so that this becomes a static method. So let's do that at static method. Now I want you to pause this video and look around what static method does. Basically, if your function is not accessing the properties of a class, but it somehow relates to that class, because since we are getting this token, it only makes sense to create this function inside this class. See the indentation? We are creating this function inside user class. So if your function does not access the properties of any class, but it makes sense to actually create it in that class, then you can use this add static method. Also, if you don't want to create that, nobody is stopping you from doing this. So in case you want it to, look seamless, then you can actually create a simple function as well that can access the values of user class. But still, we are going to, focus on best practices. This verify token will not be using any properties of user class. It will only be using token that comes from here. We are going to create a token variable when we actually send that email. So when we work with the send mail function, we are going to be creating this token variable. So just have a little patience. All right. So add static and then method. Wonderful. So this is a static method. I hope I have explained it thoroughly. And in the similar fashion, you can actually scroll down here and don't worry about the errors. This serial.loads token. All right, in similar fashion, we are going to do a serial, and since we actually need to create the serializer object again, create that. So serializer this time. All right, so this time, as you can already guess, it needs a secret key, but it does not need expires in argument every single time, but it does need this. So how about we copy this? So just copy this one and give it a secret key. So now we have created serializer object once again, and please do remember that these are local variables. This serial is very different than this serial. All right, so this time do a serial dot, and how do we load the information? Via this. So serial dot load and then S for string. All right, so now we are going to load this token that is going to be passed from here. Wonderful. All right, and in the similar fashion, this token is going to give us a dictionary just like it did in this line. So when it gives us a dictionary, we are going to access its value via this key. So let's keep on making this. So user_id. All right, now we are going to save this information in a user_id variable. Now what if that user does not exist? See, when you verify this token for a user that does not exist, it is going to fail and your server is going to crash. So we don't want that. We want to catch that error. So we can actually do try. So try to find that user with that token. All right, and if you can't find it, you can actually just return a null value. This way we are not going to crash our server. So if it successfully tries and finds that user ID, we can actually return that user. So how do we return that? So user.query.get, and I have also shown you this, that this user query, all right, I already told you, don't focus on this error. We are going to use this. So user.query.get and get via this user_id. Wonderful. Now let's take a moment and let's understand what's actually going to happen. Can we run our server? Let's try it. So python run.py. Wonderful. So server is running. Now we are not going to do anything that's actually going to crash our server. So let's click on login and click on forgot password. Wonderful. Now click on myth@gmail.com. Now when we click on reset password, we are not going to do it. Don't worry. When we click on reset password, what's going to happen is in routes.py, it is going to send an email. All right, so this function is soon going to have a token created. So that token will be created via get token. All right, so that token is going to have a user ID. Which user? The user that we got from here. So this get token function is going to be executed. All right, it is going to have this user ID saved in this user_id key. All right, all of this information is going to be saved in a token that we are going to create in our send mail function. It is also going to pass a user, right? The user that we got from here, form.email.data and then first. All right, so when we do user.id, it is going to give us the exact ID of that user, be it 1, 2, 3 or 4. After we get that, an email will be sent. And when the user successfully clicks that email, then the token, which will be in the URL, is going to be extracted. After that, that token is going to be loaded. And if it has not been more than 300 seconds, the token will be valid. After that, that user ID, which is saved inside the token, will be released. All right, inside this user query. So let's say it is 2. So this query is going to be executed and then we will get that user. So when everything is valid, everything is verified, then we can actually redirect that person to a different page, to an actual password reset page where they can enter a password and then confirm that password, and then that password is going to be saved in the database. So we are very close to this. I'm actually itching to try this out. So let's reset this password. Wonderful. So reset request sent. So what's our next move? Our next move, and thankfully the final move, is to create this send mail function. After we have created it, we are only going to grab that token, create a different function to reset our password. All right, so now let's configure our send mail function. So sending a mail starts with configuring a Flask mail server. Don't worry, it's not as intimidating as it sounds. Let's do that. So first of all, I'm going to close our server. So press Ctrl+C. So let's check whether we have Flask mail with us or not. So pip show flask-mail. All right. So package not found. All right, so let's do pip install flask-mail. Wonderful. Now we can use that. So in our init_py file, we are going to initiate this Flask mail. So from Flask_mail import mail. All right, that's it. So now let's add some app configuration. Just after this login manager, we're going to add some app configuration. So app.config. Now I'm going to show you this because we are going to use our Google Mail. So Gmail SMTP settings. Wonderful. Let's click on this and we are going to use these settings. All right, so let's do that. App.config, and first of all we are going to just copy this. We are going to be needing, let's see, the username, password, server address, and then we can use either of these ports. If you're going to use SSL, use port 465. If you're going to use TLS, use 587. All right, so let's do that. We have 3, 4 and 5 fields. So Alt Shift and then down arrow, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 fields with us. The first one is going to be Now for this tutorial, I have actually changed my mail password so that I can show you, and after this tutorial, I'm going to change it back. Alright, so the first setting is mail server, which is smtp.gmail.com. So you can just copy and paste it. Just copy here and paste it here. Wonderful. So the mail port number, what was it? We're going to use TLS, so mail port is 587. So mail use TLS, great. Since we are using that port, we are going to use mail use TLS. Also, let me just show you this. If you're going to use SSL, just use mail use SSL. All right. So let's delete it for now. True. Wonderful. Now the username. The username is itncart@gmail.com. The password is temp password python *123. So the configurations are done. Now we can actually create an instance of this mail class that we have imported from Flask Mail. Alright, so let's just pass our app there as well. So now let's go to our routes.py, and in send mail, first of all, we're going to import mail. Alright, so just like we have imported app, db and bcrypt, we are also going to import this mail variable that we have initialized here. So again, go back to routes.py. After that, we are also going to import message from Flask Mail. So from Flask_mail, import message. Now this message holds all the body and subject of your mail. So let's just go down here in the send mail function. Wonderful. So the send mail function is actually going to pass a user. So here, now remember that we have currently not passed any user, but if there is a user, we can pass this user here. So this user is going to be filtered by the email entered by the user on our password reset request form. So when we pass this user is going to come here, and then we are going to generate a token. I told you just a while ago that we are going to create a token variable. It is going to have a user. This is exactly what we're doing. So let's access this user and its methods. So user.get_token. Wonderful. It has already shown us to get token there, and let's just call that function. So this get token comes from this models.py, this. All right, I hope it is clear. Let's proceed ahead. We have got a token. So message is equal to access the message class that we have imported from Flask Mail. Let's come down right here. So we are now going to create our subject and body. So create a message there. It's a password reset request. So that's the subject line. Let me just correct it. All right, so the subject is password reset request. The second is recipients. So the recipient, let's just type recipients. The recipient is the same user. All right, and we can type a single user here. For example, we can type user that comes from this user. All right, user.email. By this, we are actually accessing the email parameter of user class. Okay, so we can do this, or we can also give it a list. So this one particular message can actually be sent out to so many emails that you enter in this list. All right, so I'm actually going to give it a list here. Now after that, what argument is it going to expect? Let's say a sender. So sender is our own information. For now, I'm just going to try no reply at codejama.com. Wonderful. And finally, now we are going to create a body for it. Now we can either close it and then create a body in the next section, because it is going to take a long time. For example, I can actually type a whole message here, and to make it multi-line, I can actually do triple quotes. Wonderful. End it with triple quotes. So whatever body I define here is going to be sent out in the body form of an email. But this actually looks a little cumbersome. I'm just going to delete this. and create a message.body, which is actually going to access the body parameter or body argument of this message variable. So let's do that. So message.body is equal to an f string because we are actually going to pass the token with the URL. All right, so let's in triple quotes like we did just a while ago. So let's make some room there. Now, so this message can be anything. All right, you can just type to reset your password. Please follow the link below. And here we can display that link. We can also say if you didn't send a password reset request, please ignore this message. That's it. We only want to send a little something to them if they did not do anything. All right. So now within this ... let's delete that. And now we are going to use a variable here, a URL for function. And where do we want to send them to? Now this particular URL for function is actually the creation of that URL. So let's do that, and in just a little while you will be ready to send that request. So let's create that. Create an app route and then this reset password, because please do note that the URL is not going to be different. It is just going to have a token attached to it. The token is a variable. So we don't type token like this. We are going to have a less than sign here and a greater than sign here. This is the way to pass a variable in a URL of Flask. All right. So we have created this. And since this is also going to accept a form, methods is equal to a list of get and post, and make that a string. Wonderful. Now we are going to have that function which is currently pending for this URL for function. All right, so this is our reset token function. Great. So this reset token is going to accept this variable. Now when someone is actually being redirected to reset _ password, and then this token generated via this. All right, please follow along. So this token will be stripped off. All right, this token will be taken away from it, and then we can actually use it to verify the details. So user is equal to then the user class, and then we can actually verify the token. So we are accessing this. We are accessing this static method verify token. So user dot verify _ token, and now the same. You have seen it multiple times now. We are going to pass this token as an argument there. So when we do that, this is going to trigger a serializer object. All right, then this token is going to load it here, and if it is under 300 seconds or 5 minutes, then it will verify that token and spit out this user ID. So everything checks out for now. So if there is no user, so if user is none, which is again I'm going to show you once more, and actually I'm going to just split it to the right because we are going to be changing things a lot. So if user is none, and see if it cannot find that user, return none. So it is a value that we have told it to return. So if the user is none, we can actually flash the message that is invalid token or expired. Please try again. Wonderful. And this time we can actually give them a different warning. So, well, that's a Bootstrap CSS warning. All right. And after displaying that message, we can actually redirect them back to this reset request page so that they can try again. So return redirect URL for, and then the function name. So the function name is reset _ request. Wonderful. So everything checks out for now. If this condition does not match, what we need to do? Well, since everything is fine, now the user can actually see the page where they can generate a new password. So, all right, so we are going to create another page. So let's do that. So on this page, this is going to be, let me just make it a small, change password.html. That's it. So this is going to be exactly same as this login. So I'm going to just copy all of it and change password, paste it. Now just like on our reset request template, this one. we did not need the password field. On our change password, we don't actually need the email field. All right, so from this div, this opening div, let's delete up to here. Let's delete that, and now we have form.password.label. So we have this password field. We also need the confirm password field, so we can simply just copy this div, press Alt Shift and down arrow. Wonderful. And just select it once, press Alt, select the second one, double click it, third, fourth, fifth. Wonderful. And now we can actually change it to confirm_password. That's it. That's all we need to do. Now, have we created this form? No. Well, we need to create that form. So just at the bottom, we also don't need to do this. We can just delete this one here. Wonderful. So now we are going to create this form that we have already used on this template. So in forms.py, this is going to be really similar. Actually, I'm going to copy this login form. So just copy it and paste it here. Change it to reset password form. All right. We don't need an email there. Wonderful. And this password is fine. And we can actually copy paste this confirm password from registration form. So we already have all the fields with us. Let's just fix this indentation, and wonderful. See, it already has this password field, label and everything, and we have used confirm_password in our change password form. So here, so form.password, nice, and form.confirm_password. So both of these fields match. And now that we have created this particular form, and this login is not exactly correct, so reset password, let's say change password, you can actually say submit as well, whatever you want. Anyways, so now we can actually import this form on our routes.py. So let's do that. So that's reset and then password form. Wonderful. So if everything checks out, if there is a user, we can render this form. So form is equal to reset password form. Wonderful. We have instantiated that. And now if that form is validated on submit, so there we go. If all the fields are filled out properly, here's what we do. We're going to hash this password again, and then we are going to save this password once again. So let's do that. Now we are not adding any new information. We are just changing old information with the new information. So this is already in the database, and this is the new information. All right. So we don't need to do db.session.add. We just need to commit this change. All right. I hope that's clear. And after committing this change, we can actually flash the message that it has been changed successfully. So let's say password changed. All right, please log in, and that's it. And since this change was successful, I'm just going to type success in this CSS category. Now we can just return them to the login page, because now that they have changed their password, they can log in. All right, so return and then redirect URL for function and login. Wonderful. Finally, we can actually render this template. So render template, and then name of the file. So the file was change_password.html. The title, let's say change password, simple and sweet. And now we have also created a legend variable. So the legend should say same thing, change password. All right. And finally, we have used so many form variables here. We have generated this form with this variable, so we're going to pass this as well. Let me just highlight this. So this form variable will go inside this. So form is equal to form. Wonderful. Now let's try to run our code. Sorry about that. Let's try to run the file. All right, so Okay, so our dots have created some of an error. We can either pass it or we can finish it, and I would like to finish it because it's taking a long time. Okay, so this URL for function is going to have this reset token here. So this reset token function, it is going to render the URL up to here with this token variable as well. So we need to pass this token, all right? So this token will be equal to this token variable, which is being generated from this model.py get_token, all right? I hope everything is clear till now. So our URL for function is ready. So now let's just click on this. Let's try to run it again. Wonderful. So now it is working. Let's click on login, forgot password, and this time myth@gmail.com, reset password. Okay, and please do remember that it needs to be in string form, all right? So don't forget that. And now let's run our code. Let's log in, forgot password, and then myth@gmail.com, reset password. Now let's wait. Okay, so we are getting this bad credentials error. Don't worry, it is not related to our Flask application. It is actually a security feature of Google. So we're going to enable less secure apps of Gmail. It is not recommended. If you do try this out, please disable this again after you are done trying out, and please do this on a new email address that is not your personal email. All right, so enable less secure apps. All right, so this first one, and let's sign in via that particular email. So that's itncart, the same password that we have entered there. So that's temp password python *123, and since it redirected me back here, I'm going to access that page once again. So enable less secure apps here, this. So this is the function that we want to enable. Do remember to disable it after you are done testing. So let's allow less secure app. All right, let's close this, and now let's just refresh this page, and let me all right, so the server is running. Let's refresh it and continue. Wonderful. So reset request sent, check your email, and let's see if that worked. So I'm going to open my Gmail, and wonderful, we have a password reset request. So address not found, don't worry about that. See, if you're working with an email address that you don't have and you send that email, it is going to, do this mailer demand thing and send it back to you, so you can still test it out. Don't worry about this. So just click on this first one, the email that we sent. So look here, we had created that send mail function. So I'm just going to open it in routes.py. all right, so here, so this is the subject, and yes, it was correct, and this is the subject body that we had created. To reset your password, please follow the link. After that, we had this URL for function. In that, we had this reset token. So it is complete up till now. So that's localhost. After that, reset password, and after that, this is the token value. All right, so now it's still under 5 minutes. I'm going to click on it, and now we are successfully redirected to this reset password page, and unfortunately it still says login. So I'm just going to quickly go to change password and then change this to, well, we are now using legend variable, legend. So let's do that, and it should display it correctly, but we are not going to change it. So let's change it to a new password. So the first one was 123456. Let's make it password. All right, I hope it was correct. So let's change password, and yes, so successfully changed. All right, now let's try to log in. We are also successfully redirected to this login page. So email was myth@gmail.com, password is password, and now let's log in. And as you can see, a successful login to myth@gmail.com has redirected us to account page. So in this video, we are going to improve our account page. So let's right click our code Java Flask folder and open with code. You can also open VSCode first and then go to file and open folder and then open that folder. All right, so now let's try to run our server. So let's activate the virtual environment first. Great. File, so python run.py. Wonderful. Now control click on it. All right, so currently is it working? So let's log in, and myth@gmail.com, and that's 123456 password. So log in. And great, so we are logged in, and now our account page is currently just this blank page. All right, with only this h3 heading account page. So what we want to do is we want a profile image on our account page. After that, we want to display user information on this page, and finally we want to let the user update those things. All right, so I'm going to start with uploading the image because updating the data is really easy. All right, so let's get started. So this is our routes.py. And uploading an image on the server is really easy. It's just like copying a file from your system to, well, the server, which is in fact another system. So in our account page, what we need to do? First of all, we need to create a form that accepts the image, and then in our account.html, which is this right here, account.html, we are going to display a button to upload that image. All right, I hope I'm not losing you so far. So we are going to start off with account.html. Right after this div element, we're going to display some fields. So in our register.html, we have already created this wonderful form that accepts username, email, password, confirm password, all of those fields. So we are going to copy this particular layout from this starting div to this ending div. All right, let's copy everything from here. And now click on account.html, and after this closing div, we are going to paste that. Now this form currently has a lot going on, and I don't want to confuse you or throw a lot at you right now, but if you have created those forms, then you already know what each of these is doing. So first of all, I'm going to just delete this join today. All right, and I'm going to use Jinja templates to pass this legend variable here. And in routes.py, in account, I'm going to use that variable legend, and then we are going to pass this as a string. So, well, account details. So what's going to happen is on this page where this account page is listed, now we are going to see a beautiful account details right beneath this, because we have not deleted this account page. So I don't think we need that anymore. So I'm just going to select it and delete it. Wonderful. All right, so this legend variable will take the value from this legend variable here. Great. So, okay, now let's begin deleting the things that we currently do not need. So we are not going to work with username for now. We are going to work with picture. So I'm going to delete this div and email as well, along with password and confirm password. So basically we are going to delete everything. All right, so now you have this clean looking form with only the legend and the submit button. If I were to refresh this page, let's try to run our server. Now the server is on, okay, so it did not detect any error, but if I were to open our website, it would say that form not defined. Since things are correlated, we need to have a form created in forms.py as well. So let's do that. In forms.py, let's create a class account update and then form. All right, and it is going to instantiate from Flask form. Wonderful. And now eventually by the end of this video, we are going to have first name, last name, username, email and picture as part of this account update form. But for now, I want you to focus on only the picture submission. All right, so let's create just picture. Great. So picture is not your usual text based or this password based field. It is a special file field. So that's what we are going to do. Let's scroll to the top, and it is not a property of WT form. It is a property of Flask_WTF module. So from Flask_WTF dot file. All right, we are going to import file field. This field is going to accept that file. All right, and then we are also going to include file allowed. This field will ensure that only these types of files are allowed to be uploaded. All right, now at the bottom, so the variable currently is picture. All right, so this is our file field, so that it will allow us to upload a file. Wonderful. So we have instantiated that, and the first one is obviously the label. So the label is update profile picture, and that should be as a string. All right, so after the label, we are going to have some validators in place. Great. So validators accepts a list, so we are going to provide it a list. The list is file allowed that we have already imported above. So the file allowed, let's say for image we only want JPG and PNG file, so only these two types of file are going to be allowed. And at the time of form submit, Flask is going to look at the document that you are uploading, and if the extension doesn't match JPG or PNG, it is going to fail. The file will not be uploaded. All right, so after this we only need the submit button. As I said that eventually we are going to grow this class. For now, let's keep it like that. So we need the submit button, which is exactly the same as this. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. So it's a submit field. We are only going to change this. So let's say submit, or a better one is update account. Wonderful. So now we have this form ready. Now we can actually import this form in our routes.py. So let's click on that, and this is our really blank account route. See, it does not have anything. We are just going in the function, and then we are rendering the template account.html. So let's import that form. So form is equal to account update form. All right, so we have instantiated that, and as always, from code john_flask.forms module, import all of these forms, and after this account update form. Wonderful. So let's cross check if it's the right name. So account update form. Great. So now we can use form is equal to form, just like we have been doing all this time with other forms. The same is going to go there. So let's just scroll back up. All right, so now we have instantiated the form, and we can use this form like so. So form is equal to form. Let's fix these indentation. There was a squiggly line at the right corner here. Okay, so this will let us display the form, but it will not look correct. For that to happen, we are going to display it in HTML. So after this legend, we are going to display that form just before this field set. So we are going to create a form group. So let's create one with the class of form-group. Wonderful. So in this form group class, we are going to have that form.picture.label, which is obviously the label of that form. So since the label is actually not going to matter a lot, but we are still going to display that. All right, after this we are going to display the field. So form.picture, and we are going to give it a class of form-control-file, which is a Bootstrap class. All right, so let's do this. And in similar fashions, when we got the errors of our previous form, that's what we're going to do in this one as well. So let's write a conditional statement. If form.picture.errors, and make sure to end this if statement first before writing inside of it. So end if. All right, so if there is an error, we are going to loop through those errors. So for error in form.picture errors, now we are going to display those errors. But again, before writing anything, just end this for, because we often forget to end these blocks and then it gives an error. So we are going to span a class of text danger that will give us a red text. Okay, so wonderful, that span is closed as well. And now within this we are going to display the error, and with each error it should be displayed in a new line. So we are going to give it a break tag. Right, so this form group is created. It is going to show us a field to upload the image. So let's just try to run the server. python run.py. So it is working. Now let's open it. Okay, let's click on account. Okay, so now we have these buttons to browse for an image and then update our account, right? However, we have not created methods to accept, means posting anything via this route. So this is our account route, and just like this register login route where we have defined these methods for posting information to our form and getting information from our form, we need these methods. So after this route, just type in comma and then create a methods list. This methods list is going to, well, it's a list, all right? So just give it get and then post. The order doesn't matter. You can type post first and get later. The order doesn't matter. Okay, so now this route can get information from the form and then post information from the form as well. So wonderful there. So let's just try to do that. Let's just cross check our server, and yes, it is broken. Wonderful. Let's refresh it. Great. So let's browse it and then try to upload this, and mind you, it is not going to be uploaded, but still the page was refreshed, but we have not seen anything. Now let's set up the functionality to accept that image and then display that image. For that, let's just change our account.html as well, and we are currently not concerned about the aesthetic look of our site. For example, I'm just going to create another container class, so dot container, and similar fashion I'm going to give it a width of 50, so 50% width. And now I'm going to create an image tag, so image and then emit abbreviation. All right, so I'm just going to press enter, and there we go. So it is expecting a source URL. For now we can either press hash so that it doesn't go anywhere, and this is where we are going to give it the URL where our particular image is located. And believe me, it is really simple to do that. It just looks complicated, but again, it's really simple. But for that to happen, we are going to accept few encoding methods in this form, because we are not just going to work with text form, we are also going to work with this complex image format. So type encode type, this one, and then as you can see, VSCode is already suggesting us some information. So if your form only expects a text format, you don't even need to use encode type, all right? You just need to simply type it out. But if you're working with multiple formats in the same form, then you have to use multi-part form data. So I'm going to choose that one, and now we are going to accept that file via this form. So everything is nearly ready. So in routes.py, first of all, we are going to import OS module. So import OS, this is very important. And now we are going to create a special function. All right, so let's create that function, and for now we are going to create that function right here, just above this account route. All right, so let's define a function, save image, and we are going to give it an argument, because this argument will accept that form.picture.data, means the data that comes from uploading that picture. Let's just call it picture file. All right, so we will use this variable to store form.picture.data. All right, please keep in mind that it is very important, so just remember that for a while. All right, so how do we actually save that image? Well, you might be surprised that it is just as simple as doing this. So picture is equal to picture_file.filename, and then we are going to create a picture path. Now this picture path is actually the location of your server. This is not related to the computer you are currently working on. This is actually related to the project path of your project. All right, just let that sink in. We are talking about codejana_flask folder and its root path. It is very important, so let's just do that. So we are going to use that OS module that we have imported above. We are going to join some paths together, so let's do that. So os.path.join
app.join. Now every path that you write inside of this is going to be joined into a complete path, means a URL that you can access from your browser, and that will display the image that you have uploaded. Alright, the concept is this, that you are giving it the complete URL of that image. So let's do that. Now, do you remember that app variable that we have been working with since our init.py file? This app.config, this app dot and everything. So this app variable initialized this Flask application. So it also has a method called root path, which gives us the location of this project. So we're going to do just that, app.root_path. So that will initiate the starting of this whole picture path. Alright, then enter a comma, and further, where do you want to save this file? So I'm inside my static folder here, and then I have these theme pics, but I don't want to mess it up. So click on static and right click it and create a new folder inside of it and name it, well, profile pics. Wonderful. So I want to save this picture inside static folder, then profile_pics folder. So that's exactly what we are going to do, and type it in string format. So static / and then profile_pics. And remember to not add a slash at the front or at the last of this name. So let's do this. Finally, what do we need to do? This picture variable that we have included here. Now when you upload this file from this form that you're seeing here, that information is going to create a file object. And when you access the methods, it will have a file name method, which will give us its name with the extension. So you already have all the information inside this picture variable. So that's what we're going to use. So the final part of this path is the name of the file with extension. So picture variable. Great. So now what this os.path.join is going to do, it's going to append the root path of this project, and then static profile pics, and then the complete name of this picture that you have just uploaded with this form. Great. So now the final step is saving this file. So picture_file, which we have got from this variable here. Now if it is confusing to you, how did we come across this variable? Then it is a good question. Well, we have created this variable right here because we are soon going to call this function in our account route. So when we call this function in our account route, we are going to provide it form.picture.data. What is it going to do? It is going to go inside form, which is account update form right here. It is going to go inside of it. Then it is going to fetch that picture variable, which is inside our account update form class. So this one. Then it is going to go inside of it. So we have this file field and everything here. So it has the data related to the file. It's going to go inside of it, and then it is going to accept that data and fill out this form. I hope it is clear. If then please ask me in the comment section below. I'll be happy to clarify it further. So we only need picture_file and access the save method inside of it. So dot save. Now you want a path, okay? It should know where the file will be saved. So we have created this path for it. We have said it that use the picture name and extension, then use this folder, and then use the app root path. Alright, so we only need to do picture_path. Alright, so now that we have saved our picture, we also want to return the picture's name. So return, and then where did we find the picture name? At the very first of line 18. Alright, we have already extracted the picture's name. And now that I think about it, picture_name would be more appropriate and more clear. Alright, so return picture_name. Now when we call the save image function, it is going to return this picture name, and then we are going to append it to rest of the URL to create this source. And when it happens, you're going to feel like it's magic. Alright, now let's just drop down to our account route. After instantiating our account update form, we are going to check for validation. So if form.validate on submit, which means that all fields have been accounted for, which is very important. Alright, so just drop down to it. So what should happen if the form is validated on submission? Well, we are going to call that function, this one, the save image function. So save underscore image. Now it expects an argument, which is picture underscore file. So we had created that variable there. So whatever information you provide here will be accepted in that variable. So form.picture.data, which I hope is clear to you, that go inside this form, this account update form, which is right here. So go inside this account update form, then go inside this picture variable and grab the data which is available in this field. All right, so that's what this particular statement does. All right, so now we are going to store this information inside, let's say image underscore file. So all right, so what's going to happen? Well, quite simply, it is going to go inside this form.picture.data and spit out the picture's name, while also saving that picture on our server. Now when it happens, we want the current underscore user dot image underscore file. So now what am I doing here? Well, that's a great thing to say. Well, the current user is the logged in user, right? So only logged in users can access their account page, right? We have also included this decorator here. So let's go inside our models.py. Wonderful. So we had created this user model. All right, we had the username, email, and we also had this image underscore file variable. It was created as a column and it was created as a string. All right, so the string could have a name under 20 characters or equal to 20 characters, which is just a name, right? It doesn't have to do anything with any file. It just stores a name. So the default name that we stored there was default.jpg. Now, as you can see, these are all the files here. And can you spot any file related to this default image? No, because there is none. These are background and this profile pics folder we had just created. All right, so that is just a name. So what we are going to do is we are going to access current underscore user, which is saying go inside any user that is currently logged in. Then dot means access its properties. So go inside of it and then bring out this data. So dot image underscore file. So when it goes inside of it, what is it going to do? It is going to bring out this data, this default string. So it will have this default.jpg inside that, and we are going to replace it with the name of actual image that we have just uploaded. So this data, now I hope the process is clear. So current underscore user dot image file. Now this data should be replaced with image underscore file, which is the name of the file that we have extracted from the save image function. Wonderful. So now that that particular data in the database is updated, we are going to commit this change. All right, so db.session.commit. Now we don't have any information to add. We are just changing the information, so you don't need to access db.session.add. We're just simply updating a change, so we only need to have db.session.commit. All right, that's it. So after the change is committed, what we can do is we can refresh the page. So we can do like return a redirect and redirect URL underscore for and access the account page again. So just account function there. So that's it. What it's going to do, it's going to update that image and then it is going to refresh the page and bring back the account page once more. Wonderful. So now the page will be saved. Now how do we access that? Now after the change is committed, now what do you think this statement currently has in itself? Well, it has the information of latest file that we have just uploaded, right? So we can create a URL statement here. So be with me for a while. So we are going to say image underscore URL is equal to, and make sure that the indentation is right beneath this if statement. This is not a statement that should go under if conditional, alright? It's a separate statement. So image URL is equal to URL for statement. So there. So the first part of it is going to be our folder name. So that's static. Wonderful. And then we're going to access the file name. Wonderful. So file name will be inside our profile underscore pics. Great. So profile underscore pics, and press a slash there, because if you don't, then what I'm going to do here is going to just press against profile underscore pics, because I'm going to concatenate it with the pictures file name, which is stored inside current underscore user dot image underscore file. I hope everything is fine, and we are going to try to run our server. So let's run it. Alright, wonderful. So nothing is broken till now. So browse, click on good.jpg, update account. If our good.jpg, and we are actually seeing it in front of us. So if we are seeing this image here, then we can surely access it and use it in our account.html. So we have already created this image URL here, and all we need to do is pass this in our render template. So let's pass it. So image underscore URL is equal to image underscore URL. So now it will be treated as a variable, and this will be replaced with the URL function that we have created here. Now there were obviously two ways. We could pass this name here with the help of this variable and create this URL function in our account.html, but I think this looks much better in practice, so that we can edit anything we want in here and just use this function in here. So let's try to run our server again. Wait, so let's click on account once again. Everything is fresh here, and we didn't even have to do this. So yes, our file is there, which means this functionality is working. And let me just upload a really old photo. So there you go. So the profile image is working flawlessly. Any image that you want on your profile can now be saved. And yes, you can see that every single image that we are uploading is coming inside of this static folder and profile pics folder. So here. And now I would like to mention that if you want to experiment with this further, then you can use the PIL or pillow library from Python, so that you can mess around with the size and width, height of this image and create a thumbnail as well. So you can just go all out with the image there. I just wanted to show you how to upload image in a Flask application, and now you can use this functionality on every single page that you want it to. Alright, so now our first part of this video is done, and we're going to move on to our second part, which is, believe me, easier than this. It is just to showcase the information that we already have in our database, and then we are going to create some new fields like first name, last name. I just want to complete this whole process. You already know how to create templates. You already know how to create and update information in the database. So we are just going to marry everything together now. So take a break and come back. The second part of this video is going to happen soon. Alright, so what do we want to do now? Well, we already have our profile picture here. This image is like 15 years old. Alright, so we already have this image here. Now, I just want to show you how to grab the data from the database and then show it on your HTML page. So, alright, now that we have created the functionality to upload user profile image, now we're going to give the user the chance to update their user information as well. Now we're going to let the user update both of their email and username as well. Now if you don't want that, if you want the username to be one and done thing, because many social profiles and other websites also use this tactic, they only let either the email address or the username update so that they don't conflict their database. But now since I'm just showing you how to add this functionality of updating things, then we are going to do both. So now where should we begin? Well, as I said previously, we are going to begin visually. So we are going to create some fields here. So we can just take all the fields that are necessary, and we had deleted a lot of fields in the beginning of this video. So we are just going to go to register. And which fields do you want to update? Well, we want to update the username and email field. So just grab this form group and this one. So we are only going to grab these two form groups from register HTML. Alright, so where do you want to paste it? It's completely up to you. I'm just going to paste it after the legend. Alright, so now that we have visually pasted this in our account.html, we are going to change our forms.py a little, because we only have this picture field to be updated, and mind you, we are instantiating form with account update form. Alright, so in our forms.py we are going to add additional fields. Now we are going to need username and email, so we can just copy this completely from registration form and just paste it here. Now yes, we can instantiate another form with the help of register form, but if you don't want to do that, if you just want to instantiate a single form to update the user information, then it is better to create a separate class with only the fields that you want to update. Alright, so we have the username and email and picture in this field. And now if you also want to create the first name field and last name, you can do so in this account update form. So let's say you do want to create it. This field is similar to this, so I'm just going to copy it and we're going to paste it in this and in last name as well. Alright, so now currently we have this data required and this length validator inside our fields as well. So we have to make sure that these validators are in check. So let's change the labels here. This label should say first name and this label should say last name. And now this information, this username and email is already in our database. Alright, so this is a great opportunity to show you what our Postgres database currently has. Alright, so how do we log into that? Well, click on init.py because we are going to access this user information. So psql command from terminal. Alright, -d and then the database name. So it is CJ Flask App. I would like to mention here, this is the user, this is the password, and then this is your database name. So -U and user is CJ Postgres. Wonderful. So the password is CJ Flask. Alright, so now we are in our Postgres console. So we can type /dt for all the tables that we have. So we have only one table. So click on models and this. We have only this user table. Currently, as you can see, we don't have anything else. So why did I show you? Well, again, let's expand upon it. So /d and then we are going to type in the table that we want to see the information of. So alright, so we currently have only these fields. So click on models.py and as you can see, we have username, email, image, file, password. All of these fields are right here. So in forms.py, if we want to save the information of first name and last name as well, we need to create a model, or the second option is to create two columns inside this table. I feel that creating a new model is more efficient than generating two columns. Now creating two columns is also very easy. You just need to type in two commands. But it would be a great opportunity to show you how relations in Flask SQLAlchemy work. So we are going to create a new class. So let's do that. Just at the very bottom, create a class. So let's call it user details. It is going to inherit from db_model as well. So db.model. This is similar to db.model. Now since this class has nothing to do with user authentication, we are not going to inherit from user mixin. We are not going to inherit from user mixin class. Alright, so let's create the two fields that we need. So first one is first name and the second one is last name, and these are really just so similar to the options we already have here. So we can just copy this username string, and actually we need this ID as well. So first of all, we are going to just paste this and paste this in last name as well, and now we are going to copy the ID. So that's a unique identifier. So we don't need to type all of that, we can just copy and paste it. So let's fix that indentation. Wonderful. Alright, so we have accepted
a string of 20 characters for first name and last name. We want these names to be unique as well. Don't worry, it doesn't matter because these details are only related to the individual user, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So we are going to create an REPR function as well to display this information. So define _REPR and then it will accept self as a parameter, and this is how you display the information. So return, just above you can see formatted string, and in formatted string we are going to type self dot first name. Self refers to this class, so it refers to user details. All right, let's complete it. Oh, wonderful. And let's display self dot last name. So whenever we call this class, whenever we use this class, actually it is going to return the answer in the form of first name space last name. All right, I hope that's clear. Now currently this class is just individual, it is not related to this user, so we are going to pair both of them together. And to see this thing more clearly, I just need to hide this terminal and just make some more room here. And we are also going to hide this verify reset token and then hide this as well. So now we can see the complete code here. Now just at the bottom of the state created, we are going to create a relationship. You have not seen this thing until now, so this would be a great opportunity to tell you that. So now we're going to create a variable user details so that it is easier to know that after accessing user details, or actually just now I got a better one, details only. So by accessing user details, we are going to have the first name and last name of that user. All right, so we are going to create db.relationship, and don't worry, we don't need to import anything this time, so just access that. And now we are going to specify the class name of this relation. So we want to create a relationship to this user details class, so that's the name we want to put here. So user details, wonderful. And then what do you want to call as a back reference? Back reference is you can go inside this class and then use this back reference to refer this user. So any information in first name can access this information as well. So let's just call this back reference as parent. All right, that this first name last name is the parent information of this user. Trust me, it doesn't really matter, you can type anything here, it will not throw an error. And then we are going to set lazy is equal to true, because we want this information to load after loading all of this data. It helps with server resources. All right, so wonderful, we have created this relationship here. Now we want to call that information from this user details class as well. So we are going to create something here. All right, and you'll see that something. All right, so we are going to create a user ID. Now why are we doing this? Now remember that this user ID has nothing to do with any variable you are seeing here. This is a new variable that we are creating to store the user ID of this user. So this user and its ID will be stored in this variable, and you'll see how. So we are going to create a column, db.column, and this is going to be in integer because this is a user ID. All right, so there we go. And then it is going to be a foreign key. Now this is where it gets interesting. This foreign key means that this particular information is outside of this class. Please let that sink in, that this information, this user ID variable has some information which is not under the scope of user details class. All right, this information is going to come from another class, which is this. So this foreign key should be in integer format. All right, so which of this information is currently in integer format? This one. And how do you access this information? You already know that when you access any information inside this user class, you use a small user, not the capital user, the small u of the user class.
So just be with me for a while more. So we are going to create this foreign key. So this foreign key is going to have user.id. This is going to be an integer value, which is to say, so this user.id means this ID. So now both of these are paired, and now it cannot be false. So nullable is equal to false. It will always have this relation, so it will always have a user ID. So now that we have created this model, now we will access SQLAlchemy and we are going to create this model or this table inside our Postgres database. So let's access it, and I'm just going to cancel the current console. So we have done so, and let's clear the screen again, and now type Python with the environment active, and now from code jana_flask import db. All right, so now we have imported the database, so we can do db.create_all. Wonderful. Now press enter, and we have not seen any error, so let's exit out of it and type psql-d, then cj flask app, our database name, then -u, and then cj postgres. Wonderful. So the password is cj flask. Great. And quickly let's say dt in tables. So yes, so with that command db.createAll, we have a new table user_details. So now let's do /d and user_details. Wonderful. So it has a first name, last name, and then user ID. And how do we access values of this particular table? Very simple. All right, so it is just one command away. Select star means everything from public dot and then the table name, which is user details, I believe, and then semicolon. Actually, I want to make sure it is user_details. All right, so it's a good thing we checked. Press enter. All right, great. So no errors there. We just have 0 rows. So now when we save this information, it is going to have some information. Now let's create a new console. Now our environment is active, and now let's cross check whether everything is correct. So we have created forms.py, and we have this first name, last name, and rest of the information as well. We have also created this username and password here, but now we can also create the first name and last name. So we are just going to copy this particular form group. So from this div to this div, I have actually collapsed it. So let's open it. So let's copy it, and if you want the first name and last name to appear before this username, you can paste what we have just copied before this, and I've pasted it 2 times. So I'm going to do a multi-line editing. So press Alt and then double click username, and next one. So everywhere just we have all of these usernames there, and this one as well. Wonderful. So now we can just type and all of these will be edited. So the first one was first name. Wonderful. Great. Now this username here, multi-select all of this as well, and then type last name. So we have first name, last name, and this is a mistake here. Let's delete it. Then we have this username, email, and picture. So in our forms.py, we are using every single field. So this form should be valid when we click the submit button. So in our routes.py, yes, we have already done everything. So I'm just going to run our server. So Python run.py. Great. We are currently logged out. So log in. All right. So we have our form ready. So we have the first name, last name, username, email. Now let me show you something interesting. We currently don't have any information here, right? You cannot see the username already filled out. You cannot see the email already filled out. So how about we do just that? Now in this statement, we are currently just validating the information on submit, and we are just saving the information as we go along. What if we want some information to already be there to already be present when we come to the account page. For this, we can start a conditional from the beginning after we have instantiated our account update form. Okay, so after this conditional that we are validating our form on submit, we can do an elif statement that if someone is not submitting the form, there are certain things that you can still do. So before this image URL, you can type elif. Now we can use the request module of Python itself, and you will see how wonderful this is. So elif request dot method, which is to say that if the page is loaded, all right, there are two types of requests: getting the information and posting the information. So this information is being posted via the form, all right. So if someone wants to just access the information, then they are getting that information. So if the request method is get, so that's what I want to say. So if request method is get, then what should happen? Well, this is where we can say that show this information if the URL has sent a get request. So now we can fill out the fields with this information. So we currently have all of these fields with us. So form.username.data, which refers to this field. So username.data, this is the field there. So this field should have this information: current underscore user, which is obviously the user currently logged in, dot username. It is really simple, just like this. All right, so after this, form dot email dot data should be equal to similarly current user dot email. And now let's see the magic happen. Now before I run this server, I want to make sure that I have imported request module. So just scroll to the top, and from Flask we have requested all of these things, so we can just include the request module. There we go. And now we can run our server. Wonderful. So now let's just refresh this page and see. So this user was mythical and email was myth@gmail.com. So this information is already present for us, and we can just click on it, and suppose we want to delete this information and save a new username. All right, so we have shown the information of username and email. Now what if we want to change that information? We can do so before committing our changes. So here we can see that current underscore user dot username is equal to form dot username dot data, and in similar fashion current underscore user dot email is equal to form dot email dot data. See how that works? Now again, since we are just changing the information, we don't have to access db.session.add. We just have to commit these changes. So let's run our server again. Wonderful. And let's refresh this page. Great, no errors there. So let's type a different username for mythical. So let's type ancient. All right, and let's update the account. Okay, so we have an error that please fill out this field, and this is what happens when you type the validators as data required. Now what if we had some dummy data in it? Let's just type it in, and also we actually want to save this information of first and last name. So let's type ancient1. So let's update the account now. All right, so now we have failed again. It is saying that none type object has no attribute. All right, so why did this happen? Now this form is invalid without a profile picture. However, we already have this picture. So how to avoid this crash? Well, avoiding this crash is really simple. Again, we just have to use a conditional statement for this particular block of code. Now we can check if someone has uploaded a picture, right? And it is as simple as typing if form.picture.data, which is to say that if someone has uploaded something, all right, then you can execute these commands. So these two. And if they have not uploaded anything, then don't execute these commands. And if these commands don't get executed, nothing will change and the server will not crash. So how about we give it a try? Alright, so our page, I press the back button, so everything is fine till now. So we have added the first name, the last name, and change the username. Let's update the account, and wonderful. So the username is now ancient. Right, so we have saved the picture data. We have also updated the username and email, and now we also want to save the first name and last name in our database. So how do we do that? Just after this current user email, we can say user underscore details is equal to, then we are going to access that model. So the model is this one, user details, and it will expect a first name, last name, and then a user ID. This is very important. All right, so let's say routes.py and type in user details, and make sure you import that from models.py. So you scroll at the top, and in this, so from code jana underscore flask.models, we are currently importing user class. We also want user details. Wonderful. All right, so it is going to expect a first name, and then a last name, and then a user ID. So user underscore ID. These are the fields it is going to expect. So first name is going to come from, well, form.firstname.data. Last name is going to come from form.lastname.data, and now the user ID is going to come from current underscore user.id. That's all we need to do. This is the information that we currently do not have in our database, so we need to add this information in the database. So db.session.add and add user underscore details. So add all the information that we are passing through this user details model. All right, and after this, save those changes. So that's why we have used the .commit, and after everything is done, return a redirect to our own account page. So let's see if it works. Wonderful. And now the last time it crashed because we did not upload any profile picture. We are still not going to do that. We already have it. So let's update the account and let's see if it works. So let's open our PSQL, and now it is showing 0 rows, okay, before that. So let's just run the command again, and wonderful. So we have 1 row updated. So it is ancient 1, and what a great first name, last name. But why don't we see this first name already listed here, the last name listed here? Well, I'm sure that you already know this by now, and I want you to pause this video and try it on your own. If you don't know, then follow along. Right? Okay, so just like we have displayed the username and email, we can do the same with first name and last name. It is a little bit trickier, but you can rest assured that the current user has access to these properties as well, because we have created a relationship through this details variable. All right, so let's do it together. Form.firstname.data, and then current underscore user. Now, just like the current user can access, well, username, email, and all of these fields, actually, it can also access details. So let's dive in it. Details. All right. So now, the details will give you a list. So we want the last entered first name. Believe me, when you enter this multiple times, it is going to give out the information entered first. So let's type in -1 for the last information, and then type dot first name. We have entered in this user details class, all right, with the help of this details variable, and then we can access dot first name and then dot last name. All right, and we can just alt shift and then down arrow to copy it, and let's just change it to last name for both. All right, and now let's run our server, and there you go. All right, so in this video we have covered how to upload the image. We have covered how to finally create new fields, new models, and then update previously saved information. So that is it for this video. It was a long one as well, but we have married everything that you have seen until now. We have created a new route, We have also learned how the server treats images. Remember that the server does not understand images, it understands URLs. All right, so if you can create a perfect URL, then your images will be safe. Okay, so that was really interesting and really fun. We are going to finally deploy our application. So we are going to deploy our application on Heroku in this video. In the next one, we are going to take it up one step further with deployment of it on Linux server. So make sure to watch that video as well, because eventually you are going to be installing your app on Linux server. So let's open our code jar_flask folder, open with code. All right, so how do we deploy our application? devcenter.heroku.com, then articles, and then Heroku CLI. So let's open this one, and I'm going to leave a link to this website in the description, so make sure to check it out. All right, at the bottom here, now according to your Windows operating system, you need to install either 32-bit or 64-bit, and you need to click on the 64-bit installer. I already have it, so let's click on this and click on downloads. So it will download this Heroku x64.exe in your system. Now I've gone ahead and installed it, so it will just create the libraries necessary to initiate that command. Wonderful. So I already have Heroku in my system, so that's why I'm getting all of these commands. So you can do just so much with this Heroku CLI. All right, so now let's take it one step further. What we need to do to actually export our application on Heroku? First of all, we are going to just log into our environment or activate it. So let's activate it. Wonderful. Now your next step is to create an account on Heroku.com, the website that was not opening just a while ago. So we are going to be opening this Heroku.com, and yes, it is successfully opened. So I'm currently logged in, so I'm just going to log out of this dashboard. So just sign out. And if you're a student, then you don't need to pay for anything, but it does come with a few catches. If you have followed my Flask tutorial series and you have created a Postgres database, then I'm afraid this Heroku deployment is not for you. If you had used the SQLite version that I've also shown in my videos, then you can deploy your application on Heroku. Now this is the sign up page. It is completely free. You don't need to give any information that you don't want to. Just type the information here and then create a free account. So I'm just going to click login, and here are my details, so email address and password. Let's log in. Wonderful. So we are already logged in. Now we don't have to do anything from here. We don't need to create a new app or anything like that. We just had to create an account because we need those credentials. So now in our VSCode terminal, we are going to type Heroku and then log in. So it is going to ask you to press any key to open the browser. So I've just pressed any key. Wonderful. So it is waiting for the login. Great. We are going to log into Heroku CLI. Great. So we are logged in. Now in my case, I was already logged into Heroku. In your case, it will ask for your email and password that you just created. After that, you can close it, and you will see it here logged in as kksonakia@gmail.com. all right, so let's proceed to our next step. All right, now we want a web server for our application that tells Heroku how to handle all of these script files. All right, so we are going to use Gunicorn or Gunicorn. All right, so it is an industry standard server. Because it's light, it is also very fast, so you don't need to do anything fancy there. So just pip install and then Gunicorn. Okay, so I already have it installed. In your case, it will go out there and install it. So wonderful, that one is done as well. Now as you can see, I'm just going to scroll up. We have used all of these dependencies. We have used Flask, then request, redirect, all of these things. Now behind the scenes, we are actually using a lot of libraries, a lot of modules. So we are going to make a list of all of those modules that we have used. Don't worry, there's a really simple command to do that. So just type pip and then trees, then greater than sign, and the convention is requirements.txt. so save a file with the name requirements.txt. so do that, requirements.txt. and now I'm going to open my this explorer here. I'm going to hide everything that we don't need to see, so you don't see any requirements.txt right now. After doing pip freeze greater than and requirements.txt, just press enter. You can see a new file has been created, requirements.txt. Like click on it, and there we go. We have all the files that we have used in this particular project. All right, you will also see a lot of files that you have not used. Now, I would recommend you to not delete anything you do not understand, because a lot of these files are dependent upon each other. So these modules act behind the scene. If you have not actively downloaded and installed them, still do not delete anything which have been generated using pip freeze command. So another step is done. Now we are going to create a proc file or a process file. That process file is actually going to tell Heroku how to handle that Unicorn server that we have just installed. It will also tell Heroku which file do you want to run in order to run your whole application. So in our case, our file is this one, the run.py one. It initiates our whole application. All right, so just click on the main code jana_flask. All right, now right click it and just create a new file, and with capital P, proc file. Wonderful. The icon has already changed. Now you just need to type few things here. First of all, the web server. So just type web and then type column and then Unicorn, which is our web server for this project. After that, we are going to tell it the file that runs this application. So the file name is run and then column. We don't need to add run.py, just type the main name without extension. So this run file is the application file. All right, so that's it. That's all you need to do. Just to be safe, press Ctrl S or save this file. We have already enabled autosave, so no worries there. Now we have done everything. Now finally, we are going to push these changes to Heroku. And how do we do that? We do it via git application. So we are going to initiate some git commands. All right, so let's initiate some git commands. So first of all, we are going to initiate a git repository. All right, so we can type git init to initialize a git repository. Now, just like Heroku CLI, we had to download and install the necessary libraries. If you don't have Git installed, if you've never worked with Git before, you probably do not have Git installed in your system. So commands like git init are not going to work for you. In that case, you can watch my video on how to work with Git SCM. The link is in the description below, but I still want to show you. So let's click on this new tab and type git SCM. Then click on this downloads button, and from here select your operating system. We are working with Windows, so click on this and it will again install Git in your PC. So from here select your bit. It's 32-bit or 64-bit according to the RAM you currently have in your system. So just do that. It will download an exe file. Just run it like we did with Heroku and you will have Git commands working for you. I will recommend you to close VSCode and then reopen it and then initiate the commands. All right, so let's initiate this git repo, short for repository. Wonderful. So empty git repository is initialized. You don't see it right here because it is .git, which is, to hide the files. So let's click on here. Now click on this view button and then hidden items. So you can see that .git is currently a hidden folder. Inside of it, we have all of these folders and necessary files to run several git commands. So let's do them one by one. Now to add all the files to our git repo, we can do git add and then dot. This dot will add all the files inside our code jana_flask directory. Wonderful. You do not see changes right now because we are not viewing them, but they are there. Now we are going to commit these changes. So git commit -m for message and type our first Flask project commit. All right, this message can be anything. All right, this is just to keep track of your commits. Wonderful. So as you can see, we have created mod and this particular number and all of these files. You can see that all the files that we have created, including this PyCache one. Now if you want to keep things separate, you can actually delete this PyCache folder. don't worry, it is not going to break your code. So let's proceed further. Now finally we are going to create our Heroku app. So type Heroku create and then the name of your application. So it should be all lowercase and without any spaces. So I'm going to type CodeJana Flask. All right, so let's press enter, and as you can see, it is creating CodeJana Flask, and just wonderfully in few seconds it has created that. Now our files are still not in this URL. All right, this URL is not going to work. So what we're going to do is we are going to just push these changes which are currently residing in our Git repo. To do that, you need to do git push Heroku master, which is the main branch or master branch of your Git repo. All right, let's press enter, and wonderful. So it is currently compressing the files and installing everything on Heroku. So I'm going to skip this section and we are going to wait, and in just a short while you're going to see our application completely exported to Heroku, and we'll be able to see it using that domain name that Heroku provides us. All right, wonderful. So all changes were done, and in this particular section it is saying that this app is deployed to Heroku. So now we can click Control and then click it. So let's open this. Wonderful. So as you can see, our application has successfully launched and we can access it from codejanaflask.herokuapp.com. Now, since this is a free version of Heroku, we are not going to be able to use all the database functionalities that we have included in our application. For example, I can click on sign up button. All right, I can click on login button, and I can also click on home button, right? So let's click on login, and you already know that currently we have an account named myth@gmail.com. The password is 123456. All right, so let's log in, and there we go. So our app has crashed because in this free version, Heroku is not giving us full access to our Postgres database, and we need to do some important things before we can get this database working. So in my next video, we are going to work with Linux server. You're going to be working with Linux server, whether it is Amazon AWS or Amazon Lightsail or Google Cloud. The basic environment is same if you are working with Linux server. So make sure to watch my next video, because then we will have a full-fledged working application with Postgres database. Also, if you still want to use Heroku to showcase your application, then all you need to do is switch your database, which is right here in init.py. Switch this database to SQLite, which I have already covered in my video. The link is in the description. All right, so that is it for this video. It was a short one, and I hope you learned something. One more thing, please make sure that this proc file is actually created right under CodeJana_Flask folder and not this one. So let me open this folder for you. So in our desktop, we have this main folder. All right, and then we have all these files here. Let me just increase the size. So we have all these files. So make sure the proc file is at the main root directory of this project, which is this one right beside these requirements.txt and run.py. That's the only way Heroku is going to understand you have a proc file and you have configured this proc file with this information that you have a Unicorn web server and run.py file is your application file. So make sure that proc file is at that level and not inside CodeJana_Flask. So not inside this. This video you're going to learn exactly how to deploy your Flask web app on Amazon AWS. Alright, so let's get started. Our first step is to click on this link. You can either search for Amazon AWS and it will showcase you this Amazon Web Services link, and eventually when you click on it, you will have to create an AWS account. So when I clicked on that link, this is a Lightsail server of Amazon AWS, because we just need small resources from Amazon. All right, this is not a full scale app. We just want to showcase our Flask application. So this Lightsail server is great for us. It is free for 1 month. All right, so when you click on it, it will ask you for a root user. And if you already have an account, then you can input your details here, or you will click on this create a new AWS account. So whether you open it directly from here and click on here, create an AWS account,
or you click here, create an AWS account. The result is going to be the same. All right, so I'm going to close one of them, and now fill out the information as you would with any other account. Now when you're going to fill out this information, it is going to ask you for your credit card because it needs to verify that you are a real person. And yes, if you run out that 1 month trial period, it is going to charge you, but with your confirmation. So I'm afraid if you want to deploy your Flask application completely free of cost, then I have made a video on Heroku deployment. It is in fact a free application. All right, but if you want to showcase your application with the help of an actual Ubuntu or Linux server, then all of these services, Amazon AWS, Google Cloud, Linode, all of these services are going to charge you a little amount for the free access. So you must have that credit card or debit card with international usage enabled. So with that out of the way, I'm just going to click on sign into an existing AWS account. And now since I'm the root user, I'm going to enter my information. Click next. And now these characters are somewhat hazy, and if you don't see them properly, you can always refresh them. So I'm just going to type if I see them correctly. Wonderful. All right, now password. All right, so we are currently logged in. Now even if you clicked on this link, it is going to showcase you this console. So in this you need to click on build using virtual servers with Lightsail. All right, click on this. All right, and now you are already in create an instance page. So I'm going to click on this Unix Linux and click on OS only. And now click on Ubuntu 20.04. It is currently the latest one offered by Amazon Lightsail. The actual latest one is Ubuntu 22. So let's just click on here, and you don't need to do anything here. Just click on this very minimum, the bare minimum that you need. So 512 MB RAM, 1 CPU. We are not looking for speed here. We are just looking for a way to showcase our application for project purposes. All right, so first month is free. All right, so now just identify your instance, name it anything. It doesn't matter if you delete all of it and just type CJ Flask server and just create this instance. Now hang on a minute. I would highly suggest you to choose a region that is actually in a country which doesn't charge much. So since I'm already in India, well, it's all good here. So select any country that doesn't charge much. Let's just create instance here. Wonderful. So as you can already see, I already have this Ubuntu new user. Don't worry, we are not going to touch it. We are going to work with CJ Flask server. It is going to take a little amount of time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and after it is ready, we are going to begin. All right, so as you can see, it's just been under 1 minute or so and it is ready. So first step, now let's click here, that after you have created an account, you need to connect your server with SSH and change the root password with this following command. So let's do that first because we need access to this server from our command prompt. We are not going to use command shell given by Amazon. So first of all, click on this little command prompt button here. So click on here. It's connecting to our instance. As for password, the root password is currently the same that you logged in to this Lightsail server. All right, so right now just type this. So sudo and then passwd root, because we are going to update Ubuntu and we need to do that with the root user. So we're going to change the password of root user. So press enter and type a strong password. Now if you're just beginning and you're just testing things out, type any password, maybe 123 or maybe password, because you're just testing things out but not in a production environment. So I'm just going to type root *123, press enter and retype the new password. So enter there, and wonderful. So it's already there. Now how do we check it that it is successfully changed? Simple, just type su for super user and then type root. So it is going to ask password, so root *123. If you don't see it, don't worry, you're not going to see it obviously. So just enter, and yes, so this little root here suggests that we are in fact connected with the root user. Now you might be surprised that this is 172.26.065 and you might be seeing here that it is a completely different IP address. No worries, just click on CJ Flask server here, and as you can see, well, you are not seeing it here. So
our public IP address is this and the private IP address is this. So if you are going to try out multiple server and maybe testing out connection between two servers, then this is your private IP that you can connect to Amazon servers together. If you want to deploy your website, then this is going to be the IP address of your website. So just be with me and we are going to make everything clear shortly. Alright, so now we have successfully logged in as root user. So what we need to do next? So now we are going to configure SSHD configuration file so that we can actually access it from our command prompt. Now let me show you something. Open command prompt and now type SSH and then the IP address. So make sure to keep this thing handy because we're going to be typing this a lot. So just type the IP address. First of all, type root at. So this is the username that you want to log in as, and this is the IP address or host name that you want to connect to. So root at this IP address. Enter. So it is asking for, saving this information in your system. If you already know that you trust this, type yes, enter. So immediately after saving that information of the server, it clearly said permission denied and public key was reported here. So you currently do not have access to this server from your command prompt, and we are going to click here, enable permit root login, so that we can log in as root user and log in with password. All right, so we are going to change both of these things. Currently we are still logged in this particular window, so that's all we have to do for now. I have also included path of file because we cannot remember all the paths, and if you are just beginning, it is going to look completely boggling. Since we are logged in as root user, you don't need to type sudo. You can simply type nano and then etc ssh sshd and config. All right, so nano is a text editor. All right, nothing else. Press enter and we have all of this information. I'm going to make it large. All right, so currently what we need to look for, click here. We are going to look for permit root login and password authentication. So permit root login is here. Now I would highly suggest you to not delete previous information. Just press enter and create new information without touching previous information completely, because sometimes when we mess up, we can simply delete our own commands and the previous one remains the same. So permit root login, make sure it is spelled right like this with capitalization there and type yes. That's it. Now furthermore, we are going to have password authentication. So this one is password authentication. Just change it to yes. All right, that's all we need to do. Now look at the bottom here. So that caret sign and X means control. All right, control key. So control X and then Y for save, and then you don't need to change anything here. Press enter. Now still we are not going to be able to log in. We need to reset the SSH server. Make sure to sudo, we don't need to do that, we are logged in as root user, systemctl restart sshd. All right, so that's what we are going to do. So systemctl restart sshd, press enter, and now let's open our command prompt of Windows. So this is it. Press up arrow to access the last command, enter, and wonderful. So this time we are not getting permission denied, we are actually being asked about the password. So password of root user was root *123. Press enter. Wonderful. See, we are logged in as root user, IP address this. All right, so now we can close the shell that was given to us by Lightsail Amazon server. So let's close it. Now we can finally begin updating things in Ubuntu and then slowly begin transcending our application on this server. So our next step is to actually connect to our server, all right, with the root user, and then we are going to update it. So this step is already done. I'm connected to this, so I'm just going to open it in right here and just open this in the left here. So after this, our next step is to type apt update and apt upgrade. So we are going to update Ubuntu and we are also going to upgrade some old files. All right, press enter. and it is going to simply ask you after a while that do you want to continue updating. Then all you have to do is press Y for yes, and it depends on your internet connection how long it will take. So right here, so 199 MB of disk space is going to be used. Just press Y for yes, press enter, and now just grab a coffee or tea and wait. It is going to take some time. All right, so after doing all of that work, it is going to ask you this. So since we configured SSHD configuration file just a while ago, it is going to ask you whether to keep the local version that we have edited or to keep the maintainer's version. Don't worry, it is not going to interfere with our connection. Just tap up arrow and install the package maintainer's version so that we have the latest configuration of it. Press OK. All right, so it is finally done. Now our next step is to check our hostname, and then we are going to change it. So check hostname. So it is currently this IP address and it looks a bit weird, a bit bizarre. So just type hostname ctl set hostname, and then type any hostname that you want. For simplicity, I'm just going to type Flask server. All right, wonderful. Let's check again. So it's changed. Wonderful. And now we're going to change our hosts file to include that host name. All right, let's just type nano/etc/hosts. Wonderful. And just at the end, press enter. And you can do it at above as well. It doesn't matter, because when you run this command, it is going to open this file automatically and then change the host name as well. It is just wonderful. So I can't wait to tell you how wonderful this application is in the next video. All right, so for now, just type your IP address, which is clearly mentioned here. Just type it here. So 3.6.36.220. Sometimes it doesn't paste, so that's why I'm typing it out. And our host name, so it was Flask server. All right, please keep all of those things handy. You can open Notepad as well and just keep a record of everything. For example, your IP address here, so that you can quickly just copy paste all of those things. All right, so now let's just save this file. Control X and then Y to save, and just enter. That's it. That's all you need to do. All right, so now our next step is to create a new user, because we don't want to do anything with the root user. All right, we want to create a new user. And if you are testing things out, then do not work with root. If you delete something by mistake as a root user, it doesn't ask you permission. You are the root user. It is going to let you do that. All right, so if you delete something important, your server will crash. All right, so create a new user at this step. So just type add user, and for simplicity, again, Flask user. So we need a password for this. Just type 1 2 3 4 5 6. Obviously not in a production environment. Press enter. Same password. And you can type a full name here. You don't need to do that. You simply can press enter, enter, enter. Just going to quickly do Flask user, enter room number. Obviously we don't need to do that. Press enter multiple times. So is this information correct? You're not going to be in trouble if the information is not correct. So don't worry about that. All right, so we have added that user. Now we need to add that user to our sudo group. All right, so that it can access some commands that only super user can. So just type add user and then the username. So Flask user and then sudo. All right, simple. That's all you need to do. Now we are going to exit out of it and then connect back to this server with that new user. So let's exit out of it. I'm just going to clear the screen. So CLS, great. And now type SSH once again. Then what's the new user? Flask user, wonderful. And then this IP address. So copy it and then simply paste it. Press enter. Great. So the password for it was 1 2 3 4 5 6. Enter. Great. As you can see, we no longer have this root listed here. So we are currently working with Flask user, and this is our host name, which was previously our private IP address, right? Now we are listing Flask server here that we have already saved just a while ago. So what's our next step? Our next step is to connect this particular system to our server with SSH. Currently we are typing a password. We don't want to do that because it is a little bit time consuming, because we are going to be connecting to our server a lot. All right, so we are going to set up SSH keys. All right, so the process is really simple. Just follow along. All right, so first of all we are going to connect to this user. All right, we have already done so. Don't mind this IP address, it is from my previous server. All right, just make a .ssh directory. Now where do you make it? Type pwd to check your present working directory. So we are currently inside home, then Flask user. That's exactly where you need to be. So just type sudo, because now we are not a root user, we are going to be needing sudo. All right, so sudo and then make dir then .ssh. Press enter, and now it is going to ask the password. This password is related to Flask user, not the root user. So just type 1 2 3 4 5 6, enter. Great, so let's check whether we have that folder. Type ls to check the folder, and we didn't get anything. Why is that? .ssh means that the folder should be hidden. All right, to access that just type ls and then dash and then all. Press enter, and now you have access to all the hidden folders inside Flask user folder. So we already have this .ssh, and look here, all the permissions are listed here. So D for directory, all right, R for read, then write, then execute, read, write. So all of these are permissions. Presently root user has the access to this particular folder .ssh, and root group. So this is group, this is user. So if we were to change some things inside .ssh, then Flask user is not going to have permission to do that. Only root user can. So we are going to change that. For that, I already have listed all the commands here. So we are going to own this particular folder. How to do that? Just type chown, and remember, type sudo first. So sudo chown and then the username. So Flask user, then the group name. All right, so the group name is also Flask user, and then type .ssh. All right, press enter, and you remember that when we first type sudo make dir here, it asks for the password of Flask user. Now it saves that password in a session all by default, don't worry about it, and then for some time it is not going to ask you the password again. After that session expires, it is going to ask you for that password again of Flask user. If that happens, simply type that password and you're good to go. So we already have the permissions in place. Let's check for them. Just type up arrow 2 times. So ls-all, press enter, and now you can clearly see this .ssh folder has Flask user in it. So this user owns this folder, that's what it means, and it is a part of this group. So we already have everything set up. So step 8, now we can create SSH keys in Windows. All right, so you can do 2 things. You can just exit out of it and clear the screen. That's it. So we are not changing our command prompt either. All right, so now let's just create our SSH keys. Now remember that you have created this make dir in our server. So let's see if we have something like this in our code journal user in Windows. So let's type dir, and we have a .ssh folder because I think I was working with it. But if you do not have it, I'm just going to make it visual. So open this and then go to this PC, then C, and then users, and then your username. So if you do not have it, let's say it's deleted, or when you connected your server with command prompt it did not create it, or any reason at all, you can simply make a directory .ssh. all right, so if you already have it, wonderful, just type cd and then .ssh. So we are working inside this folder. So now just type ssh-keygen and then -b and then bit size. All right, so 4096, it is pretty strong encryption. So let's try enter, and now enter file name in which to save the key. So I'm not going to change anything here. The file name is listed here, id_rsa. It should be saved with the same name, so just press enter. Now enter passphrase. What happens when you enter the passphrase? Well, what happens is when you connect to your server via SSH, it is going to ask you that passphrase again. So it defeats the purpose of saving time. But if you're just working, trying out some application, don't worry about this. In production environment, you may want to keep a passphrase there. For now, just press enter. It's going to ask you for that passphrase again. Just press enter. So this is your RSA key. You don't have to do anything interesting here. Just type dir. So it has created id_RSA and id_RSA.pub. So this is the public key that we are going to send to our server. All right, and this is our private key that it is going to match. It is going to match both of those files, and if they match, then it is going to let us access that server. So I hope the concept is clear. All right, so we have created our keys in this step. Now we need to transfer this id_RSA.pub file to our server like this. So be with me here. So scp and then id_RSA, and remember that .pub file, not this one. We want this one. All right, so type Flask user or use username that you have selected, then your IP address. I'm simply going to copy it. All right, now we have connected to the server, right? So when you type colon here, it is going to access the home folder. So let's type tilde for home folder, then slash, and then .ssh, which is inside our Flask user folder. And if you remember, we had created .ssh folder there. Save this particular key, this id_RSA.pub, save it as authorized keys. It is already a predefined name inside SSHD configuration file. So let's save it here, and it is going to ask you for the password. So let's do that. Password is 123456. So it is successfully transferred. Great. Now we are done with step 8. So now step 9. Now we are going to log into our server, and if everything went by correctly, then we should be able to connect to our server without any password. Let's try that. So SSH and then Flask user @ and then paste our IP address. Press enter. Wonderful. So it did not ask us any password. So great. Since this step is successful, we can actually proceed to these two steps. We are going to change permissions of our .ssh folder and everything inside that .ssh folder, which is currently the authorized keys file. So let's do that. Since again we are logged in as Flask user, we need to use sudo. All right, so sudo chmod and then 700, and then just type the path here. So .ssh. Wonderful. Press enter. It is going to ask for Flask user password. Great. Now press up arrow to access it, and then star for everything inside .ssh folder, and the permission will be 600. Now I want to explain you something here. This 700 permission, let's type Ubuntu 700 permission. Great. So this 700 permission protects a file against any access from other users. All right. And now let's see what the 600 permission does. So permission of 600 means that owner has full read-write access to that file, and other users cannot access anything from it. So other users cannot read, write, or access authorized_key. Only Flask user has access to that particular file. All right. So now our step 9 is finished, right? So now we are going to change our SSHD configuration file. Now you remember that when we started this tutorial, we had changed SSHD configuration file and permitted root login and password authentication to yes. Now since we now have keys to connect us to our server, we don't need these two. So we are going to just move to our step 10, access that again. So with sudo nano/etc/ssh, then sshd_configuration. Wonderful. So now we are going to change two things. All right, password authentication to no and permit root login to no. So here, right here, so permit root login, no. All right, so password authentication is already cancelled, so that's actually wonderful. So let me just save this and done. So now we are going to restart our SSHD configuration server. So how do we do that? You already know. Just scroll back up, systemctl restart SSHD. So sudo systemctl restart SSHD. Wonderful. So our server has restarted, and let's see if we can still log into our server. So exit out of it and press up arrow once. So it will access that SSH Flask user. Press enter. And yes, we are still logging in, and it is not going to ask us any password, and a user without a password cannot log in. All right, so now let's move on to our 12th step. We are done with 10th and restarted SSHD service as well. So now step 12. We are slowly increasing the complexity of this deployment. So now we are going to work with uncomplicated firewall. We are going to deny some connections and allow some connections. And this is port 5000 that you already remember is the port that is going to access the Flask server. All right, so let's do that. First of all, we are going to install uncomplicated firewall. Since this time we are working with Flask user, we cannot simply type apt install ufw. We need to type sudo apt install ufw. Press enter. Type 123456 or whatever your password is. Press enter. Wonderful. So it did not take a while. We are going to allow outgoing connections because we want our application to connect to the internet. All right, to send information from our server. So let's do that. Sudo ufw default allow outgoing. Wonderful. Then just press up arrow. We are going to deny incoming connections except for the one that we explicitly allow. So deny all incoming. So sudo ufw default deny incoming. Wonderful. And now remember, this step is very important. We are currently sending our command prompt information to our server. So when you look at this server, our command prompt is incoming to this. So if we just exit out of this or our electricity gets cut, it is going to be very sad for us. So quickly type ufw allow ssh because we are connecting. Sorry about that. Type sudo. Wonderful. So rules updated. So we are connecting via SSH. All right. It is an incoming connection to our server. So if we don't allow this, we are not going to be able to connect to our server if something happens. So we have successfully done that. No worries. So now sudo ufw allow port 5000. We are going to delete this port 5000 after we are done testing our application. So press enter. Wonderful. So rules are updated. And now we are going to enable this firewall. All right. So sudo ufw enable. So now this will disrupt SSH connection. So remember, before you press Y and enter, make sure you have done this. All right. Make sure you have enabled or allowed SSH connection to your server. So I'm just going to type Y for yes. Press enter. And we are still connected. If you had not done that, if you had not done this, then it would have immediately kicked out from this connection. So that's great. All right, now let's check the status of our firewall. I keep forgetting this. Sudo. So we are allowing all TCP connections of port 22 and then port 5000. I think everything is fine here. So now finally we can move on to our step 13, which is getting our Flask app ready. And this is where we are going to exit out of this command prompt. So press exit and exit once again. So how do we get our application ready? Now with Heroku deployment, if you watched that video, we had to create a proc file, then Gunicon server and things like that. We had to freeze all the dependencies and libraries that we were using in our project. Same things to be done here as well. So let's minimize this and now let's open in code. So wonderful. So simply, you don't need to do anything else. Just activate your virtual environment. Activate. Wonderful. Let's close this get started page. All right, so just type pip freeze and then greater than sign and then requirements.txt. Now remember, I already have created it, but if you don't have it, then it will create this requirements.txt file in your main folder. Let me show you this. So here, right beside this, let me just increase the size. So right beside your run file, it is going to create this requirements.txt. And what do we have in here? You're already familiar with this. We have all the dependencies with their version number. So that's great. Since we are done with this, we can finally transfer our application from this system, this PC, to our Amazon web server. All right. Before that, this step is really important. Just move your virtual environment folder someplace else. All right. Just cut it and just place it anywhere. Now, my personal recommendation is actually create a copy of it. All right. See, I was working with this application, this Ubuntu server deployment application. So I had created a backup of it. In the same manner, I would suggest you to create a backup of your CodeJana Flask folder and then delete the virtual environment folder from the project folder that you are going to deploy. All right, this is very important because we don't want to, transfer any virtual environment folder. So let's just close this. And now let's open our command prompt again. Great. So now our 14th step, we have already done so. We have deleted our virtual environment folder or moved it elsewhere, and we have generated requirements.txt file. All right. And we have also made a backup of our finalized project folder. All right. Now it's step 14. So we are going to transfer our project from this PC to server. All right. That's wonderful. So the command is the same as transferring that SSH key file. All right. We are going to connect it via SCP. So SCP-R for recursively, because we don't want it to stop. We want it to just go through one file and second, third, fourth, up till last. All right. So -R and then the path of your project. All right. So now we're going to paste the whole path here. So let's just open, copy it and paste it. All right. Let's enclose it within this inverted commas so that the spaces in our folder names do not pose any problems. All right. Now we are going to connect to our server with this command. All right. So Flask username at and then the IP address of our server. Great. Now in the same fashion as we did earlier, colon for our home directory and slash. That's it. That's all we want to do. Press enter. And since we are already accessing our server via SSH, it is not going to ask us for any password. And you can already see that the transfer was 100% successful. Now we are going to cross-check whether the files have been transferred or not. How to do that? Simply connect SSH and then Flask user at the IP address, connect to it, ls for listing all the folders inside it. Let me show you our present working directory. So in Flask user folder, we have CodeJana_Flask folder, and inside of it, let's cd to it. Inside of it, we have CodeJana_Flask requirements.txt run.py file. So let me just open this. So we already have this folder, requirements, run, and if you still want to see it, so cd inside of that, and we have all of these files. Let me just show you. So we have all of these files transferred to our server. So wonderful, we have cross-checked it. Now we can move on to our 15th step, and now we are going to install Python and virtual env on our server. So we do not need to disconnect anything. We are already working with our server. We are just going to cd/home/flask user. That's it. All right, so now we're going to install Python. So sudo apt install python 3-pip. The password is 123456. Now it is going to take a while. It is a 200 MB edition. All right, so why? You can grab another tea if you want. All right, so it is done. It did not take that while. All right, so now we are going to install virtual env in our server. So sudo apt install python 3-venv. press yes. Wonderful. And that was a split second move there. So now we have installed Python and virtual env. Now take a look at this third command. We are creating a virtual env inside codejana_flask folder. Now you can see the whole path here. We don't need to type whole path here. This was automation. You can simply do this, cd codejana_flask, and as you can see, we are inside this path already. Let me type pwd. So we are already inside this path. So what we can do is sudo python3 -m venv. All right, that's all you need to do. However, you need to type the name of your virtual environment. So type venv, env, flask, anything you like. Press enter. Now type ls to check whether that venv folder is there, and as you can see, it is already there. So wonderful. Now this one is to create that virtual environment folder, and this one is the name of that folder. I hope the concept is clear. So we already have everything set up now. So we are going to cd to that to just check whether it is, and we are already there. After this, we are going to activate this environment. So let's do this. Source venv bin activate. Wonderful. So as you can clearly see, venv at this corner here. So our virtual environment is active. Now you might be feeling similar feeling as you were working with terminal in VSCode. All right, so keep that feeling alive. So now we can install all the libraries that are saved inside requirements.txt file. This file right here. All right, so we are inside codejana_flask folder. So we can simply do sudo pip install -r for recursively, then requirements.txt. Press enter and just wait a while again. Wonderful. So if you happen to have anything that is already installed, it will not uninstall it. So we have installed requirements.txt, and now we can finally test our website. So if you were to visit your IP address and port 5000 in your browser, it is not going to do a thing. All right, there are still 2 steps to do. When we are inside codejana_flask folder, make sure you are at the path where you can see run.py file. All right, so just export Flask app is equal to run.py file. We are saying that export this command with this run.py file because it houses all the necessary code to run our whole application. You already remember that we used to run this particular file to run our whole application. The concept is same here. Let's press enter. And now we can type flask run. So we are accessing the run command of Flask shell. Type --host. So we are just giving it a host of 0.0.0, which is actually opening it to the public, to the internet. All right, press enter, and as you can see, the server is now running. Now let's keep our fingers crossed, and if our settings are correct, then our application should show up. Just copy this public IP address, paste it here, and then don't forget to use port 5000. Press enter, and it is circling and circling, and believe me, it is going to keep circling. It is not going to open our application. Why is that? Now we have actually initiated this port 5000 with this command, but we have not included it inside our Amazon AWS server. See, I'm just going to take you back to this light sail. Now you're presented with this page, right? Click on your server, then click on networking. Now you're going to have all of these options with you. We are going to add a firewall rule. See all of this here? We are accessing our files with HTTP server, fine. We are connecting to this server via SSH, fine. But do you see port 5000 anywhere? No. So click add rule, click custom here if it is not listed primarily. The protocol will be TCP. Now the port number is 5000. Create it. Wonderful. Now that is created, visit this again. See, the site could not be reached, and without even touching the system, it refreshed the page and our site is visible. All right, if for some reason it is not visible, simply refresh the page. Wonderful. So let's click some links. So this is about page, home, home again, sign up, login. Wonderful. So all the links are working. All right, now presently our site is still not live. All right, do not just rejoice it, because as soon as you close this server, so Control C to quit, it takes a while. All right, so Control C to quit. Now let's try to refresh it, and it is circling and it cannot be reached. So we have just checked our website and it is indeed working. So we can install Nginx server to actually handle all the files, and then we can install Gunicorn to handle the Python code, and furthermore we can install supervisor to keep running Gunicorn code so that our site is live all the time. All right, so let's keep it step by step. Just move it to the left, and we have canceled the server, so let's clear some screen here. Wonderful. So we have tested our website, and if it is working flawlessly, correctly, then we can move on to our step 17th. Now this step is obviously optional. You can create a configuration file inside etc folder in our server and then hide your sensitive information in it. Now by sensitive I mean this. So let me just open this and click on init file, edit with notepad. All right, so here, so the sensitive information is this: your email address, your bare password, your Postgres information, password, and things like this. So if you want to hide this sensitive information, you can do so, and I've included the files in the description as well, so please check it out. All right, you don't need to do that for again trying things out, trying the Flask application, but for production make sure to do that. So we are going to move to step 18. All right, so we are going to install Nginx server first. So sudo apt install Nginx. So just 7 MB of file. Wonderful. Now we are going to remove this default file from Nginx sites enabled. All right, so let's do that. Sudo remove /etc/nginx sites enabled and then default. So we are going to remove this file. Press enter. Wonderful. So that file should not be there. If you want to check it, you can just do cd etc nginx sites enabled ls and see no file there. Now we are going to create this file inside of it. Now again I can type all the path to here, but since we are already inside sites enabled, I just have to do sudo nano and then codejana_flask. Now this name is just the name of this file. To make things simple, to make things clean, I have named it exactly as my project name. You can name it anything, but to keep it descriptive so that you can know exactly what this file has. Press enter, and now we are inside of this. So I'm just going to paste some information in this file. All right, so the code works like this. Start off with server. This is how it will know that after all of this, it is going to have the information related to your server and your application. So it is enclosed in these curly braces. So first of all, it is going to listen to port 80, which is the HTTP port. All right. Then the server name. Remember, this is not an actual server name. After this will come the server name, which in this particular case is just our IP address. If you want to attach this server name to your domain name, this is where you type your domain name. All right, so for now just type your IP address. So in our case it is this one. All right, and make sure to end it with semicolon. All right, so now location. So our static files are inside our static folder. Enclose it with curly braces as well. Make sure to do that. So our alias is /home/flask user, and then the project name we have codejana_flask. Wonderful. Inside of that we have codejana_flask as well, and then inside of it we have that static folder. If you ever feel confused, just cross check here. So this static folder is inside your codejana_flask folder, and then inside of it is a little codejana_flask folder as well. All right, so let's just hide it. Wonderful. After this curly brace, we are going to tell it the location of other files. So all the other files should be treated. All right, so let's do that. Curly braces, proxy pass, http localhost colon 8000. Wonderful. Now include etc. nginx proxy params, that's for parameters, and proxy redirect off. Let me tell you that for beginners, you don't need to concern yourself with all of this. All right, let's save this information. Control X, Y to save. So our IP address related information and static folder location has been passed on to nginx server. All right, wonderful. All right, so now we have done this. So now we're going to allow HTTP and TCP with uncomplicated firewall. So sudo ufw allow http/tcp. Enter. Wonderful, the rule has been added. Furthermore, we are going to delete that port 5000 that we had enabled. All right, so sudo ufw delete allow 5000. Press enter. Wonderful, so that rule is deleted. Now let's check the status. All right, so you can clearly see that port 5000 is not there. So after making that change, we need to enable UFW again. So sudo UFW enable. So now this will disrupt our connection. Now don't worry about anything. We just want this 22 port to remain active so that we can connect to our server via SSH. All right, press Y, enter. All right, so we are still connected to the server. So now we are going to restart our nginx so that it will take configuration file sites enabled codejana flask. All right, so let's restart. So sudo systemctl restart nginx. All right, so currently we have an error code. It happens when your file is not correctly configured. So I'm going to open that file again and check for errors. Okay, so my bad there. This local is actually the location, so sorry about that. Let's save it, enter, and now it should work. Wonderful, it is working. So see, these little things matter a lot. Anyways, let's proceed further. So now we can install Gunicorn server. Now make sure you're working inside venv. However, our path is currently incorrect. So let's cd to home and flask user and codejana flask. Wonderful. So sudo pip install -i and then Gunicorn. Wonderful. Don't worry about this error. It is not going to hinder our deployment. Now we are going to install supervisor as well so that it can run commands of Gunicorn in the background so that our server does not stop. So sudo apt install supervisor. Wonderful. Great. All right, so we are going to use Gunicorn to actually run our file. All right, so make sure your path is this. So pwd, make sure your path is inside main codejana folder so that you can see this run.py file directly there. So let's type sudo Gunicorn and then the workers flag. Now we want 3 workers. And now how do you calculate this number? This number is totally dependent on the processor count that you have. Now since we have created this little light sail server with only 1 processor count, as you remember in the starting of this video, so the actual documentation says you need to double the count of your processor number and then add 1 to it. So 1 times 2 plus 1 is 3. All right, so after this you need to tell Gunicorn which file to run. So the file name is run, and then this is your application file, so :app. Now again, let me reiterate, this run is the name of this file which is actually housing all the code to run your whole application, and this is app variable that this application will run your file. So that's the whole concept there. Let's press enter, and wonderful. So we did not have to use sudo there. So now if our workers are assigned, and you can clearly see here booting worker with PID or process ID, this, so it started 3 workers. So this time we don't have to type port 5000 here. Let's delete all of this and just type your IP address directly there, press enter, and wonderful. So our website is running. Now as soon as you close this server, press Ctrl C a bit of multiple times, so workers shut down. So as soon as the workers shut down, our application is going to crash. Let's refresh it, and bad gateway. So we are seeing this nginx error that we are not going through our files. Going through files means that all the Python files are being rendered, which have all the routes to the files that are being rendered on our website. So we currently cannot access them, and that's why we need supervisor. Supervisor will run this code right here. Let me highlight it. So supervisor is going to run this unicorn-w3 run app, this whole code in the background, so that our website does not crash this way even when we close this connection. All right, so let's do that. If you remember, we have already installed supervisor. Now we need to configure this file. So we are going to create this file and configure it. So just do sudo nano etc supervisor and then configuration daemon file. So now we are going to create a configuration file. So for simplicity, again, I'm going to name it my folder, and remember .conf is what tells us it is the configuration file. So press enter, and I'm again going to paste some information here. All right, so what information needs to be there? So it starts off with program and the name of your program. Now this is not related to your server or your project name or anything. It is just a new name that we are just creating. All right, it's not related to anything. So I'm going to type again for simplicity codejana flask. All right, so let's press enter. Now this is where things get interesting. So directory, so which directory houses all your files? So our directory is home, and then our Flask user / codejana_flask. All right, so that's where our main folder, main project folder is. So that's what you type there. And now the command that you want to run in the background. So we want to run this unicorn-w3 run app. You have seen it moments ago. All right, so now currently it is not going to simply run that command. It should know exactly where that command is. So we installed unicorn in our virtual environment. All right, at this moment I want to start another command prompt so that I can show you some things. Let me just resize everything and put things in place. All right, so SSH and then our Flask user, and then our IP address. All right, so we are connected there. All right, so let's see where this unicorn command currently is. So let's type which unicorn for that. So currently our unicorn command file is inside user local bin and then unicorn, and that's the actual path of this command file. So let's do that. Click here and then type the exact path that you see above. So /usr local bin and unicorn, and make sure it is separated there. All right, so after this, what we need to do, you can tell it which user is running this command. So our user is Flask user. Now I want it to automatically start. If it fails, right, even for any reason, if there is a light cut at Amazon web servers, it will automatically start this server when the light comes back. All right, so auto restart as well. So auto restart should be true. Just be with me. All of these commands are important. Stop as group. If we kill one file, all files should be killed. All processors should be killed. So kill as group. And now we are going to create two files to catch our errors, because if something happens to our application, the errors are not going to be visible on the front end. They should be logged in the back end of this web server that we can access via our terminal. All right, so we are going to create two files. All right, so standard error log file, and just be with me as I type this. So /log and then the path of your folder. So codejana underscore flask slash codejana underscore flask dot error dot log, and simply, all right, and then standard out log file slash var slash log slash codejana registrar. This is the same folder, so both of these files are going to go inside the same folder that we are just creating. All right, so codejana underscore flask dot out dot log. All right, so any incoming errors and outgoing errors are going to be logged in. Now you might be thinking, when did we create this folder and these files? Don't worry, since we are inside this configuration file, we just put all the information in it. We are shortly going to create the files and folder. So let's save this information for now. Wonderful. All right, and as you can see, after saving the information, we are going to make the directory and create those two files. So let's do that. Sudo and then make directory. It's going to be in var log and then codejana underscore flask. Wonderful. Now we're going to create the two files. So touch and make sure to type sudo there. So sudo touch slash var log codejana flask and then codejana underscore flask dot error dot log, which was the name of first file. Wonderful. And just type up arrow once because the information is simply just a little changed. Wonderful. So both of those files are there. Now we can finally reload our supervisor so that it can grab all the information and then run that gunicorn command. So let's do that. So let's sudo supervisor ctl and then reload. Press enter and it has restarted supervisor. So let's check its status. So sudo supervisor ctl status. All right, so if you see this, if you see your program name, this is the program name, not your folder name or anything. The program name that you configured in supervisor codejana flask.configuration file. All right, so if it shows this, then running, then the process ID and then the uptime, then you can rest assured that your application is going to run. If it fails, then you have made some mistake. All right, so let's do this. Let's open our application and see this bad gateway. Let's refresh it and wonderful. And now just to check our application is running, if we close the server, let's exit out of it, exit this and simply close this one, and as you can see, no iteration of command prompt is running. So let's refresh it. Wonderful. And just for the sake of incognito, just run it and our application is online. So that's how you do it. Now you might be seeing moving Gunicorn to this home Flask user codejana flask venv bin. Well, by default, Gunicorn command file location is inside this user local bin and then Gunicorn. Now the best practices tell us that it should be inside our virtual environment folder. So if you want to do something like this, then you can simply move this Gunicorn file in virtual environment. So this is something I actually want to show you. So let's open our command prompt, move it there. Let's connect to our server quickly, ask user and then our IP address, press enter and we are logged in. All right, so what happened there? Let's type which Gunicorn. All right, so currently our Gunicorn file is inside user local bin. So now we are going to move that Gunicorn file to our virtual environment folder. So let me just copy this command. I have typed enough. Let's paste it and remember to use sudo. All right, so make sure everything checks out, press enter and wonderful. So how about we check whether our file is there. So cd /home /flask user codejana, then venv, then bin, and let's do an ls there. So we have this Gunicorn command as well. Now remember that in our supervisor configuration file we had a different path. Let's open it It's right here. So let's just type this sudo nano, copy it here, and remember to use sudo. Wonderful. So we have this path, this command, and now our Gonicorn command file is no longer there. It's in our home, then Flask user, then our codejana_Flask folder. Inside of that we have this venv folder, and now let's delete the local, and this is the complete path. Now let's save it. Wonderful. So after this, remember to reload supervisor. So let's do sudo and then supervisor ctl reload, and remember to check the status after you have restarted it. So sudo supervisor ctl status. Wonderful. So our app is still running after we have made this crucial change. So Gonicorn by default goes inside this user local bin. All right, we wanted to move to virtual environment folder. All right, that's all there is to it. So let's just exit out of this and close everything, and finally let's check it once again. Wonderful. So our whole application is perfectly deployed on our server. Now remember that we have not configured Postgres in this video. It is the topic for my next video. Now our application is currently on our server, so configuring Postgres just 5 to 10 minutes of task. All right, so we'll do that in next video. Now finally, this application, you can make an application like this yourself. Now it takes me around 10 to 15 minutes to actually deploy my application with the help of this particular script. If you want access to this script, then please join my WhatsApp group and tell me if you want it. All right, I'll be waiting for your queries. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope you were able to learn something from this video. If you did, then please subscribe to Code Jana, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye bye.